Chapter 521 Singing Noble Style. Well, our team sometimes goes deep to capture prey, but we have never heard of any wild men. Dolly paused and then expressed his opinion. As for other places, he certainly doesn't know as much as this wandering bard. But as for the monster forest, this is next to his hometown. Sometimes, because of the scarcity of prey outside, he has to go deep inside. The location where Dolly entered the monster forest at the limit is about 10 kilometers away. This is not far if it is placed on a normal road outside. But if it is placed in this primitive forest, it is really a bit scary, because there are many adventurers and hunters who often go in and out of the periphery of the monster forest. There are trampled forest paths, but after going in a little, you really need to open your own way in the dense bushes. A natural road appears in the primitive forest? How is it possible? The real thorns and the threat of poisonous insects. That experience is still fresh in Dolly's memory. So later on, their hunting activities were usually carried out near the outer areas. At least the environment was much more comfortable. But the prey was indeed much less. So now in the off-season, I took the previous guaranteed escort mission. The income is not as high as hunting, but it is stable. The inside I mentioned may be farther than you think. But from the looks of them, I estimate that they may come out soon. Maybe by then, the town of Danik will have new trade support. After having a preliminary familiarity, Wang Yi was also ready to spread the wind. It is normal for me, a bard, to know some special information when I travel around. As for trade support, the seasoning packets and compressed artificial dry food in the store can actually be traded. You can even transport some antibiotics and the like. At that time, players will spend credit points to buy antibiotics, transport them over, and sell them for gold coins as their startup capital in the magic world. Employees who bring their own money to work and are full of energy. What kind of capitalist paradise is this? It is more useful than the clumsy undead. Savages? Trade support? Dolly and his team members were speechless at this time, while Xiaotia helped Wang Yi peel the orange-like fruit and put the pieces to Wang Yi's mouth to relieve the greasiness. Actually, if it is a story, this story is quite good, worthy of being a bard. Lizzie, the only female archer in Dolly's team, also laughed dryly. Oh, you are right now. Gongchui, the strongest man in the team, also showed an expression of I see. We are drinking together, so it's not good to spoil the show to avoid embarrassment. So let's give them a way out. There are savage tribes in the Warcraft forest, which is really a big shock. I remember that when the boss introduced it to the other party, he said that there was a barbarian tribe across the Warcraft forest. As a result, you made up a story. Wang Yi really heard this news and temporarily divided the players into the identity of savages. Gongchui's guess was correct, but Lizzie's suggestion is not bad. I am a bard now. Isn't it my job to tell stories? Telling stories in the tavern, singing about what I've seen and heard, even epics, in the form of songs. This is the job of a bard. When Wang Yi thought of this, he looked up at a corner of the tavern. Many people were gathered around a bard, who was playing his organ and singing something in the music habits of this world. The bard was wearing a tattered robe, and the organ was old and patinated. However, his playing level was good. His voice was deep and powerful, and the music he sang had the exotic style of this place. Wang Yi, who mastered the two completely different styles of music of elves and orcs, and was baptized by the music of the earth, could recognize that the bard's playing and singing level was very high. Some of the drinkers nearby threw the nashi into his hat, which also showed their recognition of him. After all, he made a living by this, and if he didn't have the ability, he would probably starve to death. Why? You want to sing because you feel itchy? Dolly also tactfully avoided the topic of bragging about storytelling before, and began to say it jokingly. This guy doesn't look like a bard at all. There are bards passing by the town of Danik occasionally, but there are no permanent bards. However, this guy has never sung a song since he settled down in the tavern. However, looking at Xiaotia next to him, the resentment in Dolly's heart came up again. That's right. People really don't want to make money by singing anymore. You reminded me. I'll try. Some runes flashed slightly in Wang Yi's eyes. In such a short time, he completed the score and corresponding lyrics of a work. Although it copied some else styles, it can be regarded as a shape. The player's first prophecy will be spread by himself. He specially selected a tune that is not difficult and catchy, similar to a pop song that is easy to spread. It happened that there was a bard here, so he started with him. As soon as he thought of it, he did it. Wang Yi stood up and pushed the table away and walked over there. Dolly originally made a joke, but he didn't expect Wang Yi to really go there. Isn't this running the place? Fighting for someone's job will lead to fighting. This is Dano's city. The city guards are not for show. If they really start a fight, these outsiders will not have a good time. Brother, calm down. I was wrong. I shouldn't have provoked you. Calm down. Dolly followed Wang Yi and wanted to pull him. But Wang Yi said as soon as he stretched out his hand, "It's okay. I went to discuss it with him. Don't worry. I love peace and always speak the truth." Xiaotia was also worried that Wang Yi would suffer a loss, so she followed him silently. Dolly could only sigh and go over. There are 2 official professions here. Although Dano's city is not the town of Danik, it should still have some face. The dragon's flames are like a red carpet on the ground, lighting the crown of King Idai. As the bard finished, there was a round of applause at the scene. "You sang really well. King Idai is worthy of being the strongest man in the East Plains. He is protected by a fire dragon. A true dragon knight. I heard that there will be a fight in the north this time. I wonder if this guy will take action personally. It shouldn't be necessary. Isn't Crown Prince Idai alive? But he hasn't woken up yet. If the Principality of Ye doesn't give an explanation, the matter may not end." The nearby drinkers also recalled the stories sung by the bard. And then many of those who had some extra money threw some nashi into the bard's hat. And some invited him to drink. At this time, some people also noticed Wang Yi and his party coming from behind. The main reason was that Xiaotia's figure was too hot, and the leather armor fully reflected her wildness. Coupled with her appearance, it really made everyone who saw her in the tavern feel amazed. Many people whistled. Some people even wanted to get closer. Here, Xiaotia did not have the deterrent power she had in the town of Danik. If the professional level masters did not actively expose themselves, it would be difficult to see them directly with eyesight alone. However, Xiaotia did not mean to indulge him. She snorted lightly, and the breathing method was running, and the magic power around her began to resonate and become restless. All the bad thoughts were directly calmed down. Professional level, or Catwoman. It is very likely that she is good at assassination and lurking. This kind of person really cannot be offended. If the other party is narrow-minded, he may die without knowing how. However, because of Xiaotia's movement, the bard who was picking up the scattered copper nashi and putting it in his hat also looked over. Although he was also a little surprised when he saw Xiaotia's appearance, he still asked politely with a smile, "What do you think of my singing?" "I sang very well. I was originally very talented. I also learned some magic skills to warm my throat and strengthen the bass. The low tone is very immersive when singing these epic stories." Wang Yi really practiced it, and his vision was sharp. He gave a sharp evaluation. And this professional comment also surprised the bard. "Are you in the same industry?" "Yes. I came here this time because I was excited to see the prey. I want to borrow your organ. When the singing is over, all the proceeds will belong to you. I just want to sing a new story and hope to have the opportunity to help spread it together." Wang Yi is indeed a reasonable person. This is someone else's territory. He still stated that he was just a passerby and had no intention of stealing business. "Are there any new stories?" "That would be great. Please." 2 professional players followed Wang Yi and showed such politeness and kindness. The bard naturally knew what was going on. The drinkers next to him were happy to continue when they heard that there was a new story. Drinking, bragging, and listening to the bard's story in the tavern are a great way to relax. Wang Yi took the organ and stroked it with his hand, and then adjusted the tone. Although the organ was very old, it was obviously well maintained, and the tone was very good. After all, it was the other party's food. Hey, if the players knew that their gods were worried about them, and even came out to sing for money, they would be very moved. Wang Yi complained in his heart. And then he started his first performance since he came to this world. The raindrops fell, covering the flowers in the dense jungle. The ethereal elf-style music appeared, and in an instant, it was like a breeze that calmed the entire hot tavern. The sound of birds and flowers seemed to appear in everyone's ears, and they could smell the fragrance of nature. Afterwards, it seemed that he had heard the legend of the savage, and saw his busy figure in the forest. They were all wearing animal skin pants, with leaves hanging on their bodies, jumping around in the forest like monkeys. A funny monkey image completes the first impression of the savages. "I am ready to walk out of the jungle at any time and find a new home." Wang Yi's voice stopped abruptly as the music ended, and the scene fell into silence for a short time. After a moment of silence, warm praise immediately broke out. "I have never heard of this style of music. Although it is soft and weak, it is unexpectedly beautiful. Noble gentlemen like this style. I didn't expect that I would be fascinated by the singing of this style. Savages? Is it a story or a legend? I haven't heard of it. Are these savages called cavemen? Living in caves? Following the words of the rough men in the tavern, the bard Beifong slowly woke up, and then said to Wang Yi with excitement on his face, Mr. Great Talent, this too reminds me of the lost elf style. Since the elves left, there seems to be no similar works. He paused, then said eagerly, my student's name is Beifong, and he is a bard of the singing school. Sir, did you create this song yourself? It has the elegance of the elves, and it is not difficult to sing. It is catchy, and can be widely circulated. Beifong is a bard who makes a living from this. When others think it sounds good, he has already started to make a comprehensive analysis, from style to singing difficulty, and future circulation. This will have the potential to spread throughout the countries in a short period of time. Elves? Wang Yi was quite surprised after hearing this. In the casual chat with Xiaotia and Dolly, Wang Yi really didn't hear about elves. After all, he couldn't take the initiative to ask if there were elves in this world. He only knew that there were many subhumans, goblins, dog-headed men, gnolls, etc. But he didn't expect that there were elves here. This is not an elf with different expressions in translation. In Beifong's words, the word elf is exactly the same as the pronunciation of Wang Yi when he was in the other world. Add to that the elf style he mentioned. It's hard to say if it's a coincidence. Wang Yi briefly recalled that he and the queen of the elves in the other world also had a good relationship. The elves are indeed not a race born and raised in the other world. It's not necessarily that they migrated here, but the way the elves spread may be a little different. He knew that the elves were centered on the Tree of Life, and the world tree created by Wang Yi also borrowed the inspiration from the visit to the Tree of Life. Perhaps, the elves are also a large pan-civilization that has begun star navigation or plane movement. It's not that they will be very developed, but they may have a unique way of spreading the Tree of Life. If they reach a planet with enough magic concentration, the Tree of Life may sprout and give birth to a new elf. As for whether it is star projection or using the abyss as a springboard, it is not clear. It seems that the elves existed in this world before, but they gradually faded out of people's sight for some reason. Perhaps it was another conflict caused by slave hunting and natural destruction. As for whether he will escape from the world or leave, or even be exterminated, it is unclear. I am not singing, nor is it a story. It should be regarded as a prophecy. Wang Yi smiled. Prophecy? Beifong was stunned. Sometimes there are indeed some prophecies and ballads, especially in some war-torn areas. It is easy to have various versions of prophecies about the birth of new kings. Today someone killed a white wild boar, and tomorrow a dragon will bring a gem to someone. However, the bards who sing the story also know what these are. In fact, even Beifong can get some extra subsidies for singing King Idai. Is this because of the new situation in the north recently? But such a high-quality song is used for these? The fact that he sang King Idai's deeds before was popular was largely related to his skillful skills. As for the song, it was nothing. It might have been made up recently. It was nothing compared with the prophecy brought by this person. But these have nothing to do with Beifong. As long as there is a good song, it's okay. As for some of the contents of the songs, prophecies, rumors, etc., that's not a big deal. Before there is a clear ban on singing, there is no big problem. Although the Bard Guild is not very powerful, its writing skills and scolding are still very powerful, and generally no force will offend it for no reason. But of course, sometimes a principality or a city-state will directly order a ban on a certain song, and the local guild will also notify the poet. At this time, if you go against the wind, the guild will not save you. And Wang Yi soon discovered the benefits of his temporary decision, because Beifong immediately prepared to take him to the guild to complete these procedures after hearing that this was Wang Yi's creation and had not yet registered with the guild. Mr. has specially reduced the difficulty of the song, probably because he wants it to be spread, as long as it is passed to the guild. With this rare complete Elven-style melody, it may use magic equipment to connect to guilds in other cities for quick registration, and can also receive a considerable bonus. There is such a good thing. Of course Wang Yi will not refuse. He also learned from the side that the Bard Guild didn't care much about the registration of the bards themselves. It was mainly about the management of some songs, and occasionally delegated some tasks internally. The main reason was that the threshold for becoming a bard was not high. Beifong was considered quite professional, and it was also common for some people with good voices who couldn't make it in other professions to join temporarily. Or they found that the bards couldn't make money. So it was nothing to run away and become adventurers. So this phenomenon would also create uneven bards. As the third largest city in the Principality of Ktion, Dunner City has quite complete facilities inside. And various guilds have branches. There is even a high-class mage guild. And the branch president is the owner of the Magic Tower. A formal mage. He even serves as a consultant to the Apothecary Guild and the Enchanter Guild at the same time. Compared with other spellcasters, mages are indeed reserved and stand at the top, and can also be said to be the foundation of all spellcasters. Many matching spell models were developed by mages, then taken away and adapted by other spellcasters, or even asked mages to specially adapt them. However, places like the Bard's Guild don't seem to be special. Even the guild hall looks ordinary. Just a 3-story attic, with a small yard in front of it with some flowers and plants. There is the Thieves Guild for secret intelligence, and the Adventurers Guild for mission commissions. The main function of the Bard's Guild is actually to register some works, and distribute some advertisements and news. Usually, some of the news sung by bards are considered public news, and the secret ones usually have to go to the Thieves Guild, because of the income problem of the Bard's Guild itself. The management of bards can only be relatively loose. Beifong is an old bastard in Dunner City. He excitedly brought Wang Yi and his party here, which indeed saved a lot of steps, and directly met the president of the Bard's Guild in Dunner City. President Mike's ancestors also had the title of Lord, and he is considered a descendant of the nobility. He likes others to call him Sir Mike. Beifong lowered his voice and told Wang Yi some gossip, which made Dolly, who came with him, slightly brighten his eyes. This is actually more or less useful information, which will be more convenient for dealing with him in the future. Although he was a knight in the past, there is still a gap between him and a descendant of the nobility born and raised in Dano City. Not to mention that he is the president of the Bard Guild. In terms of combat power, Dolly believes that he may be higher than the other party. But in this world, unless your combat power breaks a certain limit, you still can't change the general trend. With Beifong, they went directly to the president's office to meet President Mike. President Mike looked like he was in his early 40s, with a meticulously groomed curly hair, 2 carefully trimmed beards, exquisite clothes, and a cane in his hand. The first impression he gave people was that he was a very delicate person. So it's you, kid. I've told you so many times that we bards should also pay attention to our image, and not be sloppy all day long. Mike should be very familiar with Beifong. Although Beifong is wearing old clothes and his organ is also patinaed, his voice and playing skills are here, and he should be considered an outstanding bard in the city. Oh, dear Sir Mike, don't compare me, a commoner who is struggling to survive, with you. My daily accommodation expenses are already very tight. So where do I have time to do these things? By the way, do you really not agree that I can stay at your place for a while? Beifong walked up directly with a smile, and began to skillfully find a cup in Mike's office. Found the ground coffee and poured a cup. Accommodation? You went to support poor girls. You will die on a woman's belly sooner or later. How is the recent singing work? Who are these people? After hearing Dear Sir Mike, Mike didn't care about the teasing tone in it. A smile appeared on his face, and his movements became more reserved. After the teasing greeting, he asked about Beifong's recent work in a vague way, and then looked at Wang Yi and his group. His eyes stayed on Xiaotia's charming figure for a while, but he quickly looked away. As a descendant of a noble family, he couldn't keep staring at a lady. Although she was a great beauty and super sexy, the glory of his noble descent still suppressed his biological instincts. Sir Mike, your big achievement is here. This time it's a real achievement. A complete new song in the style of elves, Beifong said with a beaming expression. And there was a faint spray of foam, which made Mike avoid it. But he still heard the key content here. Complete new song in the style of elves? Then he looked at Wang Yi and his party again. And after staying on Xiaotia for a while, he finally locked his eyes on Wang Yi. Only this person met the requirements. Come on. Come on. I'll play a piece. Brother Wang, please point out any wrong places. Beifong had been itching for a long time, and he came on the spot at this time. It can be seen that he really loves music and the job of a bard. Although he only heard Wang Yi sing it once, he immediately played the organ accompaniment and began to sing. The raindrops fell, covering the flowers in the dense jungle. It must be said that Beifong is also talented. The elf-style song that is completely different from their style was almost reproduced after just one hearing, although it is not as close as Wang Yi's voice. He used his unique low voice range to make a certain degree of fit and fine-tuning. There is no problem with the melody alone. After singing, Mike also showed a shocked expression on his face, and almost lost his dignity as a descendant of the nobility. After calming down for a while, he said in amazement, "I have studied several elf fragments, and the style is indeed completely consistent. The most rare thing is that the difficulty is reduced. It is catchy, and the upper and lower limits are large. Those with skills can show off their skills, and those with insufficient foundation can also play it. After all, he is a guild president, and Mike's professional ability is naturally solid enough." His expression became more and more excited. Elf style. What a wonderful music. The nobles just like this rare tune. Although he claims to be a descendant of the nobility, his ancestors are from the lord family. He likes to be called Sir Mike, and he often goes to the nobles' dinner parties on weekdays. But in fact, he is still a street singer. But the place where he sings is more high-end. He can get the respect of the nobles on the surface, but his actual status is just like that. The nobles who will take the initiative to get close to him are probably trying to use the guild to spread some of their deeds. But now there is such a pure elf-style song, which can be used as a ladder for his promotion. But soon he calmed down and began to ask some details. Is this a story? The savage who calls himself a caveman is about to leave the Warcraft forest and enter the civilized world? Brother Wang said this is a kind of prophecy. Beifeng corrected him. Prophecy? Mr. Wang, may I ask where this piece of music comes from? Wang Yi looked at him with a slightly playful smile and said, My own? Hearing Wang Yi's words, Mike frowned enough to kill a mosquito, and said unhappily, Many masters have tried to complete the Elven-style music, and there are many famous works that have been circulated based on those incomplete scores. When the Moon Hangs High, Spring Breeze, and Hope of Life are all excellent works. But the style is not as complete and smooth as this savage out of the mountain. So this should be a complete relic. When he said this, his tone was very confident. If it is a repertoire of the ruins, I can only say that it is a pity that this cannot be registered as your work. Wang Yi nodded and said with emotion, as expected of a descendant of the nobility, the excuses and reasons are so high-sounding. As he spoke, the air around him seemed to become heavy in an instant. It seemed that the light in the room dimmed, and the air was filled with a sense of dryness and heat, and breathing made the nose dry and painful. A looming spell model appeared behind Wang Yi, magnificent and mysterious. The restless magic power began to rush into the spell model frantically, as if it had sucked out all the magic power around it, making people feel a sense of suffocation in the magic desert. Without waiting for the next change, Mike's face suddenly changed 180 degrees, forcing out a smile like a blooming chrysanthemum. But as a collection of mages, of course it can be registered. Many Elven-style music scores are originally in the hands of some mages, who study Elven writing and Elven magic. Mike's face changed too quickly, forming a twisted and funny expression. The reserve of the noble descendant was completely thrown aside. He finished the subsequent words very quickly under pressure. Chapter 522 Something is Wrong New Map Expansion. It's really a spellcaster. Timo can't be a wizard. Even though the magic fluctuations have calmed down, Dolly has an expression of seeing a ghost. Brother One can travel alone. His strength must be beyond doubt. And Old Walker has also heard him admit that he is a spellcaster. But spellcasters are different from spellcasters. The magic circle was outlined so quickly, and it is obvious that the main killing method is spellcasting. I am afraid that it is only mages, warlocks, and battle mages. Warlocks will introduce some magic beast bloodlines into themselves, and they are gifted in several specialized spells. But they are also limited by these spells. Once they are targeted, it will be very embarrassing. Battle mages are the kind of lame mages who don't learn theory, have enough talent for casting but no talent for learning, and specialize in memorizing a few spell models. They practice day after day, and are also jokingly called spellcasting craftsmen. But no matter which one it is, the complete spell model shown before is enough to enter the formal professional level. Pure spellcasters are more valuable than physical professions and magic and martial arts, because they can also work part-time in noble professions such as potions and enchantments. And for such spellcasters, generally, just calling them magicians can win their favor. Sir Mike is also a guy who has figured it out. Shaltia's eyes lit up behind him, and a hint of excitement appeared in her watery eyes. I really did not make the wrong choice. He is worthy of being my man. After seeing Wang Yi dissipate the spell calmly, Mike couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead with a silk scarf. I really didn't expect that the other party would be a spellcaster, and a professional spellcaster. This time, He almost got into trouble. The main reason is that the elf-style repertoire is too rare. Originally, he didn't mean to take it directly. To be honest, he, a lame descendant of aristocrats, doesn't have this ability. He wanted to use the previous excuse to knock him down and get a share of the benefits. Even if the person was brought by Beifeng, he didn't care. After all, he admired Beifeng only because of his ability. But he didn't know him anything. No matter what, he was still the guild leader of this city. He just didn't expect to meet a rare spellcaster. Aren't spellcasters all in robes and a few magic equipment? Just like the contempt chain. The great nobles look down on the small nobles. The small nobles look down on the descendants of the nobles. And spellcasters usually like to show their status. And the status of spellcasters, especially mages, is naturally much higher than that of ordinary professions. There have been examples of ordinary professions counterattacking spellcasters and even mages. But those will not change the status of mages. Ordinary people can improve their status simply by relying on their professional rank. But they are still weaker than nobles. Formal mages can directly compete with nobles regardless of their origins. And even mages themselves may look down on these pigs. You are a spellcaster. You should have said it earlier. This time, I really offended people. Originally, if I had done it beautifully, I might have gained some favor. Now helping with the process can only be regarded as making up for my mistakes. Alas, I miscalculated. Beifeng also felt a little confused and could not react at all. After hearing what Mike said, he knew it was going to be bad. The complete elven-style music was more precious than he expected. This bastard didn't care about his appearance. But then, the talented bard turned into a spellcaster? Although bards can often take out various identities. From princes and nobles to peddlers. They can be warriors who bravely killed enemies on the battlefield in the past and sang their deeds. Or they can be literary masters who like to travel. But most bards are still normal people who make a living. It is really rare to encounter a professional spellcaster like this. At least Beifeng and Mike have never seen it. The most bizarre colleague Beifeng has seen is the youngest son of an aristocratic family who has no inheritance rights. He learned good singing and playing skills and went out to travel and pick up girls. But in terms of strength, he is just a knight squire. And he is no better than me. And this time, then I'll trouble Sir Mike. The song is a public song and can be read for free. I wonder if it's okay. Of course, if you have no objection. Mike was still wiping his sweat with a silk scarf. But he was relieved to see that the other party was still smiling and gentle. Except for the previous moment when the magic power was agitated. It really couldn't be seen at all. But this kind of guy is more terrifying. As for the other party not making money and making a public song, it was also the other party's own choice. A complete elf-style song can be used for the communication array. Master E, please keep this certificate nameplate. Although you chose a public song. If this song wins an award in the future, some bonuses will be included in it. Mike respectfully handed Wang Yi a nameplate with a faint magical fluctuation. It can be felt that there is a small amount of silver mixed inside the nameplate. And there is a set of special numbers. This number can display the corresponding information after being combined with the magic circle. It can be regarded as a magic version of the identification code. And it may also take into account the scope of bank cards. However, considering the cost and difficulty, ordinary people should not even think about it. Even Xiaotia, who is considered a small rich woman, does not have this thing. Well, please trouble Sir Mike. Wang Yi still maintained a kind of politeness, which made Mike feel a little flattered. And thank you, Brother Beifeng. Wang Yi turned around and nodded to the somewhat embarrassed Beifeng, which made the latter a little embarrassed. He did want to help, but almost made a problem. And the courtesy shown by the other party at this time, combined with the other party's strength and identity, really gave people a kind of invisible pressure that came to his face, and even made him feel more scared than the other party's cold face. Finally, Beifeng sighed and said, Master E, I hope you can stop blaming me. Since you want this song to be widely spread, I will focus on this song for a while. I will first sing it in the taverns in the city, and then go to the town next door. Wang Yi just smiled at Beifeng's choice. This guy is indeed more sophisticated than Sir Mike. Although the two people's clothing styles are very different. One looks sloppy, and the other is exquisite. But in terms of personality, they are completely opposite. In fact, Wang Yi had to control the magic model to show its face slowly before, which was quite difficult. After all, it takes some effort to break down something that is almost instinctive. As for the mastery used when registering songs, it doesn't matter. This is a game jointly created by World Company and Umbrella. Master Yi's songs are used as Easter eggs. Isn't it reasonable? I have done this much. And I hope the players will give me some help. Warcraft Forest. Expeditionary Force Camp. It is still a busy construction site. But compared to the muddy environment at the beginning, the Expeditionary Force Camp has been paved at this time. And the ground has been completely leveled and hardened. There are many wooden scaffoldings and various wooden engineering equipment around, which looks very spectacular. In addition to the help of NPC mages, several mage players who have mastered the reinforcement technique are also active on the scene. And a Pineapple is the most skilled player in the reinforcement technique except for the two wall hangings. And he can even outline the void. However, Pineapple, who had tested the effect of reinforcement in real life, came here at this time, while casting spells to complete tasks and earn attribute experience. He also looked up at the dark clouds in the sky. It's really too real. A little too real. Pineapple can reach this level with 12 points of mental power. He usually likes to ponder and think. But now, he vaguely feels that the two worlds in the game seem a little abnormal. Brother Pineapple, do you think it's like this? An apprentice in the magic class began to draw the spell model of reinforcement with his fingers, and began to ask Jiang Bo expectantly. Well, it can be used. Guide the magic to activate it. Don't be too far away. Pineapple, who was thinking about something, looked back and nodded with a forced smile. Okay. The player excitedly started his own operation. Jiang Bo had tested spells in reality, but he didn't broadcast them live. And he didn't tell anyone the current results, because he vaguely felt that this matter was not so simple. Anyway, he didn't lack anything, so there was no need to be the first to come forward. It's just that this matter has always been like a big stone weighing on his heart. Recently, in Enzo territory, some tests here made him feel a little strange. You said that there are no problems with texture, touch, and physics engine. You discovered magic first, so it's understandable that it is integrated into the game. But why can I vaguely feel that distant connection with the rich magic here when I use the mosquito control by the slave contract? Contract magic is a very complicated magic ritual, not a separate spell model. It is very troublesome and complicated to master. But the good thing is that this thing is a very suitable learning method for Big Pineapple. And it can be split and learned in steps. Although there is really no magic in reality, I have to force it. But I can still bear it with a complete ritual contract for a small insect. This kind of faint perception on the soul side can be clearer with the help of the magic concentration here. It's very far away. I don't know what that thing is doing. But there is indeed this connection in my soul. My goodness. This Temo seems to be more than just a matter of teaching magic. Jiang Bo was not prepared to tell this secret, and kept it to himself. Although he admired Umbrella's performance at present, he would talk about reason if he wanted to. Otherwise he would not. But now the problem fell on him, and he had no interest in angering this global hegemon. He should just play live broadcast with his weak arms and legs. Brother Pineapple, come quickly. I have finished suppressing this side. PDD's voice came from a distance. And Big Pineapple also patted his face, and smiled again and walked over. Teacher Piao has worked hard. Leave it to me next. As he finished speaking, he began to cast spells quickly, and rich magic began to flow into the spell model outlined in the void. And soon the reinforcement spell took shape. PDD also rode on the fire dog to the side of Big Pineapple, and said with envy, the mage is really awesome. But it's a pity that he has to learn mathematics. No. Your fire dog is also very powerful. And now he can flatten me with a slap. Big Pineapple is a big anchor of the world system game. And PDD is the pillar of Baby Shark. Although the Ollie system is now in a complete retreat and even surrender, it does not mean that there is no market at all. They still have their own private land and enough traffic. The pillars like PDD who were poached at a high price in the past are their important sources of fans. After all, now that 4G unlimited packages have appeared, it is a relief for other platforms. By the way, Brother Pineapple, is your company still recruiting people? Will you form a battle group in the future? You won't always be doing logistics, right? PDD also felt the increasing pressure from Ari in reality. Chin thought, it's not easy to deal with him. And Okita is busy like a top. At this time, he finally found an opportunity to come and see Big Pineapple. Contact in the game is the most reliable. Teacher Piao wants to join us? Of course we welcome you. As for the game, you must have your own military force. After all, this game is so real. You have to protect your own property. The Louis team that caught you, the fire dog, has joined us. Jiang Bo smiled. But he was powerless to complain. I'm afraid it's no longer a real problem. Maybe this is a real world. Anyway, Jiangbo has decided that he will give up most of his plans in reality, and put almost all his energy into it. If this is really a real world, then Umbrella must have their reasons for arranging it this way. Maybe this world will be connected to the Earth in the future. It will be too late to react by then. At present, through Jiangbo's test, meditation in the game is obviously better because of the blessing of magic baptism. So he has completely put on a posture of asceticism in the game. He squeezes out the efficiency of meditation every day. Although his upper limit of meditation every day, with 12 points of innate spirit, is not as high as those with 15 points. As long as he squeezes it to the limit every day, and can endure loneliness, he will gain something sooner or later. Moreover, through observation of some students in the class, he found that the classmate Qianqian can't see should also know something. It seems that she will seize the time to meditate whenever she has free time. The other party's spiritual talent is obviously far superior to his own, and the maximum time and efficiency of meditation every day must be much higher than his own. This kind of talented and hard-working guy is really despairing. Just at this moment, there was a cry of surprise from the construction site. Jiangbo and PDD, who was chatting nearby, also looked over at the same time, and then found that the top of the built mage tower had bloomed with a dazzling brilliance. Jiangbo's mind could also feel an invisible energy spreading instantly, blowing through himself and dispersing in a distant direction. And he didn't know where the end was. The mage tower is completed, with the full assistance of so many people, and in cooperation with the original NPC mages. It was finally completed. Then, all players received a system email. Dear players, with the completion of the mage tower, the detectable range of the Warcraft Forest map has increased, and the magic signal can already cover the town of Danik. Please keep up the good work and open more map fogs. The materials required for the formal professional level have been updated, and 138 new materials have been added. It should be noted that according to the different materials, the heroic body will have some corresponding features after the upgrade, and you can explore the details yourself. After seeing this email, Jiangbo felt a funny and weird feeling. Could it be that your mage tower is a signal antenna? Although the attribute experience requirements are getting higher and higher, no player has reached the threshold of the formal profession yet. But informing the players of the materials in advance to prepare them. Is this to make us strengthen our bodies ourselves? And according to the instructions, after the heroic body reaches the formal professional level, the improvement of attributes also requires some specific materials and attribute experience. After the formal professional level, the penalty for the death of the player is not only a 10% reduction in attributes, but also a 50% attribute penalty during the week period, which can also be restored by materials. This, since I found a little bit of a highlight, and then applied some settings in the game. Jiangbo felt that he couldn't look straight. This is hacking. Recruiting a group of slaves and having to prepare their own rations. And this group of people is so enthusiastic and happy. Rotten in the stomach. Must be rotten in the stomach. The more he knew, the more scared Jiangbo felt. If he was discovered, he would be silenced. Right? Umbrella has never been a charity organization. We finally expanded the scope of exploration. Great. Kill. Be the first person to open up the map. As soon as the email was notified, a group of players who had just completed the task rushed into the dense forest with laughter, as if they wanted to be the first to open up. Sure enough, the places where the air wall would be encountered before all disappeared, and they could continue to go deeper. However, soon, the first batch of players who rushed out found some problems. Oh my god! What a weird environment. Pooh. There is no way. Is this the primeval forest? How crazy I was rushing in before. How frustrated I felt after hitting a bump now. Before, trees were cut down to make a path around the camp. And with so many players, they had to trample their way out. So there were some activity areas, and wild boars could be caught. But after the area spread out, the area increased exponentially, with each straight line distance extended. In addition, not all players rushed out at once. Only a few players entered the primeval forest, so several of them died. For a while, the forum was abuzz with rumors. There were all kinds of complaints about their experiences. And soon, the worst player appeared. A player with the ID Bukukase posted a help post on the forum. Help! I was eaten by a python. It didn't strangle me to death. I was still in its stomach. I think I could still be rescued. I went out from the southwest of the camp. As soon as this help post appeared, It really attracted a crowd of onlookers. Is it true? I don't believe it. What's wrong with being in the stomach? You're still alive. So you cut your stomach with a knife. You don't even have a picture. I don't believe you. Faced with all kinds of doubts, the player seemed a little anxious. Death once reduces all attributes except spirit by 10%. And the insufficient part is supplemented by 1. At least all of them have to be deducted by 1 point. And those who can level up and come here to participate in activities have to deduct at least 2 points. This loss is enough to make the player unbalanced. In addition, all the equipment on the body is lost. So it is normal to ask for help on the forum. Brothers, 200 credit points for rescue. Plus all my equipment. I have no money. These credit points and equipment are accumulated through daily tasks. My hands are squeezed. My 17 points of strength are useless. It's too difficult. The player who was eaten posted again. And then posted a dark photo. I am in the stomach. No light. This one maybe it climbed up a tree to bask in the sun. And a little bit of light can be seen from the skin. I was really swallowed. His picture is not clear. But you can vaguely see some outlines. When the python was basking in the sun, one side was a little dim. And you can see that it is indeed inside some animal. Wow. It's real. 200 credits. Barely enough. If you meet them, they will save you. You have too little information. It's hard to find a needle in a haystack. What does it feel like to be eaten by a snake? It's a good experience. If there are teammates around, you can try it. Although this game is realistic, there are indeed problems with the setting of our players' heroic bodies. Normal creatures should have lost consciousness if they are not dead at this time. How long can we survive in the snake's digestive fluid? I'm curious. We should not have much nutrition in our bodies. Will it be excreted? Can we still survive after excretion? It has to be said that being eaten by a snake is still quite rare in the game. It has even become popular on the forum and forwarded to various internet platforms outside. If it was just this player himself, 200 credits would not really allow other players to go out and find him on a large scale. Because doing other things in the game can also complete tasks. And you can also conduct some related transactions and employment with other players. Even many internal test players have been hired by some internet giants. However, due to the popularity of Abyss World, when this matter first went viral, Ari was the first to jump out and issue a reward. In order to find out the truth of the matter, our Ari is offering a reward of 1 million credit points for rescuing this player. If the rescue fails, you can also get 500,000 credit points if you can kill the snake and find its corpse and equipment. Ari is indeed a big internet company. Although the domestic confrontation has been rubbed to the ground by the world system and is now almost flat, but their keen sense of smell is still there. The liquidity of 1 million credit points is actually quite high. But now with the popularity of Abyss World and the popularity caused by the player eaten by the snake this time, the advertising effect brought by Ari's vigorous organization of a rescue event is definitely worth the money. In fact, it only takes 100,000 credit points, or even 10,000, and there may be a lot of players to try their luck. But Ari itself is a big company after all. If the reward is less, it will appear small-minded. This time, it took out 1 million credit points. In addition to attracting more players and being more attentive, the number itself is actually a gimmick. How many people can't make so much money in their lifetime just to save a player swallowed by a snake? And when you, who was still trapped in the snake's belly, was also stunned at this time. He is the kind of player who wants to play games and does not need to be constrained. So although all major companies are recruiting people, he still focuses on his own gaming experience. He is not Ari's person. But now Ari, who is not related to him, has actually issued a reward of 1 million credit points? Can I just give up on the spot and give me this 1 million? However, Ari came out so high profile and bought traffic on TT. He probably knows that people are using him as an excuse to advertise. So he took this opportunity to speak publicly on the forum. Thank you for the help of the Ari group. I am very scared and have no way to repay you. I hope to join Ari's team in the future and contribute my own strength. He didn't join before because he didn't like the feeling of being constrained. But it's different now. Now Ari is buying horse bones with thousands of gold. If he cooperates, he will be regarded as a benchmark in the future. It can be said that his treatment is almost impossible to be bad. The first player eaten by the snake can bring heat and traffic. Now is a good opportunity to realize it. In this case, he will certainly make his own choice. Sure enough, Ari also made a public call very quickly. We Ari are willing to absorb all kinds of players. We hope to work together in the future to create new miracles in the game. Compared to the 200 credit points bounty issued by Bukukusei at the beginning, the one-time reward from Ari at the end made many players' eyes green. The initial 200 credit points are just a few days of daily tasks. If you see it, of course you will rescue it. But if you go to the dense forest to find it, forget it. What if you are also eaten? Go in and keep him company. Now that this million is thrown out, the effect can be said to be directly explosive. Many people have started to form teams. After all, the forest is so big. The probability of finding it by one person is too low and too dangerous. 1 million is not a small amount. Everyone can also get a good harvest if they form a team and share it. At the moment, many teams began to conduct a carpet search in the direction where Bukukusei left. At the same time, some people maintained interaction with Bukukusei on the forum. Brother, if you hear a sound, just make a sound. We will call your ID in the forest. Yes, the faster you react, the easier it is to find you. You don't want to be digested, do you? After seeing these words in reality, when you felt a little helpless, he didn't really want to enter the game. It was too depressing, and he felt like he was going crazy. If he wasn't reluctant to give up his attributes, he would have wanted to choose to escape from the deadlock and kill himself directly. But now that someone has come to save him, he still has to point the way. So he can just read the forum in the game. Now he has trained himself to read the forum mode without using his hands. But it always feels a bit socially dead to call his ID so loudly. Why did I choose this name in the first place? Chapter 523 Everyone's Own Track Back to Basics. No squeak. No squeak. Can you hear me? The shouts of players rang out in the monster forest, because Zabo activated the shelter on the world tree to kill the flame bird. This also caused the nearby monsters to regard this place as the territory of the world tree. The density of monsters has been greatly reduced. In this case, making such a sound in the forest will cause some monsters to avoid it. When you, who was browsing the forum in the snake's belly, suddenly felt a vibration in the snake's body, it seemed that the giant python, which originally liked to stay quietly in one place and wait for prey to come, began to move as if stimulated by something. And he also vaguely heard some hazy shouts outside. Although he couldn't hear what was being shouted, he could generally determine that someone was shouting rhythmically. This made him quickly post OK on the forum. I heard the sound, but I can't hear what it's shouting. I can only roughly hear the rhythm and length of the shouting. Hurry up. The snake seems to be running away from you. With this locator, the search teams that have been arranging people to watch the forum soon stopped shouting, so as not to cover up the movement of the giant python leaving. Many people complained under his post. It should be a warcraft that can eat you in one bite. It's a formal professional level. Why is it afraid of us? Warcraft just wants a bite of food. It's okay to be full. Why fight for life if you're not hungry? But the AI simulation of this wild monster is really awesome. It's worthy of being the Red Queen. The electrical appliances at home always make me think that she is smarter than me. The main feature is one reality. Just as some onlookers began to leave messages, the shouting teams also began to explore the surroundings carefully. The python was able to swallow the player alive without even the time to react, and even failed to entangle the player to death. This only shows that the python was very large and thick, and it could swallow the snake whole in one bite without entanglement. Therefore, if the movement is careful, it is likely to be found. This can be regarded as alarming the snake. In the dense forest where there is almost no sunlight, 6 or 7 players stop their actions and listen carefully to the sound of nearby branches. According to the time, it is very likely that it is the python. It is very likely near their team. However, as their shouting stopped, the sound of the branches stopped, and they could not accurately determine the direction in such a short time. And through the real-time communication on the forum, they also understood that the snake had indeed stopped. And it was here. At this time, they did not make any more noise to disturb it, fearing that the snake would leave too fast and they would not be able to catch up. Since the other party has stopped, they can use their team's secret weapon, grape skin. Can you do it? Aren't you a math teacher? Hurry up. A player lowered his voice and urged his companion next to him. Don't rush. Jiaoqi put his 2 guns behind his back and began to stretch out his fingers in the air to perform a skilled 2 fingers in. He was a cloud mage who barely passed 12 o'clock in his mind, but did not take the initiative to sign up for the class. He relied entirely on self-study through videos. However, he has a strong point that he is a math teacher, and his foundation is pretty good. He also learned some magic numbers for the purpose of getting a thesis and professional title. Although he can't compare with those big guys, his basic foundation is really good. This also made him follow the whole way with 12 points of spirit by watching videos. It is indeed easy to learn magic with high spirit. The level of spirit even limits the time, efficiency, and interval of meditation. But just like Big Pineapple, even if the spirit is just up to standard, you can find your own suitable track. Jiaoqi took a different approach and found an unpopular direction in the free magic books that have published various photos and videos on the internet. Detection and perception. Originally, his points were mainly perception, but this can also be a strong combination. Add some points on the agility side and learn some gun shooting skills, which is almost the prototype of the profession of magic gun dual cultivation. Although his strength is not high, shooting does not require much physical work, as long as it is accurate. After Ari offered a bounty this time, he knew that he had finally found his advantageous mission. If the team could find prey and use his magic, he could take 30% of the credit points as a reward. As he quickly finished sketching the spell model, the dim nodes in the void soon lit up with the surge of magic power. And then an invisible wind instantly spread out in all directions. Jiaoqi's eyes lit up with a faint glow, as if he had entered another vision. Several players and the small animals around him all appeared in his eyes under this infrared-like vision. Then he quickly locked onto a direction not far away. There was a source that was obviously brighter than the player, and it looked like a snake. He could even vaguely see the vague figure of the player inside it. Found it. Here. Roar. Everyone. Work harder. Be careful not to hit its belly. Don't kill our sponsor. The income gap is doubled. You are worthy of being a master mage. I'm impressed if you take 30%. Go. 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 Several players didn't care that the snake was stronger than them alone, and it was likely that they would lose players if they rushed fast. One by one, with a ghostly expression, they ran towards that direction like a weirdo. The giant python was obviously startled by the swarming movement here, and its body raised its millstone-like snake head, coiled on the thick tree trunk, staring at the strange monkeys that rushed out of the dense forest. It really couldn't figure it out. Obviously, these monkeys were not strong. But why did they dare to surround itself in turn? Creatures that can survive in the forest will have their own survival rules. At this time, it felt a little uneasy. Bang. As the sound of the musket sounded, the giant snake instinctively dodged its head. But the next moment a bloody flower appeared on its face, and it let out a shrill hiss. Blood and scales splattered, and the hideous tearing wound, even though it was deflected and did not hit the eye directly. The tearing of the bullet had already involved one of its eyes, making it unable to open for a short time. Know how to dodge. It is indeed much smarter than the flame dog. Everyone be careful. Don't hit the belly. Hit the head. Be careful in close combat. This thing will die if you don't use a shield to block it if it falls with its tail. Several players didn't care about the difference in strength between the two sides. At this stage, most teams that dared to come out have tested some team building and combat skills on the stupid fire dog. Although this snake seems to be much smarter than the fire dog and can dodge bullets. Now that it has entered the rhythm, it's our time. As long as you dare to show your health bar, even gods will kill you. But soon, they felt a completely different situation from when they were fighting the fire dog. In close combat, they kept teasing with spears and pulling away, while the gunmen were firing around the bangs. Since the giant python no longer cared about the hatred of hurting itself, it turned around and prepared to run. And when it ran, its abdomen bulged, and then it spit out a group of human figures in the direction of everyone. It's not that it knew this was the enemy's target, but it simply emptied its stomach to reduce its weight and make it easier to escape. The sprayed Bukukusei also fell to the ground with a corpse-like appearance, making a very unpleasant deformed sound. I seem to be seriously injured and can't move. Do you have potions? Several players looked at each other at this time. But since the goal has been achieved, they don't want to take the risk of chasing the snake again. The main reason is that they are afraid that the unlucky guy who was eaten by the snake will be stuck here, and the reward will be greatly reduced. I bought the potion specially for you. It's very expensive. Brother. A player took out a red reagent bottle from his bag at this time. There was a layer of animal skin covering the surface of the bottle, which seemed to be used to protect the reagent bottle. While talking, he poured the potion into Bukukusei's mouth. A sizzling sound appeared, and the magic power nearby also fluctuated slightly. The body of the heroic spirit reactivated by the potion began to quickly absorb the magic power nearby and began to repair itself. The person has been found. If he dies on the way, it would be a real loss. So this bottle of medicine should be used. The search and rescue activity caused by a player being eaten by a snake has come to a successful conclusion. Whether it is the rescued Bukukasisi, or the players in Zhao Qi's team who received the bonus, or Ari who paid money but got the traffic, it can be said that it is a win-win situation. But no matter how others win, World Company and Umbrella will not lose. And this time, because the big prize of 1,000,000 credit points is in front of everyone's attention, the number of players pouring into the World of Warcraft forest is also extraordinary. Taking this as an opportunity, coupled with the curiosity of exploring the new map, the original progress of the land reclamation has been accelerated a lot. The players have forcibly paved a way in the World of Warcraft forest. When the players began to slowly explore outward based on the expeditionary camp, Wang Yi, who was far away in Dano City, received an invitation to an aristocratic dinner. The dinner was hosted by the Earl of Dano, which was also the official title of Earl Luke. The invitation was a very ordinary one, and the theme of the dinner was the 6th birthday of Earl Luke's daughter. It's not a major festival. It's mainly a banquet that can find an excuse for the city's upper class to get together. A noble invitation? Xiaotia shook her naughty tail, looked at the invitation in Wang Yi's hand with some surprise, and then showed a look of realization and said, "This should be to invite you to play." After roughly judging the purpose of the visit, Xiaotia also explained briefly, "I also received similar invitations when I was an adventurer, but the noble who invited me at the time wanted to treat me as a vase, and maybe there were some dirty ideas. Xiaotia's appearance is here, and her strength is also strong. She must have been somewhat famous when she was adventuring in the past. Just like the old man in the Merchant Guild guest house knew her. Although the proportion of formal professional ranks is relatively rare and the status is not low, the nobles in this world are also based on their own strength. Earl Luke is the younger brother of the Grand Duke of the Principality of Kton, and King Ida is the top master on the East Plain. Under this radiation extension, the strength is more or less related to the status. However, non-noble professional classes, like Xiaotia and Dolly, are still inferior to genuine nobles, and there may be some mutual contempt in them to some extent. Nobles have money and resources, and look down on peasants, thinking that they are just tools to serve them. Dolly and Xiaotia will also look down on nobles, who have no strength and only rely on their old capital. As long as their own power does not exceed the threshold of breaking the rules, they will be constrained by the rules. Nobles have resources and money in their hands, and it is actually relatively easier to cultivate strong people. If they encounter a younger generation who is really unpromising and cannot be helped, resulting in a decline, they will be replaced by new nobles. And the new nobles who have climbed up desperately with their strength will turn their spearheads against their former peers because of the change in their positions. The new nobles gradually become old nobles, and then the cycle repeats. Because of this, the status of nobles in this world is actually quite consolidated. Perhaps many ancient nobles will disappear in the long river of history with the passage of time. But this class has always existed. Dolly, who started from scratch without his own industry. What does it matter if he was a formal knight in the past? After spending all his savings on healing potions, he still needs to drag his injured body around all day without a fixed property. He will show regret and envy for the bar that Xiaotia gave up. Professional strongmen from ordinary grassroots backgrounds despise nobles, but they also yearn to become nobles. To become a professional class, first rely on strength to accumulate original capital, then seek fixed property. Gradually expand, rely on their own strength to protect their assets, and then wait for the opportunity to complete the promotion. This is already a relatively common path. In addition, military merit is also a fierce competition. Dolly wanted to fight at the beginning, but unfortunately failed, and he also left the root of the disease. Mike dreamed of returning to the position of a real noble, so he had the idea of controlling Wang Yi before, and wanted to rely on the complete elf-style song as a promotion capital. The nobles seem to be very fond of anything from the elves. Beifeng has been singing so hard recently, and with the music sheet passed down from the guild, it should have spread. Wang Yi played with the invitation without paying much attention. This world has the convenience brought by magic, but the speed of ordinary information transmission is limited. This contradiction is so natural. How about it? Do you want to go? Xiaotia asked curiously. After this period of contact, she also knew that her man must have some big secrets. She even felt that his previous performance in the Bard Guild was not his full strength. Go. Why not? I also want to see what the owner of this Dano City looks like. Wang Yi originally planned to take some photos of Count Lulu and post them in the database. Now it happened to be a noble dinner, so even video clips were no problem. Authentic. As for singing, he didn't care if he opened his voice in the tavern. And of course, he didn't mind spreading it again. After the status is different. Doing certain things is also completely defined. Even if a god sings and drinks every day, he is still a god. Chi-Chi drove the carriage and brought Wang Yi, Xiaotia and Lulu to a store called Weber Tailoring in Deno City. The store is not big, nor is there any luxurious decoration. But the sign and the decoration of the door have a sense of heaviness, as if it has existed for many years. This is a century-old store. And many nobles also order custom clothes here. With Xiaotia here, it is indeed possible to save a lot of trouble. And here, Wang Yi, 1 man and 3 women, 3 of whom are the cute cat girl group, also attracted the attention of many people on the road. However, after pushing open the door and entering the store, it seems that all the sight outside is blocked. An old tailor wearing single-sided glasses greeted them elegantly after seeing several people coming in. Do you want to order clothes? Casual clothes or formal clothes? Ordinary dinner dresses. Although Xiaotia is not a noble, he still knows some tricks in this regard. The clothes in this store are relatively expensive. Ordinary casual clothes have to be counted with gold coins, and formal clothes range from dozens to hundreds of gold coins. Although her man will take her there. Xiaotia also knows that the 2 of them are just making up the numbers at the banquet, and at most they will pay more attention to the performance to get some applause. An ordinary dress is okay, and it is also within the economic range. However, Wang Yi glanced at the old tailor, who was nodding his head to Xiaotia's request, and felt a little amused in his heart. Before entering the city, he just took a quick look, focusing on the Mage Tower and Count Luke. I didn't expect that there was an interesting guy here. A hero-level spellcaster, but not a great mage. The messy breath in his blood even has a slight taste of the abyss. A great warlock comparable to the level of a great mage. And there should be some troubles in the conflict between his own blood. This is probably a great hidden in the city. And he is slowly recuperating. The hero level is actually similar to an ordinary profession for Wang Yi. They are all small karaokes, which will not cause any alertness or special attention. However, this time, the person came in front of him, and he could still easily see the details of the old store manager. Just like when people look at other places casually, they will not notice the ants and cockroaches at their feet. But when they look down, they can find that cockroaches are so much bigger than ants. He should be quite old. And the conflict of bloodline has also affected his lifespan. He probably only has a few decades to live, which is probably a lifetime for ordinary people. He should have been a tailor for a long time. And his every move is full of the atmosphere of his current profession. He walks very slowly, and one eye looks a little blurry. But the hand holding the tape measure is very steady. And there is a little artistic sense when the skinny palm holds the tape measure. Kitty girl, it should be 10 years since you last came to buy clothes, the old tailor said, while measuring the sizes of Wang Yi and Xiaotia. Master Weber has a really good memory. You haven't changed at all in the past 10 years. Xiaotia also smiled. Haha. I have a good memory for beautiful girls. Weber grinned and showed his half-missing front teeth. Although his words sounded a bit old-fashioned, he was quite particular when measuring the size. There was only a collision of the tape measure, and he didn't do anything disrespectful to the elderly. He attached great importance to his professional ethics. Old gentleman, you are afraid that your bloodline will be cut off, so you are preparing to have more children. Wang Yi also raised his hand to let the other party measure him. While casually speaking, Xiaotia even glanced at him with a frown, as if she thought it was not polite to joke with such an old man. He walks like this, and you are talking about having more children. But what Manager Weber said next surprised and shocked Xiaotia. Haha. Young people are really good at judging people. Alas, I am old, and there is no hope in this life. I really want to leave something behind while I can still move. After measuring with Wang Yi, Weber also sighed. He didn't think that Wang Yi saw through him, but just followed this topic to relieve some of the depression in his heart. A great warlock of the heroic level. He can be a distinguished guest wherever he goes. The kind that the Grand Guild of Curtain will go out of the palace to welcome. But because of the influence of his blood conflict, he couldn't suppress it, so he had to be treated incognito. After so many years, it has not achieved any effect. But the feeling has worsened. If I don't consider it, I really can't consider it. The power belongs to his own world. When he can keep breaking through, he has no intention of leaving any descendants. But now he has really thought about it. Let me think about it. The old man should want to find more than one. Human, subhuman, and even elves. Maybe If he connects to the abyss, he wants to find a succubus. Wang Yi watched the other party return to the table and write something on a thick book with a feather pen, and continued to chuckle. At this time, Weber's writing pen finally paused, and then he looked up at Wang Yi again and adjusted his single-sided glasses. I'm old. I actually made a mistake. Being able to reach the current strength. Weber naturally doesn't believe in coincidences. The first time, he could treat it as a joke of young people. And he also casually expressed some of his gloom. But if he said such words again, it shouldn't be described as coincidence. Young man, I can feel your vitality. You are not the old man pretending to be young. As he spoke, he put down his pen, looked at his shop with regret, and reluctantly touched the old account counter. It seems that I can't stay here. Tell me, if there is anything, I will treat it as a reward for you finding me. Although Weber looked thin and had few white hairs on his head, but when he straightened his hunched body, Xiaotia immediately felt an extreme sense of threat. The pupils in his eyes immediately stood up, and his tail was also tense. In an instant, he blocked in front of Wang Yi, bent down slightly, drew out the short blade at his waist, and took a defensive posture. It seemed that he was ready to pounce at any time. But the next moment, Wang Yi slapped his butt, making Xiaotia stand up with a huh sound. Everything is gone. Don't let this old man get away with it. Wang Yi raised his hand and sniffed at the tip of his nose. He's dangerous. My intuition won't be wrong. Although Xiaotia regained her balance, she was still alert. She knew that Wang Yi was a spellcaster, and she could buy time. She never expected that the owner of this old tailor's shop was actually a powerful man who was hiding his true strength. And the sense of crisis brought by that intuition made her know that the other party's strength was probably far above hers. Boy, you are so lucky to have such a good confidant. Weber didn't care about the changes of the two young people in front of him and smiled. We are here to make clothes. I knew it. But you need to spend time to find me. That should be the fur of the Warcraft Lord. Take it out and see what you want to do. Weber's tone was flat, with an expression of as expected. It seems that he should be an excellent tailor. Not just a mortal one, but also good at handling magic equipment. He has sewing skills and sufficient enchantment knowledge. After the warlock has the convenience of blood, yet he has a spirit of research. At least the enchanted inscriptions blessed by his blood will be more convenient than those of the mage. This old guy should be of this type. Although Wang Yi thought that this was just like playing house, he accidentally discovered a new NPC with potential for discovery. The other party also has sewing skills, which can be used as an example of hidden NPC for players. In this world, there are still some hidden big figures waiting for you to discover. I said before, dinner dress? Ordinary? Please give me a discount. Wang Yi's subsequent words made Weber a little confused and stunned. Young man, are you kidding me? You may have misunderstood something. I just felt a little emotional when I saw a lonely old man with a blood conflict. I don't know who you are. Maybe you can tell me your story. Wang Yi's words also made Weber a little dazed. Then he looked at Wang Yi up and down with a suspicious look and said, You can see my blood conflict? Mage? No. Even a mage can't have such a sharp eye. The little guy in the mage tower in the city has asked me to customize it several times. It can't be such a young great mage. Could it be a seedling cultivated by Leo Floating City? Have you really never heard of my legend? Are you pretending to be reserved to arouse my curiosity? 76 milliliters of 5% diluted monster level wild boar blood, combined with 23 milliliters of 200% purified concentrated blood from herring in the Deno River, taken when the magic tide rises and falls in March. It should be able to relieve the symptoms. Wang Yi directly relied on some of the things he knew now, and casually prepared some potions that could relieve the other party's symptoms. The other party was a warlock, and it was easy to purify blood. The attributes of magic power are mutually reinforcing and restraining, and there is always a suitable balance. At least at this level, it is not limited to a single form, but the other party's strength is too low. But for Wang Yi, who can look directly at the source, it is easy to do. If it is useful, don't leave. If there are cavemen bringing materials to you in the future, you have to help them make things. As Wang Yi said, a stack of gold coins appeared in his hand, neatly stacked on the table, making a sound of duh. This is the deposit for our dress. After that, he turned around and left with Xiaotia's back skin. Weber was left there, staring at the stack of gold coins in a trance. What? Don't you want to hear the story of my warlock Weber? I am a heroic warlock, on par with a great wizard. I am particularly good at engraving various inscriptions on armor. I was also very famous back then. Don't you want to hear it? when the doorbell rang, and they got on the carriage. And then the carriage left. Weber's face also showed a trace of confusion. Are you really leaving? But what did he say before? Warcraft boar? What a rubbish. It stinks. The herring tastes good, but the blood concentration of this mortal beast is high. It seems a bit interesting. Thinking of the simple formula Wami said. Weber was originally disdainful. For so many years. All kinds of complicated rituals. All kinds of expensive potions. And all kinds of means that cost a huge price have no effect. Those things he said are not cheap. But no matter what. Weber is also a great warlock who has a thorough study of blood. I was dismissive at first. But as I started to think more deeply, I realized that it was not the case. Wild boars are hot and dry. And their blood can be used as a material for bloodthirsty potions when it is purified. Although herrings are ordinary beasts, they have some affinity for dark magic, which can make this ordinary fish unaffected by the breath of the dead. They can feed on corpses underwater. After the blood concentration is purified to 200%, it is washed with diluted wild boar blood to complete the neutralization. It seems that retaining the protective characteristics of herrings can really be effective. Coupled with the rise and fall of Marchlinkung's magic tide, this effect is amplified. This? So simple? Weber was stunned. He really can try it. Chapter 524. The Pioneering Team Savages. I never thought that Master Weber actually had a hidden identity that was unknown to the public. In the carriage, Shaltia patted her chest and looked frightened. The sudden sense of crisis before really made her feel uneasy. As a talented Catwoman assassin, Shaltia's strength is still quite outstanding. Although her strength is only comparable to that of the lame knight Dolly. Her agility, breath shielding, speed, and burst are all at a crushing level. There is also a distinction between the primary and high levels within the professional level. The upper and lower limits are very large. But the hard power of the individual, the soft power brought by skills and experience, the Krypton power of the equipment, plus the bonus of status and sneak attack, etc. Everyone has a fluctuation value within the range. And the primary level counterattacks the high level within the professional level. It happens from time to time. Shaltia is between the threshold of the primary and intermediate levels. And with the characteristics of an assassin, she has assassinated a mid-level professional. It's not like she hasn't seen the aura of high-level professions before. Although the aura completely suppressed her in the face. She didn't feel that she was invincible. She even thought that if she found an opportunity, it was not impossible to assassinate high-level professions. But it was very risky. So she usually wouldn't take the risk. It's just a meal. Why risk your life? It's not a huge grudge. To put it bluntly, although she is weak in strength, her agility and speed can bring her a strong ability to save her life. She will withdraw if she misses a shot. In addition, in order to expand her own advantages and make up for her disadvantages, she can also apply poison on her weapons. It can be said that under normal circumstances, Shaltia doesn't need to fear anyone in her professional level. She has never had such a feeling before. So now that she has gradually come to her senses, in addition to being afraid, Shaltia also belatedly realized the identity of the other party. It's a hero-level big shot at the level of a great knight. After reaching this conclusion, Shaltia directly felt a little doubtful about her life. There is a clear gap between the professional class and ordinary people. It can be said that after becoming a professional class, one can be regarded as a superior person to a certain extent. Even if one is born a commoner, one can get a decent job and income. But after all, the professional class itself still cannot break the shackles of the rules. If it is surrounded by ordinary people, it will die. Therefore, this kind of status improvement is not too obvious. Usually, other identities are required to obtain superposition, such as nobles, adventure group leaders, chamber of commerce presidents, etc. But the status of the hero class is completely different. Even if it is a hero class of ordinary origin, it can immediately obtain a status beyond ordinary nobles. The royal family will personally come forward to win over. And the status is extremely high. Therefore, active Mithril-level adventurers are very rare. Most of the hero class professions already have their own assets and status have entered the ruling class. They can earn money just by lying down. Unless they like adventure and travel in their bones. There is no need at all. Because of this, Shaltia did not think in that direction when he was most nervous before, but only realized it after returning to the car and calming down. My God, it turned out to be a hero class. She even opened a tailor shop and really worked as a tailor for others. Then, she thought about her man's response and glanced at him quietly. His nonchalant attitude really made her heart beat fast. Oops, it's the feeling of estrus. After calming down the wild cat with its claws that scratched the bed, Wang Yi stood at the window of the Merchant Guild guest house, looking at the bustling streets. It seemed that he had seen a group of sand sculpture players in the future. Just a great warlock. He just happened to meet him. I hope he doesn't have any random thoughts in his mind, and just stays as a hidden NPC. In the dense primitive rainforest, 6 players are breaking through the thorns and opening up a road that no one has ever set foot on. Let's go here first. Set up the tent and light the bonfire, and then take turns to go offline to eat. Louis took the machete in his hand and cut off some thin branches around in a few strokes, leaving a clearing. This land reclamation is really tiring. Brother Liu, is it really worthwhile for us to give up the flame dog business and come here? A player put down his backpack and started to set up the tent. While he was a little confused, the tents are sold directly by NPCs, just like the seasonings. The background setting is that they are shipped from Earth, and the main theme is reality. And many of their other auxiliary tools are obtained from the company. Now their team has also joined the Abyss Mineral Company. Relying on their reputation as the first team to capture the flame dog, they have also obtained very favorable contract conditions and are very independent, relying on the convenience of their identity. They also got these machetes engraved with magic patterns for free. The blade has not been bent after slashing all the way until now, and the effect of the magic pattern can be seen. Although the number of players pouring in now has increased, there are actually only a few people who are willing to pay a high price to buy Flame Dog. The key is that there are too many competitors now. Once the local tyrants already have it, no one will hold up the price. If it depends on ordinary people, the price will collapse very quickly. Louis is very rational, since he discovered the effect of the skill training in the game in reality. He has also started to practice the OK breathing method when he is offline. After persisting until now, he found that it is really effective. Just follow the nutritional supplements announced by Umbrella. Unfortunately, the breathing method cannot balance the game and reality. During this period of time, he needs to spend more time in the game to open up the wasteland. Brother Liu is right. Although the current price of the Flame Dog can still be maintained at 5,000 credit points, I see that more and more teams are trying to capture it. And now there is a phenomenon of stagnation. Another player also agreed with Louis after setting up a bonfire with less damp branches collected on the road. Yes, we have already had the first soup, and there is no need to go in. If it weren't for PDD's live broadcasts proving the power of the Flame Dog several times, working on the construction site can complete the tasks and earn more. I'm afraid 5,000 is no longer available now. Another player carrying a heavy musket spoke up. Now it's opening up the wasteland. Not catching the Flame Dog, you don't have to worry about killing the monster. So you still have to bring convenient things like guns. Brother Liu, I'll log off first. I'll eat at home and then take a shower. I've set up a message reminder on my phone. If you have any questions, just send an email and I'll be online soon. Me too. I've arranged everything in advance during this period of time. When will the game warehouse be available? I have saved some money by catching the fire dog before, and I am already impatient. The production capacity of helmets is not enough now. So I guess we can't think about the game warehouse in the short term. Can't other factories do secondary processing? I saw that some companies have announced it, but it is actually very complicated. It is difficult to maintain a person's long-term lying without sequelae. It is not just a bottle of glucose. Bed sores, muscles, nutrition, and other issues need to be considered. I think Umbrella should do it itself. The foundation of other factories is too poor. That's true. While several people were chatting, 2 of them went offline to eat and wash. And at the same time, they had to move their bodies a little. The 6 of them will come here in 3 batches. The main thing is that the characters of this game are still there after going offline, but they can be entrusted to perform some extremely simple and monotonous command feedback. It was okay to hang around in Enzo territory and the camp before. You can just stay anywhere and do it. And you can even entrust some simple mechanical repetitive work when you go offline. But now that the World of Warcraft Forest map is open and the land reclamation has begun, it will be a bit troublesome. The Warcraft Forest is very large. They can't go back to the camp every time they log off to open up new land. They can only discuss in advance to free up this time and then alternate back and forth. The main focus must be on the game until the next relatively safe area is found. However, Liu Yi's team was able to be the first team to capture the Flame Dog, so their training proficiency and attribute points are naturally among the top players. Although no one has reached the threshold for promotion, it is relatively easy to kill Warcraft together. They even killed 3 demon wolves with the cooperation of 6 people. This time, they came out to open up new land. And they also wanted to be the first to eat crabs and occupy the wind outlet. In addition, they also wanted to collect the materials needed for promotion to the professional level in advance. In the bathroom, Louis exhaled a breath of turbid air. Now he almost always keeps the rhythm of the night breathing method when he is offline. After practicing until now, the airflow he exhaled has almost drawn a straight line in the bathroom full of water vapor, condensing without dispersing. It's a pity that I've been working on the land for a while, so I've shortened my time for weight training. I'll have to make up for it after I find a place to stay. Louis stretched out his hand and clenched his fist. He felt that although his arm circumference had become smaller, his strength had obviously increased. According to Umbrella, this was mainly because the real magic power was too lazy, and it was supplemented by nutrition. Otherwise, the effect should be better. I really look forward to a world with abundant magic power. I've gained a lot of weight, but I look thinner. No, I'm more muscular. After doing all this, he climbed back into bed. He was the last one to change shifts, so he could start working on the land again when he went online. This world full of unknowns, this feeling of being fully alert in the wild, not only makes people feel mentally exhausted, but also brings enough excitement. This game is so fun! After going online again, smelling the fresh air with a faint fragrance of soil in the forest after the rain, feeling the wet feeling on his body and the soft muddy ground under his feet, Louis stood up and clapped his hands. Check your equipment, collect your traps, and set off. The players who were chatting around the campfire also stood up after hearing this. The boss is online. Okay, get ready to go. I'll collect the traps. As a team of top players in the early stage, their movements were also very agile, and the defensive traps that needed to be collected were some animal traps scattered around the periphery, and some bells with fishing lines. The fishing lines and bells were bought from the NPC, but the animal traps were the experimental new products of the Abyss Mineral Company, and they just happened to use them for testing this time. In principle, this half-meter-sized trap is very similar to the animal traps in reality, and is completely made according to the drawings. But the key is that some magic smelting techniques were used during smelting, and there were also magic patterns added in it by the company's chief enchanters, one gentleman. So the power is much greater than the real animal traps. In fact, the large-scale traps in reality are very scary, and wild animals will be injured directly when they step on them. The magic-enhanced clamps have been tested to have a very good killing effect on the firehounds. Ordinary players will be crushed by the disappearance spell when they step on them. In fact, it was the appearance of this trial product that increased Louis's determination to give up the firehound business. Although the production of this thing is still very low due to the engraving of magic patterns. Only this one gentleman can complete the enchantment more efficiently, and the price must be not cheap at the beginning. But once the production of this trap is increased, the threshold for catching the firehound will undoubtedly be greatly reduced. However, for the time being, they have little meaning in testing other monsters except the firehounds, because it will break their legs, and the recovery ability of ordinary monsters is not as good as that of the firehounds as a creature of the abyss. It seems that some mages have tried to use specialized healing to conduct recovery tests. If it is feasible, it can be used. After collecting all the recyclable materials in the trap and putting away the tent, they also put out the campfire and set off. Because they were in the forest, they did not wear heavy armor. They were all leather armor made of fire dog skin. Some iron pieces were inserted in key positions to reduce blunt damage. The shields were also replaced with round shields on their arms. However, now they are more skilled in skills. And even with round shields, they have good defensive skills. Louis took the lead and started to clear the way with a machete. The others were alert all around. And at the same time, they took a compass to determine the direction. If they found that they were off, they would start to remind. The player's physical strength can be directly absorbed by the heroic spirit body. Now that the hunger has not been implemented, it is almost tireless. Louis can always act as a road opener. They also encountered many crises along the way. They killed several monsters, but there was no place to bring monster meat. So most of them just peeled off the skin, or pulled out the teeth, relying on physical strength. Their top player team can deal with 2 or 3 monsters at the same time, with the help of external objects such as muskets and traps. They also solved all the problems along the way. After all, now they don't need to eat like the undead, and they don't get tired either. This blessing is extremely powerful in the forest environment. At the same time, It is precisely because of their tireless efficiency that they continue to open up along the west. Finally, after a few days, there are suddenly fewer thorns in front of them, which makes them happy. Are we almost at the exit? There are traces of knife cuts here, and someone has made special marks. They are traces of human activities. We are still in the forest, but there are traces of human activities nearby. It may be hunters. Everyone, pay attention. It is said in the instructions that the NPCs in this world are not in the position of the novice village. We must reasonably judge the enemies and friends of NPCs. The novice village is a bonus product after the capture of Enzo in the Hall of Valor. To some extent, it is a slave of humans and is considered to be our own lineup. But the background of the new world here is completely different. Record? Go ahead. After they successfully captured the flame dog for the first time, Team Louis became the first team to explore the traces of wild NPC activities. After taking pictures of those traces of human activities, they also uploaded them directly to the internet. The first time in the entire network to find traces of wild NPC activities in the Warcraft forest. The title of the first in the entire network still needs to be occupied. But they still added the logo of the team belonging to the Abyss Mineral Company in the signature. For a time, the forum became lively instantly. And the Cloud players also laughed directly. Is it true? Someone can cross the Warcraft forest. You're kidding me? Our team walked until dark before we turned back. In reality, we were so hungry that we were kicked offline and didn't see any shadows. A companion died because of this. The exploration of the Warcraft forest has never stopped. Players are constantly exploring the areas around the camp and slowly exploring many roads. However, there are very few teams like Louis and his team, who have both strength and cooperation, and will cross offline to solve problems. There are also several teams from foreign companies that have made such arrangements that are expressly prohibited. However, due to the gap in strength and various accidents, most of them suffered losses due to the attacks of Warcraft and various problems halfway through and had to retreat. It can be said that strength, cooperation, and luck are indispensable for Louis and his team to reach the current position. Edit some of the videos we took on the road and post them. Now it's almost okay. After becoming the first, Louis and his team are also ready to upload the clips of their encounters on the road. After successfully taking the title of the first place in the land reclamation, the rest actually needs more players to arrive here. This game has no offline point. If you go offline, you can only host some simple reactions. If you die, it is not only a property problem, but you will also go back to the resurrection point directly. So the more people help, the better. With the appearance of some wonderful clips of Louis and his team on the road, the players felt a little surprised. Living in the wild, taking turns to be alert offline, setting traps, and the strength and tacit cooperation to face 3 demon wolves at the same time. These are really indispensable. No wonder they can achieve this achievement and find traces of human activities. As a field biological researcher, I can be sure that this trace is a man-made mark from a long time ago. I have seen the marks of local indigenous people in the Amazon rainforest. A foreign researcher who should be engaged in field work expressed his own views and confirmed the authenticity of the video released by Liu Yi's team. From his avatar, we can see that he is an explorer wearing a hat, combined with the clips of the road clips released by Liu Yi and his team. Everyone also understood the difficulty and the efforts made by their team for this. Oh, I remember that they were the first team to catch the flame dog. No wonder. Where did those traps come from? Didn't you see them sold in the store? Yes. They are too powerful. The monsters can almost cripple a leg when they step on them. At this time, the investment of the Abyss Mineral Company began to pay off. The first team to go out of the jungle was ours. Several top studios supported by major domestic and foreign chaebol tried to make a breakthrough. But it was ours that succeeded. What does this mean? In addition to their tacit cooperation and strong attributes, our equipment also contributed greatly. Then Louis and his team also fulfilled their own signed contracts. Now that there is a forest trail, they have been picking 2 people to live broadcast and sell goods. The main products promoted are several products produced by the Abyss Mineral Company. You can see that this machete is specially designed for the jungle environment. The handle and blade are just right. And there are magic patterns engraved by our master's one gentleman himself. The blade has not been bent all the way until now. Liu Yi broadcast a video of himself clearing the way. Because there was already a forest path, he could only choose to continue widening the road and clearing some of the branches that grew. The sharp blade quickly cut off the branches. And then he specially zoomed in the lens to let everyone see the blade that had been used for so long. As you can see, There has been no curling or traces of blades since we set out. Products from the Abyss Mineral Company must be top quality. This is a limited production test product. We will only place 100 orders at a time. I have already helped my brothers get the price down. With only 888 credit points, you can take the perfect machete home. I will count to 3, 2, and 1 to connect. You can take a spot first, and then fill in your ID. Then you can go directly to the Silver Fortress main store of the Abyss Mineral Company to collect it. 3, 2, 1, connect. After all the nonsense, this machete was sold out in seconds, although there are only 100 of them. In fact, these 100 are just for fame, for the sales within the game. As the Abyss Mineral Company, Louis is now. As a member of the company, he still has some status. He also knows that although there are several masters who can perform engraving in the company, they can only do it in the Abyss environment. And they also need to use the iron ore produced in the Abyss that is soaked with magic. In the Sephi realm, neither the magic concentration nor the quality of the iron ore can meet the requirements. So Louis vaguely feels that if he trades the machete in his hand with a local NPC, he may be able to get a good price. Just when he was about to start carrying the trap and was about to find a wild beast to try, suddenly, there was a movement in the forest ahead. This made Louis alert. All along the way, we all know that most of the movements in the forest are not good. Perhaps the time to test the trap has come. However, at this moment, a sharp voice in an unknown language came from the front. *#@%. This language has never been heard before, but the language proficiency engraved in the body of the hero, combined with simultaneous translation, let the player see a string of subtitles in front of them. Who is it? Because the live broadcast was selling goods, and there was a group of people who also wanted to see the specific situation of the advanced team. The number of people in the live broadcast room was quite high. Now that this picture appeared, it really made many people excited. It's a native. Oh, it's a native. Human? The voice sounds good, although it's sharp. But it seems to be a girl. And this news quickly spread among the players in the expeditionary camp and Enzo territory. And many people also began to see relevant information through the forum at the same time. It's not enough to just open the forum. When will the live broadcast be opened as well? I'll go offline and take a look. What are you looking at? I'll just take screenshots of the pictures later. They're just natives. Louis and the others heard the voice and understood the meaning. But they looked at each other in bewilderment. What can we do? We can't speak. It's completely fine for players to communicate with each other, because everyone has their own translator. It's okay for others to speak their own language. They can understand it anyway. The NPCs in Enzo's territory have also been specially trained and can also cooperate with language proficiency. But the natives outside don't have this language proficiency buff. Louis could only tentatively say, "Hello. We are travelers who got lost in the forest. Can you take us to the nearest village?" On the other side, Liz, who was alert with an arrow on her bow, was stunned when she heard the chattering voice on the other side. What's going on? What are they talking about? Dolly behind him also frowned. He was well informed and could imitate a few sentences of goblin language. Although he didn't know some languages, he could at least make a rough judgment and know what language family it was. But what kind of language was this? But soon, a melodious tune lingered in Dolly's mind. Savages came out of the mountain. Savages. Cavemen. Be careful. They might be savages, Dolly said solemnly. After the escort mission was completed, he stayed in the city for 2 days without much work. So he came back. It's not that there was no work at all. At least some mercenary groups started recruiting people. Those mercenaries seemed to want to make a fortune in the kingdom of Edai and the principality of Ya. But Dolly, who had come down from the battlefield before, naturally had no interest. It was better to come back and continue hunting. He took advantage of the rare day without rain to go out for a walk. Who would have thought that he would see savages? Savages? There are still savages in this woods. But they don't seem to understand us. Louis also heard Dolly's hurried words to Liz over there. And then he became alert. In addition to the monsters, there are also wild people in this forest. Fortunately, I haven't encountered them. Intelligent creatures are not as easy to deal with as monsters. At least the traps are much less effective. I remember it was said in the background before that Enzo's territory is because all the people are Enzo's followers. They can communicate normally by relying on the magic language. We can hear their words, which should be the setting. But it is impossible for everyone in the new world to have this ability. But their language doesn't sound like it's made up. It's very rhythmic. Isn't it a complete language? Isn't this normal? Umbrella has dug up ruins. With a cultural heritage. As they were discussing this, Louis finally put the machete back on his waist, raised one hand to defend with an arm shield, and raised the other hand high to show that he had no weapon, and walked out slowly. The other people immediately gathered their thoughts, and stood nervously behind. And the people with heavy muskets were ready. But just when Louis stepped out of the corner, a sharp arrow rushed over and hit the ground between his legs, which made Louis's heart tremble. But when the others were about to start a counterattack, they immediately raised their hands and shouted, "Don't do it! They are just warning, not attacking." When Louis shouted, Dolly on the other side also said to Liz, "Don't shoot anymore." His empty hands should mean that he has no hostility. Dolly also began to examine the savage in front of him at this time, with an arm shield in his hand and the strange language before. These savages should also have some of their own abilities and civilization. But then he looked at Louis, who was covered in mud and some leaves, and nodded his head with certainty. Well, he is indeed a savage, and his appearance is completely consistent. After so many days of trekking through the forest, and opening up the land in this kind of weather and environment, Louis and his friends are indeed similar to savages. Chapter 525 Generous Savages Communication. The first meeting between the player and the local natives. Both sides maintain sufficient vigilance. However, I don't know if it can be considered a bad fate. The first local natives one he met were the Dolly team, and the player encountered the same. But now the language barrier really makes both sides a little difficult. Although the player can understand the other party's words through language communication, it is still difficult to communicate. In the end, only Louis gritted his teeth and made some sign language. While making a cooing sound, he stretched out 2 fingers and made a sign language gesture of walking, and pointed at Dolly and others. After that, he put his hands together, pillowed his head to the side, closed his eyes, and snored artificially to indicate the action of sleeping. Although these actions are very abstract, Dolly still roughly judged that the other party should want to follow him and others. "Captain, do they want us to take them to a place to rest?" Lizzie, who was holding a bow, said hesitantly at this time. On the other side, in a live broadcast of a group of cloud players who were almost laughing, Louis nodded repeatedly with surprise. His body language was still very effective. "Huh? Can they understand what we say?" Gongchui stepped forward vigilantly and looked at Louis with a covetous look. "Are they disguised liars?" "Oh!" Louis seemed to have noticed Gongchui's vigilance and seemed a little anxious. Then he imitated their words "understand" and translated them lamely. "Understand. Understand." But then he pointed to his mouth and waved his hands continuously. "Understand. Understand. Huh? They can really understand what we say. But does he mean that we can't understand what they say?" Liz was a little surprised. The other party said the opposite, and the actions were involved. It was not difficult to guess. And it is easier to communicate than dumb people because they can imitate some words. After seeing the wild people over there jumping up excitedly, Liz also seemed very happy. It seemed that these wild people were not very barbaric. If it is really the same as the one who sang it, maybe it can really become an opportunity for the development of Danik Town. Then life will be better in the future. Captain Dolly said that the bard who cheated the boss lady of Shaltia might be a formal mage. Although Captain Dolly is also a professional, the gap between him and a formal mage is even greater than the gap between him and himself. Sure enough, the master mage will not shoot without a purpose. Only the knowledgeable Dolly looked a little solemn at this time, and said in a deep voice, "It should be language proficiency. Although this is not a very advanced spell, the apprentice of the mage can use it after proficiency. But this also requires a mage." Dolly felt a little heavy in his heart. Language proficiency is not a commonly used spell, and it has little combat power. Those ordinary spellcasters rarely spend a lot of energy to practice this spell model. There is a high probability that there are real mages among the savages. Seeing Dolly's discussion, Team Louis and the players watching the live broadcast were also lamenting the authenticity of this game. That's a good setting. Our players have the buff of being able to understand the languages of the heroic spirit. Yes, it was originally because the heroes of each country have it. So the language proficiency setting was set to facilitate communication between players from different countries. But this game is too hardcore. Right? We have to learn a language? It shouldn't be difficult to learn it to communicate in daily life if we can understand it. Yes. It doesn't matter if the grammar is wrong. Just say the meaning of the word. And didn't the NPC point out a clear way when we met this time? It should be specially guiding us. Language proficiency? Yes, since this magic is regarded as a spell that can be copied for free in the classroom of the wizards. It is very likely to be useful. Isn't it? Maybe in the future, a wizard will fix this spell in some equipment or accessories, so that it can be activated and applied to the other party, so that they can also understand what we say. Right? The players' divergent thinking is quite strong, and they directly made up a big drama in their minds. When Dolly and the others were shocked that they really met the savages and the sung prophecy was true, they also understood that these savages might have their own civilization. Looking more closely, although they all looked very embarrassed and covered in mud, but under the mud was fine leather armor with some metal patches. In addition, their weapons also looked a bit strange, especially the long poles held by the people at the back, which made Dolly feel a sense of threat inexplicably. The most important thing is that this is almost the end of the forest path. Last time, it was opened up by his group. The other party must have to cut through thorns all the way to get out. But when he glanced at their blades, they didn't seem to be damaged. At that time, everyone's machete in his team was rolled up and almost scrapped. Was it because of the superb forging skills? Or, for a moment, Dolly's pupils shrank slightly. Louis also knew how to observe words and expressions, and vaguely felt that the other team should be centered on the decadent bearded uncle. And at least from the shooting of the archer girl at the beginning, the strength of the other team was definitely not weak. It is very likely that the physical attributes are even better than his team. The uncle's glance at his and others' weapons also gave Louis an idea. And he thought of the immature idea in his mind before. Since the difficulty of engraving in the Abyss world is reduced due to the concentration and infiltration of magic, will this world lack these? In fact, players are also in short supply of real magic engraving equipment. At least most players use ordinary equipment, because magic engraving also requires manual work. But if the Abyss has the advantage of easy engraving, it is very likely that the prices and scarcity of both sides will still be different. Thinking of this, Louis whispered to everyone, "Turn off the live broadcast." This made the Water Friends and Cloud players in front of the live broadcast directly black question marks. Damn! You kid eat alone? But their shouting and scolding were obviously useless. Louis could live broadcast after opening the way, but at least before the first pot of gold was earned. What should be kept secret should be kept secret. After confirming that there was no live broadcast, Louis also smiled, and then did not draw the knife immediately, fearing that it would cause misunderstanding. Instead, he pointed at the machete on his waist, and then at Dolly. He also made a gesture of holding his hands up. This made Dolly slightly surprised. It seemed that his eyes had been noticed before. Then he tentatively said, "Do you want to show me the knife, or give it to me?" "Give it," Louis said in a very non-standard tone. But he could still vaguely understand what he meant. This surprised Dolly. If it was really the high-quality knife he imagined, then they were so generous. Then Louis untied the scabbard, grabbed it with the scabbard, and threw it over. And Dolly caught it. He opened the scabbard and looked at the blade of the machete, which was not worn much, and couldn't help but praise it. Good knife. Then he came to the side and tested it with a branch next to him, just like Louis did before, feeling the silky touch and looking back at the condition of the blade. Dolly was even more surprised. Then he asked carefully, "I see the blade is also made of iron. Is this a magical device with magic patterns engraved on it?" Looking at Dolly's shocked expression, Louis couldn't help but smile. Very good. The test of this knife was very successful. It seems to be exactly as he expected. This deal is done. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing your child. Now the company's machete he gave away will be the most expensive one. Magic pattern. Louis repeated Dolly's two non-standard words. A strange look appeared on Dolly's face. Magic patterns are engraved on this ordinary iron. It's a bit of a waste of resources. Generally speaking, a brand new ordinary fine iron weapon is only 1 to several gold coins, and an ordinary full body armor is about 100 gold coins. For ordinary people, it is definitely a sky-high price. But for Dolly, it is still within the affordable range. But the full body armor is too heavy and not suitable for his hunting operations. The Enchanter Guild in Deno City can provide enchantment services, but even the cheapest price is more than 10 gold coins at a time. It also has to be a magic affinity material, or have magic gems inlaid. Otherwise the material will be charged extra. To attach the simplest magic pattern, it has to be the size of a dagger. For a machete of this size, the enchantment cost is probably at least 15 or even 20 gold coins. Even this kind of ordinary refined iron difficulty test is probably not something that ordinary enchanters can do. Either expensive magic gems are added, or an enchantment master is involved. No matter which method, the cost must be at least doubled. Although this machete seems to have only the most basic reinforcement or toughness, it is definitely not worth the price if you only look at the value of the knife itself. With this money, you can directly spend about 10 gold coins to find a better blacksmith with better materials to create a knife with better performance without enchantment. This combination makes Dolly feel funny. But no matter what, the price of this thing is at least worth 7 or 8 gold coins. It was the first time they met and gave such a generous gift. Even Dolly's face eased and became amiable. We have heard the bards sing your legend, but we never thought the prophecy was true. And it came so quickly. We didn't catch any prey today. Let's go! Our home is in front of us. The town of Danik. As Dolly spoke, he also signaled the team members to put away their weapons, but remain vigilant. Louis also breathed a sigh of relief and made similar arrangements. When Louis and his team were packing up and preparing to catch up, Dolly was surprised to see the bag on the back of one of their team members. It was also tattered and stained with some mud and broken leaves. But those skins. Monster? Excuse me. Is that the skin of a monster? Wind Wolf? Dolly's eyes widened. He could only say that he was worthy of being a wild man who could walk in the monster forest. Wind Wolf was a kind of monster that Dolly was very troubled by. Even if their team encountered it, it would be very difficult. Usually, they warned each other and demonstrated to make the Wind Wolf retreat, because this kind of thing usually comes in groups of 3 or 5. Dolly thought that if his team did not prepare traps in advance, he might be able to rely on cooperation and skills to barely fight. But even if he won, it would probably be a miserable victory. There will inevitably be casualties. And if there are more than 3, it is likely that his team will be wiped out. Fortunately, the Wind Wolf usually just comes out to eat, and there are many ordinary beasts in the monster forest. After showing enough strength, they can still bring enough deterrence. The two sides will separate after probing each other. Because of this, the price of the Wind Wolf's skin is still good. If the quality is good, it can be sold for about 15 gold coins. It seems that the price is only a little more expensive than the 1,000-pound wild boar skin he killed at the beginning. But that wild boar weighs 1,000 pounds, and the leather is much larger, which can make more leather armor. As a result, it is not as expensive as the Wind Wolf. It is said that the leather armor of the Wind Wolf can be enchanted by an enchanter to enchant the wind and wind, which can increase its own speed and reduce air resistance. Enchanting is not something that can be enchanted with all kinds of materials. But I didn't expect that they actually have the skin of the Wind Wolf here. And the key is that they are still rolling in the mud? What a waste of natural resources. Enchanting iron tools and not cherishing fur. Which makes Dolly feel heartbroken. Can I only say that he is worthy of being a savage? Louis also noticed Dolly's words and the expression on his face. And then he turned around and brought over the big package of spoils along the way. Skin. On the way. He muttered 2 simple words. And then gestured, probably letting them know that this was the fur of the prey on the road. Louis also wanted to ask these local natives to estimate the price. The two sides gestured to each other for a while, relying on the language proficiency of the players. Dolly and his team kept trying to guess, and finally completed the communication and understood each other. Dolly was also curious, and he received a bunch of expensive gifts before, so he started to estimate. Just looking at the spread of leather, Dolly's face couldn't help but tremble, and his face was full of distressed expressions. At first, I didn't notice it from a distance, just thought it was dirty with mud. Now it's spread out. What kind of rough treatment is this? It's just like a dog's bite. Some of the holes on the leather look like weapon wounds and strange penetration wounds with a little burnt black. But more of them seem to be left by poor craftsmanship when splitting the fur. This kind of hunter will chop off his hands. Damn it! But then, as the leather was spread out, Dolly saw clearly the prey that Louis and his team had hunted along the way, and his expression became solemn. 3 wind demon wolves. They should have acted together. 1 moon shadow leopard. It is also a very tricky monster, good at ambushing. If the wind demon wolf can avoid collision by deterrence, then the moon shadow leopard may cause casualties when it attacks. Even some people who are obviously stronger than the moon shadow leopard may die in the sneak attack. In addition to the moon shadow explosion, he even saw a bare skin of the earth bear and 4 bare paws. The physique of this earth bear is probably more than 1,500 pounds. With the innate magic of the earth bear itself, it can form heavy armor when standing on the ground. And some of them can also release earth spikes. It is physically strong and knows how to harass with magic. Its strength is absolutely strong. Although the 1,500-pound Earth Bear should be a subadult, Dolly dare not lead the team to try unless they fall into their trap. Even if they fall into the trap, they may still risk injury or even casualties to deal with it. The advantage of human hunting is that they can use tools, skills, and wisdom. But the same hunting is just for food, and usually they will not risk their lives. Subadults will wait and see the effect, but adults will definitely give up directly. But now this kind of tricky monster has become the spoils of the savages? Are they so strong? Although it is difficult to judge directly with the naked eye that the professional class does not rely on breathing to induce magic power to launch attacks. Dolly thinks that he is also very experienced, and really can't tell that they are so strong. However, whether it is the Earth Bear, the Moon Shadow Leopard, or the Wind Demon Wolf, Dolly saw a kind of through wound with a little scorch marks on the edge of the fur. Is this their ultimate move? Or is it their innate magic? The release of language proficiency also has a duration. Is this also a passive talent? What a mysterious race. This is called Nashi, which is our main currency. This is called gold coins, which are equivalent to 100 Nashi. But because they can be stored for a long time, the normal exchange of gold coins can be exchanged for 1 or 2 points of depreciation. However, most of the goods priced in gold coins have been calculated. Usually, this change is more obvious and concerned in the range of about 1 gold coin. Dolly accepted a machete from Louis, knowing that they could understand and were strong enough. He was willing to do a favor. While leading them to the town of Danik, he began to give some simple introductions. There is no doubt that these first-hand information are the real opening secrets for players. Although Louis gave away the machete, it is obvious that this is worth the money. A real win-win situation. Moreover, they will directly record Dolly's words for repeated research and thinking, so that learning foreign languages is also simple. After all, if you can understand, you only need to remember the pronunciation of some of the most commonly used words. In this environment, you can force them to learn it. Some people may not be able to speak the local dialect even after working in other places for more than 10 years. But the main reason is that they can already communicate in Mandarin, so they don't deliberately learn it systematically. But now their problem is that they can understand through language proficiency, but they can't express themselves, which is like forcing a duck to land. It is definitely difficult for ordinary players to speak fluently, but as long as they use some daily expressions, it is completely possible with the help of language proficiency. Players can face NPCs with a detached mentality. It is precisely with this mentality that Dolly's indirect attempt to know how they killed the Earth Bear was also captured by them. This team is probably not weak. Maybe there are professional players. Yes, although they are amazed at our prey. They seem to want to know more about our killing methods. Louis and his team were also conducting some internal exchanges at this time. Is the first NPC they met so strong? But it may be because of the guiding NPC. Although Louis relied on their training, he had the ability to cooperate in killing monsters even without a gun. But this is more due to the player's iron will that is not afraid of fear and injury, plus the skills they have trained. And whether it is facing the three-headed wind wolf or the Earth Bear, the heavy muskets that can break through the defense and cause a lot of casualties have made great contributions. The speed of the propellant fired by the flint was too fast for the thick-skinned firehounds. Although the Earth Bear had stronger defense than the firehound, they could not hold back and shoot. However, they also relied on heavy muskets, thinking that they still had a certain ability to protect themselves. The game will not suddenly increase the difficulty too much. We met a guide when we left the forest. This should be the benefit of our pioneering team. Yes, this game is too real. Even this kind of guiding NPC is so realistic. It looks like a coincidence. Moreover, a brand new language is really amazing. After all, they have information about the ruins. Because Louis gave a machete, the value is enough to cover the usual day's harvest of Dolly's team. And they have no intention of continuing hunting. Now it is the rainy season, and hunting is more difficult. It is better to take this group of savages back, and maybe you can get some benefits. Although Dolly disdains to overcharge customers due to his personality, normal transactions are always completely fine. This group of savages have many needs, and they are rich and powerful, so they will not suffer any loss in trade. Let's not talk about other things. Just the few skins they got. Although the processing methods are too hacked up, which makes people feel sad. But the more this is the case, the more valuable it is. This shows that they don't know how to process the skins. It doesn't matter if they don't know how to process them. They can sell them to us first, You just don't have any startup capital. Right? Then they will use their own skills to repair and sew these skins as much as possible, and then sell them to fur merchants, which can make another fortune. The gold coins exchanged must be spent. Right? Other food, clothing, housing and transportation can all be considered as income. For generous people who can give such gifts when they meet, it is definitely a win-win situation for everyone to exchange what they have. When Louis and his team followed Dolly and others back to the town of Danik, the player group and the cloud player group also exploded. Eating alone. Too much. NPC. I finally met them. And the language is brand new. Too strong. They have paid so much for this kind of land reclamation. They will definitely not share the benefits easily. But I know Louis' team. Although they will eat alone in the early stage, they will still release it after they have tasted the first soup. Yeah. The flame dog was like this at the beginning. Others have almost figured it out. So they started to release video guides. Is there any linguistics expert who can study it? Do we have to learn a foreign language in the future? It's a headache. Just some basic words are okay. But now it seems that the wizard is still strong. Language proficiency may also become a popular model. I wonder if there is a way to engrave it into some objects. Qian, now you are the one with the highest magic level in our group. Do you think it is possible to simplify language proficiency into equipment? After today's magic class, Jiangbo also found an opportunity to exchange a few words with Gu Qianqian. Because Jiangbo himself likes to study hard. Although he only has 12 points of mental power, he still maintains his relationship with Qianqian and Yangzi in the class. And they are considered to be classmates with whom he is relatively familiar. It can be seen from the fact that he asked Qianqian to help engrave the flame enhancement. Ah? Why don't you ask the teacher? Gu Qianqian said in a strange way. Being able to ask the teacher for advice on some issues is the strongest point of the students in their class compared to the cloud mages. I asked. And the teacher said it's okay. But the teachers who give lectures are all formal mages, which is a little different from the current situation of our players. So I want to hear your opinion. I think we can do a small amount, but it's not very meaningful to popularize it. Unlike flame enhancement, language proficiency is a complete spell model, which mainly relies on spell casting. If we have materials and are skilled enough, we may be able to do it. But these materials may require silver or magic gems, which ordinary materials cannot bear. Gu Qianqian thought for a while, and gave the answer based on her own understanding. Mass production is of course possible, but it's not something that current players can do. It's more convenient to let Umbrella make it, and ship it over as NPC items for sale. Well, as Wang Yi taught me before entering the game. Lin Shurqin pretended to be Wang Yi to supplement some information on weekdays, coupled with some feelings after entering the game. Gu Qianqian's talent naturally sensed the unusualness of this world. The palpitations brought by the magic fluctuations of Zabo and Enzo last time made her keep asking the teacher after she went back. Although the teacher did not answer. But in fact, not answering is already an answer. So now her meditation in reality has been moved to the game. As a natural mage embryo with yin and yang eyes, Gu Qianqian's mental power can greatly extend her meditation effect and meditation time. In the past, on Earth, the magic was lazy, and there was no way to have much auxiliary effect. Now, with hard work and talent, Gu Qianqian feels that she can have a significant improvement almost every day. Unlike the breathing method that works on the body and needs to be used offline, meditation obviously works directly on the spirit, which is a great benefit for mage players. However, she recently found that there seemed to be a guy in the new class opened in the internal test who also had some problems. The mental power was probably more than 20. Perhaps some strange things can be seen in reality. If there is time, I might go and try it myself. Since the teacher is a big shot in Umbrella, I am also half of Umbrella, so I should have a sense of ownership. The responsibility of maintaining peace among the players in this game world will probably fall on my shoulders. Chapter 526. Don't dare to think too much the practicality of magic. His father. Wait for me. Yuzi trotted behind with his short legs, making the kangaroo father in front of him feel a little black line on his forehead. Hack! This guy really called it. And he was a bit stubborn. Originally, he was just joking at the beginning. As a result, the genius classmate behind him called it directly, and he didn't feel any sense of disobedience or wrong from his expression. Good guy. Are you usually locked up at home? And he seemed to have gotten used to calling it. I hinted him to change it, but he still did his own thing. I told you to call me Rat Dad, Kangaroo's father said obscurely. He is also a member of the mage class, who was born with 15 points of mental power. He used to deliver food, had a car accident, and suffered a beating from society. So he studied very seriously. After being hit by a car while delivering food, he recalled the past, and then found that in fact, the school life where he didn't like studying and skipped classes every day was the most relaxed time in his life. Learning is really important, not for the diploma, nor for the eyes and expectations of others, but purely for yourself. Only the skills you learn are your own. Now, I have 15 points of spirit and this foundation, so I must seize the opportunity. Even though he used to have a headache when he saw mathematics and had no interest at all, he is now biting the bullet and chewing it. Oh! His father. Are you going to go on an adventure? Yuyuzi's face is full of eagerness. The magician's class has only 2 classes a day, and the rest of the time is free activities. Many people will go on adventures or practice life skills such as magic pattern engraving, because he is on leave from school and his parents are strict with him. Yuyuzi really wants to go out and see the outside world. It's just that he has social phobia. Kangaroo's father is the first friend he added when he entered the game, and he is also a social bull. So to some extent, he is his only friend in the game. In fact, seeing Yuyuzi like this, Kangaroo's father can vaguely feel that this child may have some special circumstances. Kangaroo's father, who is already in his 30s, saw Yuyuzi who might still be studying, and couldn't help but think of his own situation at the beginning. Then he shook his head helplessly, and let him continue to call him his father. His father. I'm going to go to the Abyss Mineral Company to have a look. They have a very high recruitment reward for mages. But I don't want to be bound by it. I'll see if there is any kind of cooperation relationship. Learning magic pattern engraving will definitely make a lot of money. Ah? You don't want to take risks? Yuyuzi also sighed. No. It's because I want to take risks myself that I don't want to sign a contract. But our accumulation period for mages is too long, and it's not time to exert our strength yet. Now we probably go out with guns and shoot. Fortunately, our points are also mainly perception, so it should be okay to practice gun skills. Kangaroo's father sighed. This kid hasn't recognized the current situation of mages. At present, even if mages go to the other world, they are still auxiliary in the camp. They still have to improve themselves first. Ah? Use a gun? Isn't there a fireball spell? It's very powerful, Yuyuzi said strangely. And Kangaroo's father also patiently explained. I know that the fireball spell is very powerful, but the requirements for this spell to be used in actual combat are too high, and the speed is not as fast as a gun. Hearing this, Yuyuzi also nodded, and then 2 spell models appeared next to him at the same time, and they were quickly outlined. Within a few seconds, 2 hot fireballs were formed and suspended beside him. The air at the edge of the fireball was distorted, and the air was filled with a burning feeling. It's true that the reaction is slow, so I tried to condense 2 at the same time. Although the speed is 1 second slower, it is equivalent to doubling the number. I also tried to condense 3 at the same time, but the cost-effectiveness of the time spent is not as high as 2. I think you can also try. Kangaroo's father opened his mouth and looked at the 2 fireballs floating around Yuyuzi, and the whole person was confused. Hack! Summon 2 fireballs at the same time? Void formation? Is this about 2 fireballs? This is something that I can't release the fireball spell even with my hands. In fact, Kangaroo's father knew that Yuyuzi was very talented, and he often asked some sharp questions in class. So he was not surprised that this introverted classmate had already learned fireballs. And he could even accept that he could perform void forming. Genius. He is already very famous, and it is recognized that his talent is second only to that of classmate Qianqian can't see. If he hadn't just entered the beta test, he might have been the second magic master in the game. But because most of the time, this group of newbies only learn some basics, so there are not many opportunities to show off. And I don't know what they will do in private. This guy is socially anxious, and I'm afraid he practices secretly in a place where no one is. So I don't know the specific progress at all, compared with the high-profile fireball master in the game department of Kangaroo Group. He can't wait to show every step of his progress in front of others. This introverted genius is much more low-key, but it is obvious that because he rarely communicates except in class on weekdays, he has a big misunderstanding in his understanding of some things. Being able to make 2 fireballs so quickly, the actual effect is already great. Kangaroo's father has decided that it's time for him to start hugging thighs. It's okay if he's not good at communication. I'm good at it. It's completely possible to organize a team to learn from Louis and others to try to pass through the Warcraft forest. As for the learning of the mage course, it can only be done remotely during this period. If you want to ask questions, you can only ask classmates in the class to ask and answer them. You have mastered the self-adaptation and optimization of the fireball so quickly, and it really lives up to its reputation. A voice came, and the two saw the famous classmate Qianqian can't see in the mage class. This is the well-deserved #1 in the current mage class, and many people even call her the goddess of magic. And Yu Yuzi seemed a little restrained when he saw someone coming, and the hot fireball that was circling around him seemed to fluctuate. But the next moment, Gu Qianqian raised her hand and directly dispelled the fireball that might run away. As expected, as I learned from the side before, this guy is a bit introverted and seems a bit restrained in the game. This is good. Even if he accidentally finds something wrong in the future, he should be able to control the situation. However, he still needs to report it to the teacher. Compared with those who are just above the line at 15 or 12 o'clock, this kid should be the one who is most likely to notice something wrong and needs to be paid special attention to. Jiang Bo, who just went offline to eat, sneezed and then wiped his nose. A mosquito flew over and landed on his hand and sucked a mouthful of blood. And Jiang Bo let the mosquito bite while eating the takeaway he ordered. It was spicy crayfish and skewers. The more you know, the more headache you have. Qianqian's hard meditation in the game every day may have noticed something. Don't let her be discovered. In fact, Jiang Bo also made a lot of guesses. He felt that the most likely possibility was that Umbrella had communicated with this world and learned some magic knowledge. Now they should be using some combination of magic and robots to explore, or something. But thinking that Enzo has been captured, I don't know whether it was before or after the invasion of New York. Anyway, I dare not think too much. And I don't want to know. Wow, it's faster than I thought. Through communication with the World Tree, Wang can also get some information summarized by Lin Shichin. The Mage Tower has been built, and the signal has been covered, which is much clearer than before when there was only the World Tree. The first batch of players stepped out of the Warcraft Forest and began to contact the town of Danik, which surprised Wang Yi. The Warcraft Forest is still risky for players, perhaps relying on the heavy muskets arranged for players in the early stage. The Warcraft can be solved if they cooperate tacitly, but in the Rainforest, there are various complex situations. Even if the players have not arranged the hunger system yet, the sneak attacks or group cooperation of cunning Warcraft can still cause considerable threats. Just start contacting. Find time to implement the hunger level. In fact, the implementation of hunger level, in addition to authenticity and preventing the natives from being suspicious, is mainly to reduce the difficulty of physical treatment for players after the professional stage. After all, it is a mass-produced product, and the savings are not small. Now players at this level of strength can just breathe casually with the concentration of magic in this world. But the magic fluctuations caused by breathing at the beginning of the professional stage are much larger. It would be more convenient to add some external supplements. And relying on food to maintain, it can also reduce some magic-sensitive guys to notice the difference of the players. At least it can delay the time of being discovered. Dear, Master Weber has sent the dress, and he wants to meet you. After hearing the news from Lulu, Xiaotia also came to ask Wang Yi's opinion. Well, it's okay. Ask him to come. Wang Yi stretched out his finger and hooked Xiaotia's chin. Do you need me to avoid it? No need. It's just a lame warlock. Not that bad. Not long after, Chi-Chi brought Weber to the room. Both of them held a tray in their hands. The tray was covered with a layer of something, which should be the dress. After entering, Weber first thanked Wang Yi sincerely. Thank you for Master Yi's guidance. It really helped me a lot. This time I came here to thank you. If you need anything in the future, please tell me directly. I am quite confident in sewing and mending. In all aspects, Weber has been rooted in Deno for a long time, and his tailoring skills are also sought after by many nobles. In this case, it is completely okay for Wang Yi to ask a little bit and not hide anything. Bard, and the recently popular savage out of the mountain is his work. He even went to find out about President Mike. Mike, a descendant of the nobles who wanted to restore the glory of his ancestors, still attached great importance to Weber, a tailor with superb craftsmanship. So he hinted to him that the other party was a spellcaster. This can also be connected. This is a mage, and the kind of person who has a very thorough research on potions and bloodlines. It is indeed very likely that he came to me by chance to customize clothes and then discover the situation. After all, the other party became famous for the elf style first, got an invitation to the Earl's dinner, and then came to me for customization. If this was all premeditated, it would be too complicated. If a complicated plan goes wrong at one step, it will go wrong at every step. So it is very likely that it is a coincidence. There is no interest involved. And the other party has helped me, making me feel much better now. So Weber naturally has to return the favor. Coming here in person to thank him is just to express a meaning. He is good at all kinds of sewing and mending, which means that he can also help in terms of strength and craftsmanship. Moreover, a high-level formal mage who can see through his situation at a glance is just a guarantee. It is very likely that he is a young archmage. If the other party is a rookie, Weber may have some other ideas. The archmage is not a philanthropist, but he has both strength and helps me. So the biggest benefit is to maintain the relationship between the two parties. Helping each other can bring the relationship closer. And only interests are the most solid. You are thoughtful. I said before that I hope that when those savages come in the future, you can help them make things appropriately. Wang Yi glanced at him without much concern. Although the two trays were covered, Wang Yi knew that there were two sets of very decent dresses inside. They were not ordinary ones, and they should be regarded as his meeting gifts. Now that you mention it, I have some interest in those savages. Weber showed a hint of interest, now that his own bloodline conflict has been greatly alleviated. It seems that as long as he continues to take it on time for a long time, the situation will get better and better. He naturally had some more thoughts of the warlock. Savage? Is it really the same as in the legend? I'm a little curious. When it comes to the dissection of creatures, there must be a lot of mages. But because mages study different directions, there are really not as many as warlocks in terms of proportion. After all, warlocks just like to study some strange creatures. It's up to you if you want to study it. Wang Yi didn't care about it. Although warlocks have their own achievements in blood and soul, a great warlock can definitely find that there is something wrong with the player's body. Although the soul firewall created is not something that a mere great warlock can solve, it should be able to vaguely find that there is something wrong with these savages. But this is something that needs to be faced sooner or later. Let a great warlock study it for a long time, and he may even slowly discover that players can be resurrected, which is enough for him to imagine a lot of things. In addition, starting from Enzo territory, NPCs like Zabo will constantly reveal that players are a race favored by the gods and are protected by the gods. If the players themselves say it out of their mouths and cooperate with the research of this great warlock, they may be able to fill in a complete chain in their minds. Of course, Wang Yi doesn't know how complete and what the content is. It depends on the imagination of this great warlock. This is followed by his evidence. Even if Leo Floating City notices it, the qualitative conclusion is almost the same. As for whether Leo Floating City will have excessive associations, associate them with the spatial coordinates where they were sealed and the fluctuations of the gods captured at the beginning. It doesn't matter. Wang Yi is Loki now, just afraid of the powerful world will, and the two gods who may return. The 7 legendary great wizards are indeed good, and they can exchange their gains and share what they have if they have the opportunity. But in Wang Yi's eyes, they are just like the mathematical succubi on Earth. Your own strength is the confidence to deal with all problems, whether it is an individual or a group. As long as their own strength is strong enough, they will find that all problems are solved. If they are not solved, they are just not strong enough. However, if Weber knew that there was a safe way to the abyss in the savage camp, he might want to sneak in and take a look. The interaction of the new NPC is about a real. Weber left after a simple visit. He just came to express his gratitude. After all, he is a great warlock. The reservedness of the heroic profession could not make him humble. This time it was just a return of favor. He can be a guest of honor everywhere. And he actually does not think that he is worse than mastery. As a heroic caster, although the status of a great warlock is slightly inferior to that of a mage, he is not bad as a craftsman in general. There are not many people who can surpass him. It can't be a legend. This dress is very close-fitting and comfortable. Shaltia changed into a black evening dress, with a deep V opening to the navel, but the hazy cover brought by the black gauze in the middle, the kind of looming temptation, fully highlights the charm of Catwoman. It can only be said that Weber's current fame is indeed not exaggerated. Wang Yi's dress also highlights an artistic atmosphere. There are no gems on the dress. At first glance, it seems simple, but it is hard to ignore. There is a sense of background. It is considered to be attentive. There are simple magic patterns of dust avoidance and breathability. It can be used on non-magic beast materials. His attainments are indeed quite high at the hero level. Wang Yi gave a very pertinent evaluation. Hee. What about you, dear? Xiaotia turned around beside Wang Yi in the dress, which made his eyes light up. Let's try the effect of this dress after the banquet. Me? A little better than him. Xiaotia's eyes showed a hint of understanding. As expected, he saw through the other person's situation at a glance. Although he also heard that the person might have a physical problem. His man easily gave advice, and asked the other person to come to thank him in person. So his man is likely to be a hero. Plus the identity of the caster. Archmage. Thinking of this, Xiaotia seemed a little excited. Sure enough, her intuition was accurate. There was a conflict between the kingdom of Edai and the principality of Gya in the north. The kingdom of Edai had King Edai, the Dragon Knight, who was the best in the East Plains, and a total of 7 great knights. And the principality of Gya only had 3. But just because there was a wild archmage settled in the principality of Gya, the judgments of all parties were still unclear. That archmage was the biggest variable. Between 2 countries with such a huge difference in strength, one person could influence the situation of the 2 countries. You can imagine the status and prestige of the archmage. This is not just a matter of strength. Duh. The wooden wheels of the carriage rolled on the bluestone street and made a rhythmic sound. Because of the concentration of magic power, the wood here is obviously better than that on Earth. And the wheels can withstand the wear and tear. Therefore, there is no urgent demand for rubber tires. Magic makes us successful. Magic makes us fail. Wang Yi leaned against the carriage and looked at the streets outside, which were already approaching dusk. He also felt a little emotional when he saw the passers-by on the road who were preparing to go home in a hurry. The continuous history of the Sephi world with written records has been more than 20,000 years. With the departure of the 2 gods, the rise of mages, and the era of innovation has lasted for nearly 1,000 years. In the past 100 years, the oracle has not been delivered, which has further increased the authority of mages. It seems that the mages in this world are not those who are complacent and have a spirit of research and pioneering. But unfortunately, because of the convenience of magic, the most important thoughts and attention are placed on magic. For the top bigwigs, the convenience of magic is already enjoyable. And even mages are not interested in studying things that can benefit the public. Magic can be done easily, so there is no need to simplify the understanding. I will just use magic, as they have been accustomed to this concentration of magic from the beginning and take it for granted. They already think they are using the rules of the world. This is true even for the other world that Wang Yi had visited before. The concentration of magic there is even lower than that of the Sephi world. And the history of written records is even longer. Although this world has begun to have a systematic magic academy, it only targets students with magical talents. And ordinary people's whims are not taken seriously. The magicians, who only occupy a very small proportion, can indeed continuously launch new magic things. But compared with the situation on Earth, it is still a little lacking. The Earl of Dano Palace can almost be regarded as a city within the city inside the city of Dano. And the whole is in the image of a castle. It is also the center of the entire city. Now the sky has entered the night, and March appears in the sky with different rounds and crescents. The smallest one can still be seen moving slowly with the naked eye. Although there are few dark clouds, and the moonlight visibility is good, the walls outside the Earl of Dano Castle are still full of torches, and a faint fragrance of burning pine oil can be smelled in the air. This is a dinner party held by the Earl's palace. Almost all the upper-class people in the city who have been invited will come. There are many carriages in the same direction along the way. You can see that the carriages with noble family crests. Even the coachmen are arrogant. And the carriages of wealthy merchants without family crests will give way no matter how luxurious they are. Counting the things seen along the way, Xiaotia's originally good and practical carriage seems a bit shabby. But Chi-Chi, the pretty cat maid, driving the carriage, has saved a lot of points. Coachmen are also physical work to a certain extent. Most of them are men. And even women are mostly big and strong. But Chi-Chi and Lulu are both quite strong, although they are not professional class. Because of the characteristics of cat women, they have the ability to threaten professional class. We are going to get off the car. Only the noble carriages can go in. We have to park outside. Xiaotia reminded Wang Yi to see his reaction. If he wants to go in, once the identity of the great wizard is revealed, Count Luke will have to come out to greet him in person. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. So be it. And obviously for Wang Yi, there is no idle burden. Because of the progress bar of searching for enemies, he felt more and more stable when there were more natives nearby. And the performance in terms of strength was similar, no matter what level the strongest person nearby was. As long as he kept steady, there would be no risk of being detected. If he exceeded it occasionally, he would need to rest in the crowd for a while to reduce it. But in fact, there was no need to exceed it or not. With Wang Yi's own computing power and level, the same level could make those geniuses of the same level doubt their lives. After getting off the car, Chi-Chi and Lulu waited in the car, while Wang Yi walked towards the main entrance with Xiaotia on his arm. The dress designed and made by the old man Weber made Wang Yi and Xiaotia frequently receive some obscure gazes. The black veil in front of Xiaotia's deep V, and the shape squeezed out by holding Wang Yi's arm were really enough to be blurred. But it was somewhat similar to the situation of President Mike at the time. This was Earl Luke's dinner party. These guys who wanted to save face would not stare at a lady for a long time. Most of them relied on sneak glances and peripheral vision. Even those wealthy merchants with less background would not want to act like they have never seen the world if they were invited. Master E. Miss Xiaotia. H. Lo. Welcome to the dinner hosted by the Earl. After taking out the invitation, a man in his 50s, who looked gentle and elegant in a butler's dress, came to the two of them, and Xiaotia gave the small gift she had prepared. Today is the 6th birthday of Earl Luke's daughter. According to the traditional dinner rules here, some small gifts should be given. However, for ordinary invitations like Wang Yi and others, you only need to prepare some small toys for children. And you don't need to spend too much money. Just give it to the butler when you come in. Only nobles with good relationships can give it to the birthday boy on the spot at the banquet. Ordinary nobles and merchants have no chance to show up. Earl Luke is deeply trusted by Grand Duke Kedon. He guards the city of Dano, and is also the Lord of the East. He is also capable of conferring titles on young nobles. Although it still needs to be reported to the Grand Duke, it is just a formality. However, he needed to carve out a fiefdom from his own. And Baron Danik of the town of Danik was Count Luke's vassal. I would like to thank you too for your gifts on behalf of Miss Barbara. The butler thanked them politely, which made some wealthy businessmen passing by envy. This person is the external affairs manager of the Earl's mansion. Under normal circumstances, he would not come here to pick up people. At least their gifts were sent out, and ordinary servants outside would collect them. The invitations and gifts would be directly submitted for registration. You're welcome. Wang Yi waved his hand politely, which made the butler's expression slightly stiff. This is not playing by the rules. Shouldn't he say it's my honor to be invited to this dinner? Because this person sent an invitation for the first time. He was afraid that something might happen. So he came to meet in person. As expected, there were a few problems. It should be because he had no experience in participating in these things before. However, as a professional manager, he quickly calmed down his expression. This is why he came here. There will always be people who have their first time and have all kinds of plans. Fortunately, he brought a female companion with him, so he could just dance along. However, he also asked someone to sing some elven music to set off the atmosphere. So he politely invited them. Because our Miss Barbara likes elven music very much, I would like to ask Mastery to satisfy our little birthday girl's little wish. No problem. It's her birthday today. But I didn't bring my piano, Wang Yi said very straightforwardly. Thank you for your generosity. We will prepare it. You can just play as much as you want. The two sides communicated so well. And then the butler led the way in front, taking Wang Yi and the others deep into the castle. The outside of the castle was already full of torches, and the two sides of the internal aisle were hung with oil lamps. The light was softer, and because of the many light sources, the shadows were very faint. When they came to the banquet hall, there was a magic light driven by magic that illuminated the venue like daylight. The circulating air and the faint fragrance, even the dehumidification and temperature were adjusted. After all, he is a powerful Earl. And here we can also see some real applications of magic in life. Chapter 527 Different Circles Undercurrents. I've never attended a dinner of this level before. Magic props, worthy of being the Earl of Flame, actually use magic items on such a large scale. Xiaotia said to Wang Yi in a low voice, seeming to be somewhat shocked. Is it very strange? Wang Yi asked in a low voice, which attracted a charming roll of eyes from Xiaotia. But now she also knows that her man is very powerful. But he may be a great wizard from the floating city, and he is a little out of touch with reality. So she patiently explained, I have a good relationship with Baroness Danik. But Baron Danik's family only has one set of exquisite tableware for decoration, and the nobles have a lot of expenses to maintain their decent life. From Xiaotia's simple explanation, we can also know that many nobles are actually quite tight. The nobles with fiefs have a lot of income, but the expenses are also not small. If you don't have a good sense of economy, you can't save much money in a year. For example, Baron Danik's main income is some taxes from the hard-working town of Danik, as well as 2 mills and farmland. because it is close to the monster forest. The soil here is relatively low in fertility, and the farmland does not produce much grain. After deducting the cost of private soldiers, the cost of maintaining the town and castle, the expenses of servants, and the expenses of daily decent life, it may not be as comfortable as Shaltia. It makes them very happy to sell my tavern to them. They may have a better life in the future, Shaltia said with a smile. If she had not had a good relationship with Mrs. Danick, and she was eager to sell in order to keep up with this unscrupulous man, if she adopted the form of bidding, she might be able to float up by 10% or 20%. As for this kind of magic supplies that are purely for decoration and improving life, it is also quite luxurious for small nobles. The gorgeous magic chandelier seems to be inlaid with crystals, layer by layer. The red carpet on the ground is also woven with enchanted silk threads. Not only does it feel soft when stepped on with shoes, it also seems to have a slight self-cleaning and waterproof effect. The banquet decorations and tableware are also very particular. The statues on both sides of the hall seem to be made by masters, and they are very lifelike. In particular, on the wall behind the background board in the center of the hall, there is a lifelike bird head statue, which is the image of the flaming bird. The bird's arrogant and overlooking feeling is vividly carved out. But everyone who sees this statue can also remember that this heroic and arrogant powerful Warcraft lord was driven away by the fiery Earl. This also represents the current strongest record of the Earl. Wow! I didn't expect it. Wangi glanced at the gorgeous magic chandelier in the center, and the statues with dehumidification capabilities engraved on the corners. He also felt that the workmanship was actually average, and it should be the workmanship of an ordinary formal mage. And it can't be self-sufficient. And it still needs magic crystal consumption. The dehumidification and temperature regulation functions of the sculptures are not integrated. The sculptures in the two rows have different functions. And what needs to be activated? It is roughly related to the material and magic concentration. The real silver consumption is still the defense array of this castle. It seems that Count Luke is a pragmatic man. He uses the best steel on the blade. The magic items displayed at the dinner are generally enough to maintain the face of the Count. At least for those who don't know much. They can still fool him. Oh, dear E. We meet again. President Mike of the Bard Guild came to Wangi with a gentle curly-haired beauty and greeted him, from the natural smile on his face. It seems that the previous unpleasantness has never happened. He knows that this person may be a formal wizard, so it is more normal to have elf music. However, he did not publicize this matter. He only revealed a little when Master Weber came to inquire some time ago. Now looking at the material and style of the dresses on them, Mike's face also showed a trace of envy. It is true that formal wizards are amazing. This should be made by Master Weber with care. It doesn't look high profile, but it fits exceptionally well. Your dresses are really beautiful. Mike sighed. If someone from Earl Luke's mansion came to ask about it, he would probably reveal something. But he didn't. After all, it was just a singer, so there was no need to play any back tune. Although Mike himself appeared here in a well-dressed manner. In fact, he was essentially here to sing to liven up the atmosphere. But he was not worried that this big shot of a formal wizard would have any unpleasantness. He could sing at his seat in the tavern without any airs. It was just that he was greedy at the beginning. Otherwise he might get unexpected benefits by trying his best to make friends with him. What a pity. Sir Mike, your dresses are also beautiful. Wangi didn't care much. He was a descendant of the nobility. He was just like this. What else could he expect from him? At least he did the job beautifully. And that was okay. This kind of utilitarian, realistic and timely person is sometimes quite convenient to use. Maybe he can be used at any time. At present, the savage out of the mountain can be said to have been completely spread. Elven style, low difficulty, and catchy. Many bards began to actively learn and passively spread it. And the boy Beifong seemed to have gone to Danick Town to sing during this period. I wonder what it would be like if he met the players directly. Wangi was familiar with Mike and the others at the scene, so he naturally chatted with them. Mike wanted to actively make up for the relationship and even use the unpleasant impression to complete the reversal. So he always helped Wangi introduce the identity of the guests here. Doyle, the president of the Merchant Guild, is also the boss of a large guild. He has more than 10 professional players under him. His business has already reached neighboring countries. It is said that his son has a talent for magic and is studying at the only magic academy in the capital of the Principality of Kateoin. And it is said that he may be very sensitive to numbers since he was a child with the guild. And he has the potential to become a mage. Magic schools teach magic knowledge, but most of them cannot become real mages. Some spellcasting tools, enchanters, or magic and martial arts double cultivation account for the majority. There is also a daughter of Baron Zack, who has a talent for magic, although he has been advocating that his daughter is a mage. According to Mike's gossip, it seems that she is only a little talented in enchanting. As the president of the Bards Guild, although he is not like the Thieves Guild to turn out all kinds of private information, he knows quite a lot of open information. And because he suspects that Wang Yi is a formal mage, the people he focuses on introducing are more or less related to mages. Even among the nobles, they will be proud of having a mage. Mages themselves have a strong ability to make money, but they also have a strong ability to burn money, especially before they become talented. Mike's face also had some emotion at this time. However, his wife should be a little impatient, looking around and a little absent-minded. Don't you have a good relationship with Baroness Zack? They are over there. You should go over too. Mike didn't want his wife to delay things, so he found a reason to send her away. He knew what kind of personality his woman had, so he could hint to Weber, but he would not tell this to his wife. Okay, I'll go first. Miss Shaltia, will you come with me? I'll introduce you to some friends. Although Mrs. Mack was a little impatient and absent-minded, she still put in a lot of effort on the surface and invited Shaltia. No, I have to accompany E. Shaltia was not interested in these things. Are you afraid that your little lover will be seduced by other vixens? Then I'll excuse myself first. Mrs. Mack covered her mouth and laughed, made a little joke, then excused herself and went to the group of noble ladies. Although Mack himself is now only a descendant of the nobility, his main task this time is to sing for money. But no matter what, he is still the president of the Bards Guild in the big city of Dano. With his status, his wife can still enter the circle of wives of small nobles. It's clear. Wang Yi took a glass of red wine next to him and said with some interest while looking around. Although many people came to this dinner, most of the famous people in Dano City may have come. But even if they attend the same dinner, they are clearly divided, and each has its own circle. Except for the Earl Luke family, who have not arrived yet. There are 4 top ones. The Earl's housekeeper Poosin, who entertains guests on behalf of the host. The master of the only magic tower in the city. Mage Center, responsible for the daily management of the city. Viscount Derry, who was sent directly by the capital. The right-hand man of Earl Luke. Baron Dolph, a city guard who controls the city defense and has high-level professional strength. Among them, Viscount Derry is directly loyal to Grand Duke Cotton, and can be regarded as an imperial envoy. The position has the meaning of clamping down on local lords. But Mike said that Grand Duke Cotton and Earl Luke have a good relationship. This Viscount is a symbolic tool man who completely obeys Earl Luke and is just a mouthpiece. But no matter what, he is a direct imperial envoy, so his status must be second only to Luke. At this time, they were chatting together, and no one else approached within a few meters. The special space left also highlighted their status. As for the others, most of them were nobles gathering together, wealthy businessmen gathering together, and the wives of both sides were almost the same. Mike could squeeze into the circle of several small nobles to some extent, but since Wang Yi had a formal magician, he naturally chose to steal chickens on the side. With some introductions from Mike, the scene soon became much quieter, and Mike lowered his voice and said, "It should be the Earl and his friends who are here." Sure enough, the 4 people with the highest status in the banquet restaurant also stopped talking, and Butler Poosin came directly and elegantly to an object that seemed to have a magical sound amplification effect and said, "Welcome to our host of today's banquet, our lovely Miss Barbara and her family. Welcome our guardian of Dano City, Earl Luke." There was a burst of applause and various praises at the scene immediately. It was Earl Luke who saved the whole city from the claws of the flaming bird. Look at the statue in the background of the banquet hall. It's the head of the flaming bird. Miss Barbara is so cute. She will definitely become a great beauty like her mother in the future. I heard that Earl Luke likes his daughter very much. As the eldest daughter, even if Earl Luke gives birth to a son in the future, as long as he still supports her, she may become a countess. Amidst all kinds of praise and some private exchanges, Earl Luke, with red hair and a dress, also appeared at the venue with his wife and daughter. Earl Luke looked very young, about 30 years old, and very handsome. With a decent black dress, he brought out a sense of coldness. Even if he didn't release any breath to attract magic, he still brought people an invisible pressure. His wife was wearing a white dress. The hem of her skirt had dragged to the ground, revealing her northern hemisphere and round shoulders, shining brightly. Although Barbara, the protagonist of this banquet, is only 6 years old. She is already a beauty. She looks like an exquisite doll in a princess dress. Her sapphire eyes are inherited from her father, and her hair is the light golden color of her mother. Wang Yi's eyes stayed more on Lilith, the Countess of Luke. Not only is she beautiful, but she also seems to be a professional spellcaster. Judging from the pure mental fluctuations, she is most likely a formal mage. However, all the rumors heard so far, including the well-informed Mike, have never heard of the Countess being a mage. And Wang Yi also took the opportunity to directly complete the photography, screen recording and screenshot. With his ability, he does not need to use any additional props, and he can directly cloud record. In terms of the current situation of players, there are not many people who can break through the obstruction of the Warcraft forest and reach the town of Darnik, limited by the current mobility of the players themselves. Deno City will become the core area of player activities for a long time in the future. It is also good to understand the local lords in advance. I'd better build a mage tower here. Just when Wang Yi was thinking deeply, he felt someone staring at him. He looked over and found that it was the birthday girl Barbara, who looked like a doll. At this moment, she was staring at him with her piercing sapphire eyes, her eyes full of vigilance. This made Wang Yi a little stunned. What did this little thing find? Not really. Even with the spiritual power of the innate yin-yang eyes, it would not find anything. He didn't bring any vengeful spirits with him. But then, looking at the little thing's puffy cheeks, Wang Yi seemed to have realized something. Is it a bit impolite to stare at her beautiful mother for so long? After figuring out something, Wang Yi couldn't help but smile dumbly, then blinked at the little girl, and put his finger to his mouth to keep a universal confidentiality gesture. But in return, the little girl just snorted and turned her head. And then Wang Yi looked up and looked at Earl Luke's gentle eyes. The other party seemed to have discovered his daughter's little action and nodded to Wang Yi apologetically. Gentle, handsome and powerful, Earl Luke gave Wang Yi a good first impression. Thank you all for taking the time to attend my daughter's birthday party. There has been some instability in the north recently, and it has even affected the prices here. Count Luke arrived and said a simple speech. Okay. Although he didn't say much and his tone was gentle. But Wang Yi also understood the main purpose of this banquet. In addition to the fact that it was the birthday of that little boy, Count Luke seemed to want to ring the bell to let everyone restrain themselves. In fact, there was a conflict in the north. Not to mention that there has been no fighting yet. Even if there was a real fight, it was not adjacent to the city of Deno. The main defense of the city of Deno was the principality of not next to it. Even the area bordering the kingdom of Aday is almost across the entire kingdom of Aday from the conflict zone. And the distance is still very far. Perhaps there will be nearby merchants transporting grain to sell nearby. But the overall impact is actually not that big. It's just that for merchants, profit-seeking is their nature. Do they care about the war in the north? Do they care about the long distance to transport it? In fact, they don't care. If this price is sold here, what will happen if they transport it there plus the travel expenses? There is no railway transportation here, and the Dono River does not lead to the war zone. These merchants are just looking for an excuse to take advantage of this information to unite and raise prices. It just so happens that now is the time when there is a shortage of food. As long as they raise the price of food together, ordinary civilians will scramble for it, and then raise it again. Wang Yi didn't care much about the price of goods, but Count Luke himself said that the price of food has tripled, and it seems that the trend is still going up. Many people in Dono City work for a living, and there is no farmland at home. This increase is undoubtedly a double blow to the lower class, who are already struggling to survive. Wang Yi saw that many people at the scene changed their faces slightly because of Count Luke's blowing this time. The bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. Wang Yi felt the solemnity of the scene, and couldn't help but chuckle in his heart. For these high-ranking bigwigs, let alone the incident between the kingdom of Edai and the principality of Gya, even if there was really a conflict between the principality of Ktion and someone else, what would it matter? As long as they don't fight with their neighbors next door, and don't let things happen around them, they will still have their own way to make money. Even just finding an excuse can speed up the accumulation. In fact, the information Xiaotia had learned from the Merchants Guild before made Wang Yi quite curious. As expected, some unscrupulous merchants took the opportunity to use some good news to operate, because most of the resources are in the hands of the nobles and those wealthy merchants. They can easily drive up prices as long as they have a tacit understanding to reach a union. This is a routine that has been played out for a long time. If it is something else that drives up prices, it will be fine. At most, the quality of life will decline. and it can be regarded as a wait-and-see party. But food, which is closely related to survival, can leave a simple but tragic stroke in history books every time there is a problem. A few words of description represent thousands of people starving to death. A real tragedy in the world. But all this is completely unimportant to some people, because they have squeezed everything out of the dead with the food in their hands. How many people die? What does it have to do with them? If the conflict continues, and they can continue to gain benefits, they would like to fight until the end of time. Even if the Principality of Cadouin chooses to provide some humanitarian food support at that time, it will not affect them at all. At that time, the Principality will use its own taxes to buy food from them and send it over, which will give them more room for operation. It is impossible for them to do it for free. This made Wang Yi look at Earl Luke, whose tone gradually became serious. This guy is really good at things. He is a good lord. Although Earl Luke is the supreme commander of the East Land of the Principality of Cadouin, a powerful lord with the power of enthronement, and the great power belongs to himself. After repelling the flame bird, he has almost secured the position of the first master of the Principality of Cadouin. However, things are done by people after all. Even a great lord like him who has highly concentrated power in all parties will encounter many obstacles if he forcibly suppresses the groups under his subordinates who already have common interests. Many times, it is not as simple and crude as killing. Compromise itself is also an art. Even if Luke is the strongest and the number one in the East, he doesn't have the ability to clone himself. If he really gets unanimous resistance from the people below, he will probably be completely blind to the outside world. But of course, Luke can hold his current position at such a young age, and he must have a group of trusted people in his hands, combined with his own strength and status. This strong pressure caused the originally cheerful banquet scene to be a little solemn. But soon, Doyle, the president of the Merchants Guild, took the lead in breaking this solemnity. What the Earl said is that the price of grain has increased 3 times now, but it can't grow any higher. If it continues like this, there will be trouble. After his opening, there were people who agreed and recognized it immediately. However, Wang Yi could see that the president of the Merchants Guild was not actually supporting Earl Luke. The main purpose of his words was still it can't grow any higher. Of course, it won't fall. At least it seems that it won't be seen in the short term. Most of the echoes behind were from this interest group, and they were followed by many people. And soon the whole banquet scene was exaggerated. Luke glanced calmly and nodded, then raised his glass and said, "Well, I would like to thank you all for your cooperation." After saying that, he took a sip. Obviously, facing some things, even he, the first person in the East, needs to compromise. The scene returned to the happy appearance in an instant, and there was no sign that it had experienced a blow and secret confrontation related to the livelihood of the entire East at the beginning. In the end, both sides compromised with each other and got what they wanted. The venue naturally became harmonious. The music sounded, and everyone returned to being polite and smiling gentlemen. The face of the nobles is still the same. Wang Yi also smiled and took a sip of wine, reminiscing about the situation in the other world and commemorating his lost youth. Mike next to him couldn't help but look a little embarrassed when he heard Wang Yi's voice. He has always claimed to be a descendant of the nobility, but in fact, he is also the same. The music score has already appeared once before. In fact, he also participated in the price gouging and hoarding of materials this time. After all, the Bar Guild is at least very fast at understanding the intelligence on the surface. And he knows that kind of big event knows slower than the Thieves Guild. He even sold this information to several nobles he knew well. It was just that he had little money, so he just followed along and got a little share of the profits, adding to the money he borrowed. The multiple returns did make him feel a little resentful towards Count Luke at first, but now after hearing what Wang Yi said, he calmed down. It was good enough to get this chance, and it was okay to quit while he was ahead. Just like the previous score, he hit such a wall. If he didn't know how to appreciate it, Count Luke's wall would be even harder. After all, not everyone found the opportunity to complete the harvest this time. If the talks really broke down, he would team up with another group of people to complete the cleansing, and all the money he earned would become wedding clothes. Now it's good to find a step that both parties can accept. Master Yi, according to the rhythm of the general banquet, I will start playing later. And if I guess correctly, when the big shots give gifts to the Countess, your music will also be used as a gift. Mike quickly reminded Wang Yi again. And sure enough, the butler Pusin came over and greeted both of them with a smile. I'll trouble you too when the time comes. The organ is ready. It will be given to you as a return gift after the banquet. Uh-huh. Mr. Poussin. Don't worry. I'm also an old actor in banquets. Master E, please remind me. Mike laughed and seemed very natural. And what Poussin said to Wang Yi was just as Mike guessed before. And it would be used as the ending song when Barbara received the gift. Soon, Mike took the organ and appeared in the center of the venue, and was greeted with cheers. Wang Yi could even see many ladies and celebrities flirting with him. It seems that although this old guy's character is not very good, he is still popular. A guy who clearly wanted to make things difficult for him at first, but could immediately turn around and start licking him afterwards. Must have good popularity. As Mike performed, Wang Yi also found that his level was indeed quite outstanding. The rhythm of the organ in his hands, the steps under his feet, the expression of joy on his face, and the high range that was completely different from the sad wind. The technique was just right. There should also be some unique breathing method that can specifically enhance the voice and lung capacity. The skills and singing skills are all here. The story of Count Luke repelling the flaming bird was sung out, and the atmosphere on the scene was controlled. Even the little birthday girl Barbara was full of pride and joy at this time. This was her father's greatest achievement, and she also grew up listening to this story. However, Wang Yi could see that although Count Luke was also listening with a smile, he seemed to sigh instead. It seems that the attack of the flaming bird was indeed calculated by someone, and he himself knew it in his heart. Although it is now a raging fire, it is also a kind of flattery. Such a young peak knight has the potential to become a legend. Then your Principality of Kaduan. Does it want to become the Kaduan Empire? It is normal for an empire to occupy the entire astral plane, right? It is not clear which side did this, but this can be regarded as a conspiracy to a certain extent. Even the Principality of Not, which has been at peace with Kedon for 20 years, will probably be wary. This cannot be solved by simply showing goodwill and making promises. Even resistance to this matter cannot be shown. Otherwise it would be a case of trying to cover up one's own faults. TSK. The attack 5 years ago planted a seed to some extent. A seed that could explode at any time. And all it needed was an opportunity. In fact, the recent conflict between the Kingdom of Edai and the Principality of Gya can already be used as a trigger. Wang Yi glanced at the wealthy merchants and ladies at the venue, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Although none of them were as big as Weber's cockroach, and none of them were at the hero level, they were all considered top-level professional levels, with Luke's strength at the hero level. If he didn't have extremely strong concealment skills, he would probably be easily detected if he had hostility. But the professional level didn't actively use the breathing method to induce magic power, so it was really hard to see anything under normal circumstances. And these participants who mixed into the banquet didn't seem to be instinctive. And there was no magical aura. It should be a pure physical disguise of the image. The legendary human skin mask? If the body and face shape also match, there may be some unique breathing method that can change the bones in a short time. It is considered a very professional assassin. This lineup, if an unexpected sneak attack is launched, it may indeed be a threat to the strong who have just entered the hero level. The best performance range will touch the opponent's lowest performance range. But for Count Luke, who can repel the flaming bird, it is almost impossible. If he is not ready to give it away for free, there may be some other means and backup. TSK. What a good excuse. Count Luke put pressure on the nobles below and caused dissatisfaction, and then was assassinated. This is your own problem in the Principality of Kaduan, and you can't blame others. Chapter 528 Assassination Landing. The banquet was going on slowly. As Mike finished playing, some nobles, who had good relations with the Earl's mansion, began to send their gifts according to the banquet process. Those who were qualified to be ranked in such an occasion could not send bad gifts. Then Wang Yi found it interesting that most of the gifts sent were related to magic, and they were all magic gadgets. This also shows how popular magic items are among the nobles, because they were all things for little girls. Most of them were shiny, and Barbara seemed very happy to receive the gifts. Thank you for the precious gift from all the guests. Every guest present today sent gifts representing their own new ideas. But because of the influence of the banquet time, they will not be displayed one by one now. During this period, everyone should have been baptized by a complete elf-style music score. And today, the author of this music score also came to the scene and prepared to present a song for our Miss Barbara. Soon, it was finally Wang Yi's turn to appear. What made him feel a little interesting was that the few people he marked as assassins, who seemed to be completely unrelated, looked at each other in tacit understanding at this time. Are they trying to take action while he is playing? Is this some unlucky factor caused by the rejection of the world's will? Wang Yi shook his head and his heart while holding the organ. And Barbara, the naughty child, seemed to remember that Wang Yi stared at her mother before. And now she stared at him with wide eyes, as if she wanted to turn her head away and not listen. However, with the appearance of the beautiful melody, when Wang Yi's completely different elf-style tune appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of the little girl. Others around were also amazed. They thought it was still the same song Savage Out of the Mountain, but this time it was the original version. But they didn't expect it to be a new song. And this time, because there is no need to consider the problem of dissemination, the rhythm and singing skills are much higher. But it is also obviously more pleasant to the ear. Say goodbye to all troubles. While playing casually, Wang Yi also observed the reactions of the assassins with interest. Although they were in different positions and different small circles, they all started to move at the same time while sharing the music, as if they wanted to get closer. As they moved and their eyes occasionally wandered, Wang Yi also realized that their main target did not seem to be Count Luke. This made Wang Yi feel a little interesting. Just like watching a puppet show. There are dead men in this world. But such people who don't care about their own lives are very rare and quite rare. In fact, if there is a person who is willing to die for loyalty, then putting him in some key positions is much more important than using him as cannon fodder to die. Even if the ability is limited. As long as there is enough loyalty, it is actually a good deterrent and supervision, since it is not a sneak attack on Count Luke. Even if they show up and assassinate the target successfully, it will be in vain, and they will definitely suffer the wrath of Count Luke, even though they are all superb high-level assassins. Facing Luke, who has almost reached the peak of the Great Knight, a head-on confrontation is not enough. That is to say, there is a high probability that there are other cooperation and backup plans to ensure that they can escape unscathed. While singing the blessing song, Wang Yi paid attention to the Scent Mage and the Countess. If there is a chance to delay Luke for a short time and ensure a successful departure, then there are only these two mages. Before, the two mages had paid attention to Count Luke many times. But this is actually a normal phenomenon. But now that I have such a good song, the Countess is nodding to the beat. And you, Scent, are still touching the ring from time to time. Isn't this too much of a disregard for yourself? Is the song I sang not good? As Wang Yi's rhythm approached the end, he suddenly relied on temporary adjustments to come to a rather abrupt but amazing ending. After everyone was unable to react for a while, they came to their senses and gave warm applause. Another new song. The previous one was pretty good. Master, the nobles like to show off their tastes. When Wang Yi showed enough musical ability and talent, the nobles' eyes became a little different. Mike sings well, but he is not a music master himself. He is usually just a tool. But now there are two consecutive elf songs as the basis. And the second one is obviously a happy birthday song. You can imagine how popular this song will be in the future. The nobles like to compare. If there is no song to calm down other people's birthday parties in the future, it will probably be a bit embarrassing. And this dinner, which is the first time the song has appeared publicly, may become a topic of conversation in the future, making Earl Luke and Miss Barbara proud. The little girl who was originally dissatisfied with Wang Yi now clapped her hands excitedly. For children, the mood always changes quickly. What a beautiful music. It's actually a new elf-style song. Master Yi's musical talent is amazing. Master Yi has sent such a beautiful blessing to our beautiful little princess. So our little birthday girl also needs to give Master Yi a small gift to express her gratitude. Person continued the process. Barbara, who was originally a little resistant, happily picked a small flower and ran over with her short legs. And Wang Yi also squatted down with a smile and let her put the flower on his head. At this time, the assassins who had completely completed the predetermined positions by constantly moving also moved. Bang bang bang. First, some balls leaking from the trouser legs exploded almost at the same time, emitting thick and pungent black smoke. Toxic. There is an assassin. The shrill screams rose and fell. And the pungent black smoke that made people cry instantly made many nobles at the scene change their faces and avoid it. The scene was in chaos. The two assassins closest to Wang Yi, one dressed as a noblewoman and the other as an elderly wealthy businessman, also attacked him silently before the scream. The exquisite assassination skills were even better than Xiaotia, who had the talent of the Catwoman race. The action was silent, and even the killing intent and air flow fluctuations could not be felt. The purpose of the two was also very clear. That is, Barbara, who had just given Wang Yi a flower. One of them raised his hand and threw out a dagger with a green blade when he just broke out. The target was directly at Wang Yi. It was obvious that he wanted to kill him first, who was in the way, and then capture Barbara alive. No matter how you look at it, a living hostage can always have a better effect. When the black smoke just broke out, some powerful people at the scene also reacted quickly. The fastest reaction was undoubtedly Count Luke. And just at the beginning, he immediately knew where the other party's main purpose was. But just as he was about to rush towards his daughter, he felt the heaviness under his feet, and looked down to see several invisible magic arms stretched out from the ground and grabbed his legs. Sit! Humph! No matter how he was a top knight, with the breathing method, a hot breath suddenly burst out, and Luke seemed to be wrapped in flames. Those invisible magic arms were dispelled in an instant. The Count of Flame. But he was not the only one who repelled the flame bird. Lord Count, please stay. Set was obviously well prepared, as the magic ring on his finger bloomed with brilliance. The simple restriction magic prepared in advance bought time. And then, there were a series of interlocking. A cage formed by flowing water has been formed, and it keeps rotating to temporarily restrict Count Luke and the Countess. This is the magician. With preparation, he can always find the best way to deal with the characteristics of the opponent, because the gap between the two sides is too large. It is of course difficult to defeat, but it is only a certain restriction to delay time. With enough props and preparation, Sente is also confident to fight for a while. He took the initiative without intention, and prepared magic props for the Count of Flame in advance. He is already. Boom! The sudden expansion and boiling of the water prison made Sente's eyes widen suddenly. I saw that the Countess was also rapidly gathering a large amount of fire elements, and constantly cooperating with Count Luke's breathing method to bless. This made the carefully prepared water dungeon immediately feel boiling inside, and sweat appeared on Center's forehead in an instant. Mage. Who would have thought that the Countess was actually a mage? This kind of magic control that changes temporarily according to the location. What else can it be but a mage? Originally, he had specially controlled the Countess in. The main reason was that the magic power induced by the Great Knight's breathing method was not delicate, and it was easy to hurt by mistake. With his wife next to him, Count Luke could not exert his full strength at all, and his water dungeon could also trap the opponent for a longer time. But now it is completely different. The Countess is actually a mage. In addition to self-protection to avoid the aftermath that Count Luke did not deliberately target, it can also mobilize more magic of the same attribute to bless Count Luke. Just this change directly disrupted all the changes in his subsequent routines. Hurry up. I can't delay for much longer. As he said this, he quickly gritted his teeth and took out a scroll and tore it directly. Suppress the flame. This is a magic that he himself cannot release yet. It can greatly limit the activity of fire elements in an area, like the previous water dungeon. It is a specially designed prop. But the Countess on the other side also tore open a scroll, and the flame was amplified. Although the effect was not as strong as his own, it could offset it to some extent. Damn. The other party also had a magician to assist. Even if they were not prepared in advance, there were too many variables to deal with. This bunch of trash. Why haven't they succeeded yet? Just as he was sketching a spell model in the void and started to take out new magic props, he took the time to look back. But his eyes were wide open, and the magic necklace in his hand almost shook and couldn't hold it steady. Pitfall. At this time, in the field where the smoke had dissipated, the singing mastery was standing there casually with one hand holding the target. A dagger that could not move an inch was frozen in the air in front. The two assassins who were originally going to kidnap Barbara were directly penetrated and entangled by the chains extending from the void, and they could not move. Damn! Why another one? How could there be so many variables in the nearly perfect plan? Give up on Count Luke and focus on catching the little ones. I'll hold them back. Originally, with the cooperation of a formal mage who was calculating but not intentional, they had some ideas about Luke. Anyway, if they failed to stop the first attack, they could still threaten the Countess. Or if the timing was perfect, they could directly attack the top knight. Luke was strong, but they had fully understood that he was a guy who valued family affection very much. Whether it was his brother or his wife and daughter, there were two weaknesses of him at the scene. And even if he was strong, he could not do anything. If someone was killed, he would die. But the result was almost perfect. The occasion was perfect, and there were also multiple sets of backup plans. But it was disrupted by the sudden appearance of two mages. Who would have known that the Countess, who had always been a representative of noble ladies, would actually be a formal mage with strong abilities? What's more exaggerated is that a street singer over there is also a mage. When did mages become so common? Who of the family members understands? Sint, who had been the #1 mage in Dano City for so many years, also felt bitter at this moment. Sure enough, we should not be greedy. And now the only chance is to fall on the Earl's daughter. 2 assassins have been bound, and there are 5 left. Although the mage is extremely powerful, the 5 high-level assassins still have a great chance. But the next moment, there was only the sound of chains in the void, and one after another, chains full of a heavy feeling shot out from the ripples of the void. The assassins who suddenly burst out just showed their heads and were instantly pierced by the chains, and then hung in the air. Those chains seemed to have no entity, just phantoms, and no blood appeared after being pierced. But even the well-trained high-level assassins groaned and wailed at this time. What kind of magic is this? Sint's eyes widened. So simple? Ask yourself if you change your position. Even if you use props, it will be difficult to deal with such an emergency. It's good enough to be able to barely protect yourself and escape. But the other party didn't seem to use any props at all, and captured all the assassins alive with pure magic. In terms of magic fluctuations, it's actually not stronger than mine. But what's the matter with this technique? What kind of magic is this? Oh, you still dare to be distracted? The cold voice of Count Luke came, and the next moment, the water prison was completely boiling and shattered. A flash of fire passed by, and the magic shield on the side of Sinte was instantly shattered like an egg. The whole person was blasted out like a cannonball, and a circle of air was hit in the air and hit the castle wall. A magic pattern flashed on the castle wall itself, and it withstood the impact without damage. Sinte's rings, necklaces, and waist pendants were broken continuously. Many gorgeous magic lights appeared in the air, but they were all broken by one blow, as if leaving a rainbow. In the end, like a dead dog, he slowly slid down the solid castle wall, occasionally twitching. It must be said that the shattering of his equipment still had some effect, and he was not directly killed by Luke's blow. Until this time, some nobles with professional strength at the scene reacted one after another, and they all relied on breathing methods to induce magic power, forming a series of magic power shocks, and jumped out. My Lord Earl, I'm here to help you. Hey, you cat girl is an assassin at first glance. Look at me. But just as a noble knight was staring at Shaltia, who was also showing the breathing method and preparing to help Wani, a ripple appeared in the air again, and another void chain instantly shot through him and fixed him in the air, causing a group of nobles nearby to change their faces slightly. Hearing the other party's miserable cry, Wani put down Barbara, who was hanging on him like a koala and trembling, and said softly, "This is my female companion. Do you also want to hold her hostage?" The noble knight, who was chained in the sky by Wani, was wailing in pain at this time. No! No! I really don't know. Let me go! Compared to the muffled groans of those assassins, the noble's tolerance was obviously much lower. The pain brought to him by the chain that directly pierced through the soul was too strong, and he could not bear it at all. Such a little Karami. It seems that what he said is true. Following the chain to feel the other party's emotional panic, Wani also removed the chain the next moment. Just with the sound of the chain being pulled out, the noble began to scream again, feeling as if the uneven iron pierced his soul. After landing, there was no wound on the surface, but the whole person was limp on the ground, twitching from time to time, drooling at the corners of his mouth, and seemed not to want to move at all. And the scene seemed a little quiet at this time. The black poisonous fog also gradually dissipated. The main purpose of this poisonous smoke is still to interfere. The main toxicity is still some irritation to the eyes, nose and throat, and the black characteristics of its own condensation. Some guests at the banquet were red-eyed at this time and accepted treatment from the guards, who came in later, looking very embarrassed. The overturned tables and chairs, the food and drink scattered all over the floor, the fallen high heels, and some pendants and shawls made the scene a mess. However, at this time, several nobles and those who were not affected by the poisonous smoke all kept their eyes on Wani, who had bound all the assassins. Too strong. If it weren't for this mage who suddenly appeared and turned the tide, this banquet would have really turned from a happy event to a funeral. The other party was so well prepared that even the powerful Count Luke was trapped by the targeted props for so long. With the cooperation of those high-level assassins, they were fully capable of snatching Miss Barbara away and escaping unscathed. Even if the Countess's sudden attack might break the original plan a little, it was probably impossible to stop Miss Barbara from being captured, and at most the mage Sinte would be left behind. It was such a crazy and bold move to snatch his daughter in front of a top knight, and in full view of the public. But they did it. And the little girl cried and ran towards her father after Wang Yi let go of her hand, and finally hugged Count Luke's legs and began to cry loudly. It was because of her crying that the brief silence at the scene was broken. Thank you, Master Yi, for your help. Otherwise it would be unimaginable. I didn't expect that Mage Sensei was actually bribed. Count Luke walked towards Wang Yi very sincerely, then lowered his proud head and bowed to express his gratitude from the bottom of his heart. Nothing. They attacked me first. It was just a convenience. Wang Yi glanced at the noblewoman who was hanging in the air and throwing daggers at him. And he seemed indifferent. President Mike didn't tell us that the master is also a magician. Luke stood up again, looking at the bound assassins, his face full of emotion. It is a means of casting spells. And this speed does not rule out that it is a warlock who specializes in a certain spell. But he must still call the other party a magician. At this time, Mike, who had just recovered from the shock, couldn't help but show a moment of embarrassment on his face. If he had changed his words slowly, would he have been hanging in the sky like this? And judging from the howling of the noble knight before, it seemed very uncomfortable. Even these well-trained high-level assassins couldn't help but groan. Earl Luke has spoken, so Mike must explain a few words. After all, he really knows that the other party is a spellcaster. Well, I think Master Yi is a low-key person, and he may not want to make himself known to everyone. Although I know that Master Yi is a spellcaster, I didn't expect him to be so strong. Mike's bitter smile made Count Luke nod his head. In any case, Mike has made a contribution to a certain extent this time. If he hadn't invited Master Yi to come and play, the consequences this time are really unacceptable. 7 high-level assassins plus a formal mage who turned against them. Even if they didn't expect Lilith's strength, they might not be able to pose an effective threat to the couple. But the chance of catching Barbara is really great. A well-prepared formal mage, although he is one level lower than himself. The trouble and damage he caused are completely beyond his expectations. Several magic items specifically targeting himself, plus his own spellcasting, delayed the time for so long. And this was with the help of Lilith. If Lilith wasn't there, if he suddenly attacked, he might be in danger. But compared to himself, he cares more about his daughter. The party that made the move in secret knew him well. However, looking at the sent mage who was lying against the wall and being shackled by the soldiers, Luke couldn't help but look a little gloomy. Even this mage who has been stationed in Dano for so many years has been turned against the government. And the other party is still the president of the Mage Guild and his magic consultant. Sure enough, it was the incident caused by the flame bird last time. Master Yi, you have also seen that Mage Sitter is now unable to assume the responsibilities of the president of the Mage Guild. I wonder if I have the honor to invite you to become the president of our Mage Guild in Dano. Count Luke invited Wang Yi. The Mage Guild is not the same as the Leo Floating City. It is equivalent to an institution that serves mages from all over the country. It belongs to a management model that combines strips and blocks. It is subject to some information constraints from the Mage Guild General Assembly, and is more influenced by some local areas. So if Luke, the Lord of the East, invites Wang Yi to become the president and submits it, as long as he comes to prove that Wang Yi is a formal mage, he will directly approve it. In fact, not only the Mage Guild, but also various other professional guilds will be more or less subject to local constraints. Even organizations in the gray area such as the Thieves Guild. If Luke expresses strong dissatisfaction, he will change the president to avoid conflict. Of course, this is because Earl Luke, as the Lord of the East, has a stronger voice because of his reputation and strength as Earl of Flame. If it were an ordinary city, it might be the other way around. The guild headquarters would send a branch president to come and inform the local manager to report it. President of the Mage Guild? Wang Yi raised his eyebrows and found it interesting. So he just got into the organization? Thinking of the Mage Tower, which was high-end but poorly made, Wang Yi nodded. Okay, but I am not affiliated with the Mage Guild, and I have never registered. If I want to travel in the future, I will leave. Wang Yi made many requests, but this was also a benefit brought by his achievements and strength this time. Earl Luke also readily agreed to this. Of course. In fact, Mage Center used to travel from time to time, and the specific things were handed over to the apprentices below. Chapter 529 Dilemma Players appear. Although Wang Yi only used one spell from beginning to end, these high-level assassins were completely powerless to resist. This strength is really eye-catching. Even Luke did not rule out the possibility that the other party was a great wizard. In addition to saving his daughter and resolving the crisis on the scene, Luke was still quite grateful to Wang Yi. In fact, Luke himself is not a person who likes to meddle in other people's affairs. He just likes to practice, eat delicious food, appreciate beautiful scenery, and travel around with his beloved Lord of the East. There are endless trivial matters to deal with every day, and he also has to deal with and balance the nobles and merchants under his command, as well as various cumbersome noble etiquette and dinners. If it weren't for his own brother kneeling on the ground crying and hugging his legs to beg him, he wouldn't even be a dog. Look, the disaster is coming. He even targeted his family, which is really unforgivable. There seems to be a flame in Luke's eyes. Then he walked directly to one of the noble assassins, who was hanging in the air, looked at his face carefully, snorted coldly, and tore it directly. A piece of human skin appeared in his hand, revealing a terrifying face. This pale face always gives people a creepy feeling. There are no eyebrows and eyelashes, and the nose is also shaved, leaving only the pore, which can make people have nightmares. Humph! Brotherhood? Faceless man. After Luke directly uncovered the mask that avoided most detection methods on the pure physical side, he recognized the identity of the main messenger. There are not many organizations that can mobilize such powerful resources. 7 faceless men who can perfectly replace their identities, plus the rebellion of the official Mage Sente. This kind of hand is by no means a trivial one. After confirming the identities of these high-level assassins, faceless men, they can generally lock the Brotherhood famous for assassination. The training of faceless men is their most powerful technology. High-level professions can disguise themselves to the greatest extent without using breathing techniques. And this human skin mask is not afraid of detection in terms of physics. Theoretically, these 7 high-level assassins alone have the ability to threaten the hero class. According to the information he can get, there are 2 great knights who died in the Brotherhood in the past 10 years. There have been many cases of kidnapping of relatives similar to this time. The assassin organization that made its fortune in Silver Moon and landed in the Western continent, but thrived in Middle-earth, is really notorious. It's just that where there is demand, there is a market. The fact that they can thrive and become stronger and stronger shows that there is such a demand. Leave them to Mr. Earl for interrogation. Seeing that the guards had already handcuffed them one by one, Wang Yi saw that the guards had skillfully removed the assassin's chin. And then he pulled out the chain again. When the chains were pulled out, the assassins who had obviously undergone extensive training also groaned one by one. Seeing that the noble was almost incontinent before, they naturally knew the pain when the chains were pulled out. This made the faces of the nobles, who were still present, change slightly, and they looked at Wang Yi with more fear. But at the same time, there was also a hint of goodwill in their eyes. Of course, I apologize for the unpleasantness caused by this banquet. Because of this mess, I won't see you off. Tomorrow I will arrange for someone to come and help the master take over the Mage Tower. Count Luke nodded and said. The little bean who was already holding his mother also plucked up the courage to say to Wang Yi, "Thank you, uncle, for saving me." After saying that, he buried himself in his mother's arms again, just sneaking a glance from time to time. Seeing this cute human cub, Wang Yi also laughed and rubbed her little head, and then took Xiaotia away. A servant led the way for the 2 of them in front. When he arrived at the door, he could vaguely hear the words of Count Luke behind him. "Pauzan, you have been with me for several years." Obviously, it was the standard questioning tone for cleaning up the traitors around him. Xiaotia, who also heard it, couldn't help but stick out her tongue. Today, she really ate a lot of big melons. But her man is worthy of being a great wizard. The action he took before was too handsome. He didn't even move a step, and the chain of the void penetrated all the enemies. She suspected that even Count Luke, who was known as the Earl of Flame, would probably not be a match for her man. Although Count Luke had reached the peak of the hero level, the mage's suppression ability was still too strong, as can be seen from the fact that the scent mage successfully delayed for such a long time. Because of the castle's solidity and soundproofing, the outside world seemed to have no idea what was happening inside. It was just that many guards had rushed over before, and something might have happened. Many carriage drivers outside were also looking around, whispering from time to time, "What's going on? Is there any trouble?" Should stop asking about the noble lord's affairs. At this time, a carriage with an eagle family emblem came out from the carriage of Wang Yi and Xiaotia and stopped on the side. The carriage drivers of the nearby merchants consciously drove their carriages away a little. The noble carriage driver was sitting in the carriage, with a little pride on his face, and asked Chi-Chi next door, "This beautiful cat girl, my master is Baron Mickey. I haven't seen you at the banquet before. I wonder who your master is. Let's get to know each other. Maybe we can help each other's masters." That's what he said. But the cunning eyes of the coachman, who kept looking up and down at Chi-Chi, were much more direct than those relatively reserved nobles. He was just a coachman, and he didn't care about those comments. Besides, he was just looking at a maid who drove the carriage. But this cat girl was beautiful enough. God knows how she warmed the bed for her master. I heard that cat girls are very wild. And I don't know what kind of wild method they are. Looking at Chi-Chi's face full of impatience, but forcing herself not to drive him away, the coachman couldn't help but smile. This is the benefit of following the right master. Although they are all coachmen and driving carriages, there are differences between coachmen. Just like the nouveau riche drivers who left on their own accord. He, who had a noble family crest on his carriage, was different from them. He was a top-class driver. Looking at Chi-Chi's slender figure and beautiful face, he was ready to go a little further and reach out to test her. He wouldn't dare. Swish. Just when he was about to try and reach out his hand to get some oil, a flash of knife light flashed and cut a bloody mark on the back of his hand. Put down your claws. But the hot-tempered Lulu couldn't help but rush out of the carriage. But although Lulu was hot-tempered, she still suppressed her temper in this situation. If it were in the town of Danik, she would have pounded the man to the ground long ago. But now she just wanted to drive him away. The arm hurt. And after seeing another cat maid appear, the coachman retracted his hand and scolded him sternly. What do you mean? Guards. Guards. Someone here attacked the noble carriage. This is disrespectful. He knew that he was nothing. And he forced the matter to the head of the master he served, and wiped the blood on the back of his hand on the tarpaulin of his own carriage, leaving a blood stain. So as to prove this matter, humph! Now that I'm injured on my hand, and have soiled the baron's carriage, I won't let this go. As for their excuses, what's the use of that? There's no evidence that I harassed them. Besides, at this time, it's not about evidence or no evidence. It depends on the power of the master behind him. And he is also sensible in doing things. He dared to be presumptuous because he saw new faces here, parked outside, and the carriage was ordinary. He would not provoke anyone he couldn't afford to offend. As for causing trouble to the master, with two such cute catmaids here, the master would praise himself as a director. Maybe there would be some soup for him to drink. Lulu, you are impulsive again. Seeing the coachman jumping and calling the guards over there, Chi-Chi couldn't help but frown slightly. Lulu showed her little tiger teeth and said angrily, I'm helping you. You heartless bastard. That's not what I'm saying. If you want to fight, don't leave any injuries. It's better to just punch him twice in the stomach. Chi-Chi and Lulu. Lulu has always been more irritable and impatient, while Chi-Chi is relatively careful and quiet. But now it's clear that Chi-Chi is not a pushover. She's just more stable than Lulu. Aw? Why didn't you say it earlier? Lulu only reacted now, seeing the other party smearing blood on the carriage and leaving evidence and jumping and yelling at the guards. She knew that she was in trouble this time. Damn it! There shouldn't be blood. Originally, she just wanted to scare and warn him. The injury was not serious this time. It's not as good as punching him twice. I wanted him to get closer before I did it. Chi-Chi sighed when she heard Lulu's complaint, and there was a trace of worry in her eyes, wondering if they would cause trouble for the boss and the boss's wife. Although many guards had entered the castle before, there were still guards nearby who were more vigilant. They had already vaguely known that something was wrong, and now they were all on high alert. Now, after hearing the screams here, a team of 6 people quickly rushed over to check the situation, looking at the guards wearing leather armor, holding spears and round shields and rushing over quickly. Chi-Chi and Lulu's expressions also looked a little solemn. If they were on an adventure before, they would have chosen to retreat first when facing this possible enemy. They took the same route as Shaltia, but they were not good at direct confrontation, judging from the formation rhythm that these 6 guards were able to maintain when running. They were probably well trained, although they were definitely not at the professional level. Their long-term training and tacit cooperation probably made them able to deal with real professional-level enemies. If a conflict really occurred, I'm afraid it would not be good. Besides, the situation here does not allow for conflict, as the enemy has too many reinforcements. But before they could think too much, the team leader stared at the jumping driver and said sternly, What the hell are you yelling about? What's going on? The driver, who was arrogant in front of Chi-Chi and Lulu before, now hunched over like a turtle grandson, nodding and bowing in front of the team leader like a fly rubbing its hands, and said, My lord knight, this is what happened. Of course, this team leader is not a knight, but just like spellcasters like to be called mages and descendants of nobles like to be called knights, The title of knight is sometimes used more frequently. But before he could finish his words, a playful voice came over. Wow. It's quite lively. What's going on? Catching an assassin? At this time, Wang Yi and Xiaotia just came here under the guidance of a servant, and saw the excitement here with a smile on their faces, looking like they were watching a show. After seeing the scene, Xiaotia's eyes also moved. She grabbed the wrist of her other hand with one hand, and asked Chi-Chi and Lulu, who were showing off her deep V black veil. What's going on? What's going on? How did you teach your servants? Look! They attacked me. They scratched the back of my hand. After seeing Xiaotia appear in her dress, the coachman's eyes almost popped out. He said, this time, I created an opportunity and excuse for the master, and there will definitely be a reward. While speaking quickly, he also raised the back of his hand to show the bloody wound. Look! This is the ironclad evidence of their crime. But the next moment, a green light flashed, and his raised arm disappeared in an instant. Puff blood spurted, dyeing his master's carriage red. After a moment of shock, he hugged his broken arm in fear and made a painful sound. Wang Yi waved his hand lazily under the guard's expressions of facing a great enemy, and said to Chi-Chi and Lulu, next time, just chop off your hand. A scratch is nothing. If others know, they will think I can't afford to pay. Then he thought about it, looked at the driver who was covering his broken arm, and waved his hand again. Another green light flashed, and his other hand was also cut off. One for each person. The captain who was facing a great enemy also swallowed his saliva at this time. Spellcaster? Mage? How could it be? At this time, the guide servant who also had sweat on his forehead immediately shouted at several guards. Why don't you catch the assassin's accomplice on the ground? He has been serving in the banquet hall. He has been watching the assassination from the beginning to the end. And the Earl's promised to win him over. If he is not satisfied, he will be finished. This is the future president of the Deno City Mage Guild, the benefactor of the Earl. As servants of the Earl's mansion, they know that the Earl attaches great importance to feelings. This mage who saved the young lady is not only of superior status, but also has a life-saving grace. At least, he can walk sideways in Deno City. Not to mention that he chopped off a lowly coachman. Even if he chopped off Baron Mickey's hands, he would have to come back to apologize. The coachman who was wailing on the ground did not see who the servant was pointing at because of the pain. After hearing the voice, he kept cursing. Yes, they are assassins. Take them away. But the next moment, he was a little confused to find that he was held up by the guards. What? Are you taking me to heal my wounds? But it was true. The amount of bleeding was so large that I would die if I didn't get treatment. Then, he was dragged away by the guards in a daze. Looking at the servant of the Earl's mansion, who was constantly bowing and apologizing to the other party, he reacted a little suddenly. I am the accomplice of the assassin? How can I be so worthy? Boss is so handsome, Lulu said anxiously in the car. Her little face was full of excitement, and her exposed little tiger teeth added a bit of cuteness. In fact, she and Chi-Chi were also worried that causing trouble would bring trouble. In the end, I didn't expect that the boss would take all the responsibility, and he was so relieved to come forward in person. If I don't grab Chi-Chi to help push a few times at night, it would be unreasonable. Remember, as long as my people are right, it doesn't matter even if they break the sky? Wang Yi smiled. In fact, it doesn't matter if they are not right. It's just that he doesn't want his family to be infected with some bad habits. People will change with the changes in the environment. And the same is true in this Afei world. While saying this casually, Wang Yi also glanced at the roof with a smile, and saw a black eagle soaring in the sky through the roof. The flying height and its black color made it almost invisible even if the black eagle looked up. But it stared coldly at the situation below, and even noticed the conflict in the carriage. Boss lady, what kind of organization is the Brotherhood? As an assassin, you should know it well, right? Wang Yi asked casually. Well, the new NPC force of the player was born. The Brotherhood, the full name of which is the Moonlight Brotherhood, is in a sense an extreme group separated from the Moon Temple. The purpose is that the Moon God is the strongest god, and they want to welcome the Moon God back. It has been nearly 1,000 years since its establishment, but it has become more and more crazy in the past 100 years. The origin of the Moonlight Brotherhood should be Silver Moon, which is the largest satellite in the Sephi realm. Wang Yi estimated that it is about the same as Callisto, with its own magnetic field and atmosphere, and its own ecology inside. According to records, It was called Blue Moon before the moon god was born because the ocean above could be seen directly. But after the moon god was born, it used it as its own pasture. Wang Yi judged from his own perspective that the moon god had spent a lot of time and energy to set up a super large divine formation on the silver moon, thus isolating the silver moon from the outside world. However, some creatures on the silver moon did appear in the Sephi realm, and many subhumans were born in the silver moon. Although the Moonlight Brotherhood is an extreme member that separated from the holy land of the Moon Temple on Silver Moon, it really started to grow and develop after escaping from Silver Moon to the western continent of the Sephi realm, and then used the western continent as a springboard to spread all over the country. It is said that they also have an unclear relationship with the Thieves Guild, and it is not clear whether they still adhere to their original doctrines. But they are recognized as the organization with the strongest assassination ability. There are records of successful assassinations of legends. It caused the collapse of the empire. The Brotherhood is very mysterious, although we don't know whether they still adhere to that doctrine. In fact, they are very troublesome in all aspects, and they have a very good market. Xiaotia also briefly talked about the information about the Brotherhood that she knew, although there were some complaints that Wang Yi was too devoted to studying magic before, and these were not clear. He still explained it in detail. I have also taken on some similar business in the Thieves Guild before, but the Thieves Guild is not mandatory and is a pure intermediary. But the Brotherhood seems to have a different business situation. They can take money to do ordinary assassinations, but if it involves a big figure like Count Luke, there must be some transactions behind it that cannot be done with money. After listening to Xiaotia's words, Wang Yi actually doubted whether this thing was a backup plan made by the moon goddess herself. He has some say in the research of gods. He has explored and studied faith, false gods, and ways to become gods, and has also deduced several situations and forms. In terms of strength and accumulation, the moon goddess is definitely not as good as the earth mother goddess, who is combined with the will of the world. So she left without any worries. After the gods ran away because of the poison of faith, they did not have no chance to come back after digesting and suppressing the hidden dangers. The bigger reason for not coming back is that they are worried that the believers' cognition of themselves has been distorted after disappearing for so long. And if they come back accidentally, they will be poisoned. If the foundation is not enough, it is possible to send them away or go crazy. Therefore, they still had occasional oracles appearing 100 years ago, and now it cannot be said that they have completely stopped appearing. But the interval may be longer due to the distance. Controlling the temple well and continuing to maintain the image should be an important signpost for their return. If they do a good job, they can continue to come back to get the wool here. This Moonlight Brotherhood may be a kind of backup responsible for correction. But even the gods can't guess the human heart. It's really unclear what the doctrine has become after so many years. Anyway, it is obvious that it has started to take private jobs. However, for Wang Yi, these are just minor episodes. Just new NPC forces for players. The Black Eagle in the sky saw him casting a spell before, and he will take over the Mage Tower tomorrow. After that, he will be the new president of the Mage Guild in Dunner City. Although the previous set mage was a bit useless, this Mage Tower didn't use any expensive materials at all. But at least the scale is here, and he can start to modify it. I had originally planned to build another one in Deno to add points to the players, and this time it was delivered to their doorstep. While Wang Yi experienced some minor incidents, Louis and his team, the first player team to come into contact with the local natives, managed to gain a foothold in the town of Danik. After all, they couldn't speak at first, so it was difficult to communicate. But now they have almost figured out many functions, including the Adventurers Guild, and some daily words can be spoken from their mouths. Although they are not standard, their communication ability with sign language has greatly increased compared to when they just came here. In the Tia Tavern, which has not been renamed, 6 players squeezed into a room. They don't sleep here. Or it can be said that they have deep sleep time in the game. So why waste this money? It's almost confirmed that the crisis in daily situations is still controllable, and we can change from alternating between 2 shifts to taking turns to go out. After walking around outside again and returning to the room, Louis also made a new decision. They don't want to keep the sense of urgency when they open up the land and cross the forest, and they are in a hurry to eat. Now that they are in a relatively safe place, it is obvious that there is no need to tighten the clockwork so much. But safety should still be prepared. When going offline to eat and lift iron, it should be enough to ensure that each of the 6 people takes turns to guard one person. And although the commission left behind is a bit dull, there will still be passive counterattacks. With the help of a player who spreads the news, the safety factor has been greatly guaranteed. No problem. Let's start with me today. But the 6 of us live in one room. I feel that the boss lady's eyes have changed. But the boss lady is very beautiful. I heard that she is the personal maid of Baroness Danik. Listening to the gossip of those drinkers, it seems that the previous boss lady and waiter are more hot. Or Catwoman. I'm so curious and want to see it. After arriving in a peaceful environment, even in their top team, some colored topics began to appear. 2 guys laughed very obscenely. But the song Savages Out of the Mountains is really good. It should be a prophecy about our players. The background makes them more accepting of us. It's really hardcore. A separate song was composed by Mastery. It can be regarded as an Easter egg. I think the bard named Sad Wind from Dunner City has a lot of stories. I wonder if some tasks can be excavated. You can try it. I'll go there during the day tomorrow. Hey, why design it so realistically? There are no NPCs to interact with at night. Why sleep? It would be great if you can get up and have fun with us. I think this is good. Although there is a little error in time. At least most of the nights here are in the daytime. We can exercise and solve some life problems. I think people in the opposite time zone are miserable. They are in conflict with this side during the day. If they want more interactions during the day, they have to reverse the day and night. Hee. Now that we have stood firm, can we send out our video? To be honest, it's a bit difficult with fewer players. The new teams are foreigners, and they seem to be a little wary of us. Send it. Chapter 530 Rumors of Savages Track. The town of Danik was built by the river. But it is a pity that the river does not flow into the Dano River. Otherwise the connection between the town and the city of Dano would be even closer. As the lord of the town, Baron Danik built a castle by the river in the town alone. The scale of this castle is naturally far from that of Earl Luke's castle. But it is also well equipped, and is the most magnificent building in the town. The 50 elite private soldiers of the Baron, as well as the Baron's family and servants in the mansion add up to more than 100 people, which makes the castle more popular and not desolate. The little moss that appeared in the difficult-to-clean places of the castle actually added a sense of sedimentation to the castle. As the sky gradually darkened, torches were lit in the castle, although it was completely incomparable to Earl Luke's mansion. Keeping the castle torches bright all night was also the basic decency of a noble. In Baron Danik's study, Baron Danik, who looked to be in his 40s and had a mustache, also saw the message from Dano City under the illumination of the oil lamp. Count Luke was assassinated at the dinner. I didn't expect such a big thing to happen. This matter is a big deal in the entire Dano City, the entire East, and even the entire Principality of Kton and the entire Aster Plain. In the end, Count Luke's butler Pusin was hanged, and the president of the Mage Guild, Mage Sente, who was involved in the incident, had his limbs crippled and was imprisoned waiting for the Mage Guild to come and deal with it personally. It even involved 2 nobles and several wealthy merchants. Shaltia is a woman with good taste. After reading the intelligence, Baron Danik couldn't help but sigh. And Baroness Danik, who was arranging flowers next to him, asked curiously, "What happened to Shaltia? Is this matter related to her?" Baron Danik is also a beautiful woman with outstanding appearance. Her long brown wavy hair draped over her shoulders adds a noble temperament. Although her figure is not as wild as Shaltia, it is also exquisite. She has a good relationship with Shaltia, although the tavern she bought from her this time cost a lot of working capital. Its ability to make money continuously is a very high-quality asset. In the past, Baron Danik had evil thoughts about Shaltia, and some unpleasant things happened. In the end, the Baron was afraid of Shaltia's assassination ability and gave up. In addition to being a mid-level knight, Baron Danik only has the chief instructor of private soldiers, who is a professional level. In order to stabilize people's hearts, he even rewarded the only knight under his command with a mill. The bard he likes is a formal mage. He helped Count Luke a lot this time. I'm afraid he will become the president of the Dano Mage Guild, and his status will even be higher than mine. Danik put down the information inside. Formal mage? The new president of the Mage Guild? My god, there are really all kinds of monsters among the bards, the Baroness said in amazement, and then breathed a sigh of relief. This is good. It's not in vain. She sold the egg-laying hen to me before, and I called her stupid. Then the Baroness blushed, glanced at Baron Danik with a seductive look and said, "Since we have finished reading the intelligence, let's rest early." This voice made Baron Danik, who was about to get up, freeze. He sat down again, picked up a feather pen and said, "I have to pass on the recent intelligence of the wild men. Several new wild men teams have appeared. At this rate, The total number of people is probably not small. Although his wife is very beautiful and very capable. They are an old couple. And even the knight can't find the passion they used to have. This made the Baroness roll her eyes at him. Then write quickly. I'll wait for you. It was not even dawn yet. Walker just came out of the tavern with a little drunkenness. And saw 7 or 8 wild men squatting at the door of the Adventurers Guild. Which almost scared him. There were not many people on the street at this time. And a group of them suddenly appeared to sober him up. Especially when these guys who looked a little bored found Walker. They all surrounded him with shining eyes. They talked about some poor words. But the meaning was barely understandable. Hello. Do you need help? Walker, who was sober and on guard, was stunned at this moment. What the H.L. But recently, I did hear rumors that the wild men from the jungle are very helpful. And they are obviously good at it. But they don't care about the coldness of the people. What kind of work is pulling weeds? Repairing leaky roofs? Chopping wood? And all kinds of work are inexplicably rushed to do. And the demand for rewards is also quite optimistic. Almost anything is given. Because the team led by the guy named Louis lives in the tavern. And it is said that 6 people squeeze into one room. But he has seen it after all. And always feels that the rumors are a bit exaggerated. But who would have thought that he would run into it now? This made Walker, who was preparing to do some work and had an empty pocket due to drinking recently, hesitate for a moment. And then tentatively said, I am preparing to go hunting in the mountains recently. But I feel a little uncomfortable. I wonder if you can help me hunt to prey. Anything will do. Hearing Walker's words, the group of players' expressions lit up. And then, they chattered a lot with each other. One of them quickly returned to the entrance of the Adventurers Guild. Took out 2 long-eared rabbit corpses from the bag of one of their companions, who was carrying a bag. And ran over and handed them directly to Walker. Rabbit is okay? Walker was a little stunned after seeing this. And then nodded repeatedly. Yes. While saying this, he fumbled in his pocket and took out 2 steel coins. I only have 2 nashi on me now. Can I use it as a reward? Of course. Paying money and delivering goods. 2 nashi got 2 fat long-eared rabbits for free? There is such a good thing? On the other side, the players in the studio employed by the fruit company also began to discuss excitedly at this time. Brothers, have we found a bug in the task? They will accept it if we prepare the materials in advance. This is a super real game. I don't think it's a bug. After all, it takes time and effort to hand over the goods. Of course, you can also buy them with money. The evaluation of the 2 rabbits task doesn't seem to be high. The attribute experience only increases by 10 points. It's good to have it. And now we can't use our experience to strengthen. It's too far to go back. I don't know when new strengthening points will be opened. But according to the current situation, we can still spend nasi to buy things to complete tasks. And continue to gain experience in a virtuous cycle. It's a pity that credit points and nasi can't be exchanged directly. Otherwise our boss's wealth would be really promising. I'm just guarding against this. Don't talk about wealth in Umbrella's game. The team that can break through the many obstacles of the Warcraft Forest and reach Nick Town now must have luck. But its strength is also unquestionable. Although it is still far from the threshold of the professional level due to the difficulty of experience improvement. At least, they can achieve the level of defeating ordinary Warcraft with mutual cooperation. And almost everyone brought a heavy musket. It's just because of the supply problem. There is a lack of bullets and flints here. So they like to use heavy muskets as the bottom of the box for the time being. In fact, this is also one of the disadvantages of firearms. Although it can be exchanged for powerful defense-breaking lethality in the early stage, supply is an issue that cannot be ignored. At present, the enchanters of the Abyss Mineral Company are unable to complete the enchantment in the Sephi realm. Even if they want to set up a new base here, they can only process the semi-finished products shipped here. This is not a question of how much money is spent. But this game is too real, and the supply line is too long. So the hard work at hand is also very important. Because foreign teams have already arrived in Danik Town. Louis and his team have also started uploading some information that can be made public. Everyone, based on our current observations of Danik Town. Although the residents are surprised by the appearance of our players, they are still accepting it quickly because of Master Yi's Easter eggs. Then, they even uploaded a hand-drawn map, as well as photos of the inside and outside of different buildings and their different functions. The largest castle is the castle of Baron Danik, the lord of the town. We can't go in, so we can only post some external photos. Look at the authenticity, the light effect, and the sense of time is really overwhelming. When explaining the video, They also matched some video footage of them outside the castle, using their bodies to compare with the castle walls. The textures of the stone bricks in the castle were all photographed one by one. Then they were driven away by the nearby guards, and their embarrassed escape caught the eyes of the netizens watching, causing laughter. Your embarrassed escape doesn't look like the first team to successfully open up the land. Don't be scared. Go after them. What are you afraid of? You are just a coward. Rush this castle dungeon. Yes, rush the castle and rob the Baroness. The photo of the Baroness I posted last time made me rush several times. However, this is not a live broadcast, but a pre-edited short video, so it did not directly respond to the questions of netizens. But it is obvious that Louis and his team also know what kind of urine this group of cloud players is. They are all afraid of chaos in the world. So when filming, they may have guessed some of their thoughts, and even explained it in the following video. Some people may wonder why we don't have a head-on conflict. So I have to talk about some important news we have heard now. And it is also a reminder of some players to pay attention to. Although some core skills and information will definitely not be revealed. In order to avoid other players getting into trouble and implicating themselves, Louis and his team still gave some advice. First of all, these guards are Baron Danik's private soldiers, and they represent the interests of the nobles. Once we take action, no matter what the result is, I am afraid that the difficulty of the game we will face will increase linearly. As they talked, they actually cut into a very abstract hand-drawn map, which looked like a field grid, although we haven't seen the actual map yet. Through some inquiries, we have also learned the general situation of a large-scale map nearby. The town of Danik where we are now belongs to the eastern part of the Principality of Kaduan, which is under the jurisdiction of the city of Dano. There are 4 countries on the AST plane where the Principality of Kaduan is located. The other 3 are the Kingdom of Ida, the Principality of Dia, and the Principality of Not. The locations of the 4 nearby countries were also marked on the map of abstract field graffiti. As for the nobles, they are currently a very powerful force and class in this world. If we really have a direct conflict with Baron Danik's private soldiers for no reason, we will probably be the same as the red names. Here, he paused again, and then continued. In addition, these well-trained private soldiers are different from the militias in the town. Their individual strength is still above most players. Moreover, I have secretly watched their training. They are also very strong in coordination. They have a full set of armor and various equipment. If they are really surrounded, they will be defeated immediately. The cloud players, who originally feared chaos in the world, were just talking about it. Anyway, they are not going to fight by themselves? Now they nodded after hearing this news. This should also be an invisible constraint of the game, equivalent to the effect of a red name. You can't change your account in this game, and a red name is troublesome. In addition, there is only one chance to change the paid local image to enter the Safei world. You may continue to be wanted after you die. It's useless. There are too many people making trouble. I think the first batch of 600,000 should be okay. After all, they have been assessed. As Louis and his video played, and the players discussed, a rough outline outside the Warcraft forest gradually appeared in their impressions. His father. What are you looking at? In the Warcraft forest, Yuyuzi, who was already covered with mud and fallen leaves, was curious when he saw Kangaroo's father saying that he wanted to collect intelligence. The new intelligence said by Liu Yi's team, according to the previous route strategy, will be able to get out of the Warcraft forest in 2 days. These are indeed useful. Zhao Qi, who was also in the team, explained. When he was searching for Bukukase swallowed by the giant python, he became famous in one battle. Although he only has 12 points of mental power, his specialized detection magic also reflects his own advantages. Since Kangaroo's father wants to hold onto Yuyuzi's thigh, he naturally has to choose a suitable team. Zhao also saw Yuyuzi's potential. And Kangaroo's father is also a magic system with 15 points of mental power, and works hard to learn. So he easily accepted the invitation. Yuyuzi is a genius mage among the internal test players. Kangaroo's father is also an elite with 15 points of mental power. And Zhao Qi is also an old closed beta player with a spirit of research. With them each holding a gun, they really have a good combat effectiveness. However, none of the 3 had strength points, and they needed 2 mud-legged people to take the front row and open the way with backpacks. Because they didn't like to contact those big forces, they could only look for relatively honest and obedient free players. Where can you find honest and obedient people? As for miners, they mainly need to have a lot of strength, no complaints when opening the way, and be able to coordinate time. So they found a pair of twins among the miners. The sister is in G, and the brother is in Chi. Two guys who had almost pure strength points and have a lot of time. It seems that both the sister and the brother won the robot quota. One was sent to the factory to support the family, and the other sold his house to buy a house to do housework at home, and directly put the resignation report on the head of their respective bosses on the spot. And here they also won the internal test quota at the same time. Although the internal test quota is 600,000. And there is also a blessing in the exam. This is also a very rare European. When selecting people, they also consider the European spirit in it. Not to mention, it was relatively smooth along the way. In addition to having strong strength, luck is also very important in crossing the monster forest. The team with bad luck was besieged by 7 monster wolves, and was dismembered on the spot. They even posted the video online. When one of the team members was bitten by 4 monster wolves, and pulled by his limbs. The stubborn middle finger was his last accusation. So although they encountered monsters several times along the way, they were all single monsters, and they became the spoils of their team. The only regret is that with Yuyuzi, a standard fireball cultist, there was almost no intact fur, and many were directly broken. The power of the fireball in this world is indeed quite exaggerated, far exceeding the traditional fireball. That is, most monsters have magic resistance. Otherwise it is estimated that no spoils can be collected. I see. This is the mark left by the pioneering team. The direction is correct. It is this road. Kangaroo's father looked at the deep mark on the tree, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. Although as Team Lui began to announce their route and the location of some marks, other teams have come one after another. In addition, several foreign teams have successfully completed the independent reclamation, and this road has been passed by several waves of people. However, the growth rate of plants in the primitive rainforest is really fast. At present, the frequency and number of people who have passed through it are not enough to leave a clear road. There are still people who have to keep breaking through the thorns in front. They can only distinguish by the slightly different plant density and some marks next to them. If there is no confirmation of the marks, they cannot determine the route. After all, the roads that some monsters have walked occasionally will also have similar effects. For example, the pig road and the tiger road. According to the video they summarized, we should be able to rush to a ranger's hut set up by the hunters in the town of Danik in the forest today. Let's start the shift there today. Kangaroo's father compared it and asked. Although he organized the team, the core of the team is still Yuyuzi. But this guy is socially anxious. As Kangaroo's father, who used to run a takeaway for Kangaroo and was hit by a car, he can also be said to have experienced the standard warmth and coldness of the world. With 15 points of spirit, I don't say how high his IQ is, but at least when he is serious, his learning ability is still very good. In junior high school, he was called the Little Prince of Physics. It was no problem for him to learn junior high school courses just by talent. But after entering the intensity of high school and getting addicted to Dota, his performance plummeted, especially in mathematics. He scored more than 100 points in the junior high school entrance examination, but he failed in high school. Then he got the expected college entrance examination results and a third-rate school. The learning atmosphere in the dormitory in the school was all about games. After playing for 4 years, he was confused when he suddenly came into contact with society. The companies that came to the school for campus recruitment were all weird companies. After stepping on all kinds of pits, such as pyramid schemes and selling insurance, he entered the food delivery industry. Originally, relying on his youth and hard work, he also earned more than 10,000 yuan a month, which made him proud again, thinking that studying was just like this. But with that car accident and the ruthlessness of the kangaroo, he suddenly recognized the reality. Kangaroo's father has been baptized now. He is no longer as self-righteous as before. Even if it is a team organized by himself, he will always ask for opinions when making some decisions. However, it is precisely because of his performance and his social skills that he has developed from running takeout that the other people in the team have recognized him and tacitly accepted his position as the captain. You decide. I don't want to worry about these things. I will give you all a buff that strengthens perception, Zhao Qi said without any concern. He didn't have the mind and energy to manage anything. The main reason for being in this team is to rely on Yuyuzi. Sometimes he can ask for advice on some questions. As a cloud mage who learned from videos, Zhao Qi has long wanted to find an organization. Anyway, he got a reward of 300,000 credit points for finding a snake last time. Now he is not short of money. It happened to be the summer vacation without classes. He might as well study magic with the extra time. There were 2 professional students from the mage class, and a cloud mage himself. So the atmosphere of discussion was quite good. We have no objection. We are too low-spirited to think. Yes, the mages have the final say. And Jian and Qi, who were born as miners, had no objection. They depend on each other for survival. Their family conditions are not very good, but they are quite optimistic. Anyway, the robot just laid down after winning 2 machines. One sold the house to serve him, and the other signed a contract with the factory to make money to support the family. Now he lives comfortably in a rental house, in addition to the money that can be earned from the game itself. Now he has followed such a team of 3 mages. What else is there to complain about? 3 mages, and they are rare not to join any company. Just a team of their own. The 2 siblings originally had internal beta test quotas, and could easily find a stable job with considerable income. But because they think open-mindedly, they are also free players as long as they have enough food and money. Anyway, this game has a very high degree of freedom, and you can enjoy it no matter what you do. They also know how rare it is to have a team of pure free players. After cutting away the messy branches in front, the road suddenly became empty, and the surrounding environment was obviously much more spacious. A small wooden house that looked a bit shabby and had cracks on the wood also appeared in front of several people. Wait a minute. There is someone inside. Zhao Qi's eyes had a faint arcane glow, and he spoke to remind everyone. He was specialized in perception and detection, and his output mainly relied on guns. This time, the brother and sister brought a lot of bullets and supplies. When traveling on a daily basis, Zhao Qi can now almost always maintain a simple blessing on his body. Now he just sensed the breath of the small wooden house. I just don't know if it's a player or a native. At this time, everyone's eyes turned to Kangaroo's father at the same time. In addition to his stronger social skills and being an organizer, there is another reason that Kangaroo's father specifically studied language proficiency. Kangaroo's father at least has a basic level of 15 mental power, and is willing to spend time and energy to learn, and chose to specialize in 2 relatively low difficulty spells. One is the Wind Blade, which is much less powerful than the Fireball, and the other is the Language Mastery. Although he cannot draw the outline of the void, he has been able to coordinate his hands to release the spell in about 20 seconds after clicking some reaction points. Wind Blade is also a popular attack spell that has been explored so far. It is definitely not as powerful as the Fireball, but it is better in that the spell model is simple and the release speed is faster, which is very suitable for mages to participate in the battle in the early stage. Unfortunately, because Kangaroo's father also takes language mastery into consideration, his Wind Blade can only play a supporting role now, and it is not as lethal as his shooting. The reason why Kangaroo's father chose 2 spell specializations is actually mainly because personal energy is limited at present. Even if Yuzi learns new spells, it takes time to master them. He wants Yuzi to focus all his energy on the blade, and those auxiliary abilities such as exploration and language mastery will be left to himself and Zhao Qi. Although after learning later, after becoming more and more familiar with the basic nodes of various spell models, the speed of learning by analogy will be faster. Unfortunately, the current learning time is not enough for this. At least the spell nodes of language mastery are completely different from the direction that Yuzi is studying. Even legendary mages have their own areas of expertise. So these guys who are still mages' apprentices naturally have to choose their own tracks first. Chapter 531 Convenience. I have a wizard tower. Dolly and his team sat in the ranger's cabin and began to prepare to make a fire to dry their clothes that were wet due to the dew. Unlike the players who act recklessly with the help of the heroic spirit, ordinary people need to consider too many other factors in the forest. Eating, drinking, defecating, urinating and sleeping are all fatal points. Even drying clothes is a must now. Even with their physique, being in such a humid environment for a long time will cause physical discomfort. Captain, we have lived here for 2 days. Do we really have to wait? Gongchui couldn't help but say. They occasionally use this cabin, but that is when they want to increase their income during the peak season and rest here. Now it is the off-season. After 2 days, they only got a few long-eared rabbits and a silly roe deer. They are just ordinary beasts. It is already a big loss. Stupid. The captain said that this time we came out mainly to wait for the possible savages. The money we made from repairing their skins a few times was more than what we made from hunting hard. But now those merchants have learned their lesson. The 2 waves that came recently were intercepted. Female archer Liz said helplessly. Steel hammers are good in everything. When teammates stand in front, they are extremely reliable. But they just can't think straight. Now the wasted time will be made up. Okay. This time hunting has become a bonus. It's good to hunt prey. But it doesn't matter if you don't hunt. But at this time, they heard the slurred and lame shouting outside. Is anyone there? Hearing this voice, they all shuddered. It's savages. Although they don't know the specific situation. The new ways of savages all know a few basic greeting words. According to Captain Dolly, the first batch of savages may have used some magic to send back some information. But they don't know how they did it. At present, it is known that these savage tribes have some unique spells. And they also have the innate skill of knowing languages. Which is quite awesome. It is not surprising to have something else. Someone. Welcome to the savage friends from afar. Dolly answered loudly. Okay. But they were happy. But they did not relax their vigilance. Whether it is to define a group by an individual or to define an individual by a group. It is quite ridiculous. They will not think that all savages are harmless just because the previous ways of savages are law-abiding. And the kangaroo father, and others, who heard the voices inside also perked up their spirits. It has been explained that the NPCs outside have various positions. And they will not relax. Maybe they are here to kill people and steal treasures? They also looked through several videos of foreign teams. Because some of their extra magic equipment and Warcraft furs were snapped up by merchants. In the eyes of outsiders, there are many valuable things on the savages. But after seeing Dolly and his party come out, they felt relieved. It's stable. It's the guiding NPC. I didn't expect to see a guiding NPC. Is it because there is a magician among us? It may be a coincidence. Okay. Stop talking. I'll release a language mastery to facilitate communication. In the end, it was Kangaroo's father who ended the topic. Then took 2 steps forward and pointed at himself. Then pointed at Dolly and his group. And said in a poor spoken language, language mastery. Having dealt with the savages several times. Although the voice was a bit tongue-twisting. Dolly and others still heard what was said. And then Dolly smiled and said, we know you can understand us. Welcome you. Kangaroo's father saw that they had misunderstood. And shook his head. Then pointed at himself and Dolly. And put on a gibberish casting action. Not directly released. That's because he also needs 20 seconds of preparation time. It would be bad if he was misunderstood as an attack. Seeing that the other party still had a puzzled expression. And now it was considered a reminder. He tentatively stretched out his finger and began to slowly guide. Looking at the spell model that suddenly appeared in the void in front of them. Dolly and his group were also shocked. Spellcaster? Does he mean to release the language comprehension to us? Because Kangaroo's father was slow in casting spells. Such a slow speed did not cause Dolly and his team to react urgently. They just dispersed a little and waited quietly. When Kangaroo's father finished drawing the model with 2 fingers and then began to apply it to Dolly. Dolly also found that he completely understood the other party's voice. This is language comprehension. Captain Dolly should know it. You know my name. It seems that you do have a spell to transmit information. Dolly's face was full of emotion. Even if they knew that there must be spellcasters among the savages. They didn't expect them to come out so early. And from the looks of them, they just crossed over like this. Don't they worry about safety issues? This is a precious spellcaster. In fact, they found that although these savages were not weak, they were not very strong either. They dared to cross the Warcraft forest without a professional level, which really made Dolly and his team speechless. You are really not afraid of death. Generally, for an individual, a 10% mortality rate can be considered an absolute high risk, and most people will not try it. However, the mortality rate of players who are not at the professional level and cross the Warcraft forest is definitely more than 10%. At first, they felt that it was normal that they did not see the spellcaster Dolly. It would be abnormal if they saw him. But who would have thought that they would see him this time? And judging from the preparation time of the other party's spellcasting, he was not at the professional level, but should be an apprentice. He is really brave. While this shocked Dolly and the others, they did not forget the purpose of this time. Then Dolly spoke up. The thing is, we see that it is troublesome for you to carry so many things all the way here. So we want to buy your furs here. And you should also need some funds for the initial use. Hearing this, several players were not surprised. Louis and the others said that these NPCs are super real. They completely simulated various human emotions, which is super awesome. It feels that everyone has their own personality and positioning. And everyone has their own feelings and positions. Although we know that this must be simulated by big data. As long as ordinary people can't tell the difference. Isn't it the same as the real thing? So the best excuse for them to block here is to make a profit. The few people didn't care about this at all. And Kangaroo's father agreed directly. Of course, we already know a little about the specific price. There is a problem with our handling method. You should make the money you deserve. The price is clearly marked and fair to everyone. Because of the language proficiency, Kangaroo's father's communication with Dolly is undoubtedly much smoother. At present, even Louis and his team still use simple words to communicate. And most of the time, they need to cooperate with gestures. But here, relying on the convenience of magic, it is easy to have a long conversation. This surprised Dolly and his team. These savages have such high cognition. Why do they feel like they have read books? In the current situation of the Safei world, reading is still a luxury. And most people are illiterate. Even in those magic academies. One very important thing is to popularize the knowledge of words. That is, most of the civilian students they accept are extremely talented and exempt from tuition and have scholarships. These students have strong learning ability. Otherwise, recognizing words is a problem. It should be because he is a spellcaster. Not every savage is like this. Dolly also found a reason in his heart. However, just when they were thinking about it, Kangaroo's father said with embarrassment, "But our fur is seriously damaged. I am a little unsure about the price. I need you to recognize it." After he said that, he called in Ji and Chi, the siblings behind him, to come forward. With the help of these two strong miners, the spoils were turned out. Dolly looked at the burnt fur in front of him, and the corners of his mouth kept twitching. What a waste of natural resources. How did it burn like this? However, while complaining in his heart, he also re-examined this team that was obviously weaker in spirit. Compared with the first wild team we met, this one looks like a weak aura. However, among these guys who exude a weak aura, there is at least one mage apprentice. And judging from the situation, they obviously have spells that can be used in actual combat. I just don't know if it's the apprentice at the beginning, or there are other apprentices in it. But even this apprentice has that long pole. At present, almost every wild man who appeared here is one. I don't know if it's their totem token or some strange weapon. But no matter what, an apprentice who can use spells in actual combat is theoretically not inferior to the ordinary professional level. And his status is probably even higher. You can actually see the degree of damage to the fur of those monsters. It's almost broken. It should be a fireball spell. You should know that most of the fur of monsters still has a certain degree of magic resistance. It's enough to show the power when it's blown up like this. The thick-skinned monster was almost blown to pieces. Dolly, who was only wearing a set of monster leather armor, had a rough idea in his mind. If he was hit, he would die. But of course, the apprentice's spellcasting was not too exaggerated. It should be that there was time for his teammates to contain him. If a conflict really occurred, he would suddenly burst out and find the apprentice who cast the spell. And there was a high probability that he could kill him directly. This made Dolly subconsciously look at Kangaroo's father a few more times. At present, the guy who released the language mastery was the most suspicious. Although he spent a long time on language mastery, it was only an auxiliary spell after all, and it did not pay attention to efficiency. Maybe he practiced the fireball spell? Then he locked his eyes on Zhao Qi. And this person was also very suspicious. His eyes were not right. Although the knight's perception was not so strong, Dolly was a professional at least. And he could also attract magic when the breathing method burst out. So he vaguely noticed that Zhao Qi should have some magical characteristics. Then this one is the alternative. If a conflict really occurred, he would first kill the one who came to communicate, and then forcibly kill this one. And the battle situation would be stable. Of the remaining 3 people, 2 who looked like brothers and sisters were carrying so many things and looked like coolies. And the other one was huddled aside and looked timid and fearful. So they were not worth worrying about. However, Dolly couldn't help but laugh at himself afterwards. It was still the vigilance left over from the previous battlefield. He analyzed how to deal with them when he met them. Fortunately, this was not a disadvantage. One must be on guard against others. If these savages really had any bad intentions, I, who had made all the preparations, would definitely surprise them. Because Kangaroo's father prepared language proficiency, the communication between the two sides was much better than before. Originally, Dolly wanted to ask those savages many questions, but he couldn't get the answer. This time, he could ask them carefully. Kangaroo's father was very talkative. He talked a lot, but there was nothing crucial. He just boasted about the garbage information on the internet, without any reality. When the transaction was completed, Dolly and his team also prepared to return to the town with their harvest. And the spell effect ended again. Kangaroo's father quickly asked the others. How do you think we should answer these questions? Hearing this, and G, who had been a laborer, became excited and said with a bright look in his eyes. It's rare to be able to communicate. I think we can brag a lot and scare them. The peerless emperor fought with the gods from outside the domain to the end of the universe and fell asleep. Now he is awakened with his family, but before she finished her words, her brother and she coldly complained beside her. Did the avenues be wiped out by the battle? Please, sister. There are really gods and divine courts here. Okay. Do you want us to be burned to death? Maybe it will also implicate other players and she is right. I think in terms of background. I'm afraid that we players are easily regarded as a whole. Louis and his team seem to have discussed this in their previous videos. I remember there were related discussions and some votes on the internet. Jiaoqi also nodded at this time. I feel that talking nonsense will make my identity worse. And it will be more difficult to show off later. Kangaroo's father was very steady in this regard, and didn't say anything nonsense at the beginning. How about we also start a live broadcast? Kangaroo's father asked tentatively. I have no problem with that. I think it's okay for us to form a fixed team or even a studio. Everyone doesn't like constraints. So this is just right. Jiaoqi also nodded. It would be boring to play online games without any interaction. They just don't like constraints. Not that they don't like making friends. This is the charm of online games. Not to mention this kind of epic-making game. Okay. Okay. And G nodded repeatedly, raised his little hand high to show his agreement, and also grabbed his brother's hand and raised it together. They are just two salted fish. Although they also like to be free. Isn't it good to have a big thigh to hug now? I have no objection. Yuzi also seemed very happy, because he could see ghosts since he was a child. And his parents thought he had mental problems. In reality, he can be said to have no friends at all. In addition, he is socially anxious. And he seems a little lonely in the game. He is close to his father, who he first met. Now that he has been familiar with other people after these days of contact, he certainly has no objection. Okay. We'll think about the team name later. Now let's do a live broadcast and ask for everyone's opinions. Kangaroo's father quickly browsed the hot posts in the forum, looked at some of the most voted answers, opened the video, and said to Jiaoqi, how about you communicate and interact with them by typing? I'll continue the buff. And they look at us a little strangely. Okay. While the players were discussing this, Dolly and his friends on the other side also said a little strangely. As soon as the magic effect ended, they whispered to each other. Are they discussing how to fool us? Well, it's possible. Then if we reveal our identities later, it may not be credible. Anyway, it is a clue. Let's listen for now. Anyway, these wild people have indeed brought vitality to the town of Danik. The teams active in the town are all very enthusiastic. But they are a little stingy in accommodation. Several people live in one room. Is it their custom? The cavemen squeezed into the cave together? I think it may be because they are worried about safety issues. Just after Dolly and the others discussed it in a low voice, Kangaroo's father came over to add buff. Another 20 seconds passed. This time, let Dolly and the others concentrate and add them all. On the other side, Jiaoqi, who had already started the live broadcast, also completed the title setting of the live broadcast room. The first language proficiency in the entire network to contact NPCs. Online solicitation of opinions. Urgent. Currently, live broadcasts are all external devices. And the places where they are posted are mostly small broken stations and TT platforms. The forums in the game do not support videos for the time being. But people often move messages and some pictures. This time is also the case. Not long after the live broadcast started, many people came in, and new posts appeared in the forum. Look everyone. There is already a wizard who knows language proficiency, and has come into contact with the natives. Let's guide NPC Dolly and his team. No way. A wizard has passed through the Warcraft forest. I'll go offline and take a look. This kind of opinion still needs to be raised. Yeah. Louis and the others are right. Don't talk nonsense and get out of hand. Yes. It's best for most people to maintain a consensus background. And ignore the few players who are causing trouble. Just issue a wanted order. As long as it doesn't affect us as a whole. God's favor? Dolly heard the news revealed by Kangaroo's father. Although he knew that they would definitely do something if they started to discuss secretly, he didn't expect them to do it so big. This made Dolly feel a little bit amused. Are you thinking we are stupid? This is because the God's court is not as powerful as before. Otherwise your words may be judged as blasphemy. Don't talk nonsense when you go out. Dolly glanced at a few people with a smile. And still reminded them. To some extent, he can be regarded as a shallow believer of the mother goddess of the earth. A really shallow one. This playful look and the words he said made the players, who watched the live broadcast, and made the choice together feel a little broken. What's that guy's look like? Has he been seen through? It's all because they didn't act well. When the time came, they gathered together to discuss. And then threw out the topic of God's blessing. The other party is not stupid. Of course they know there is a problem. That's what I said. But the NPC's intelligence is so high. What should we do now? Of course. Continue. We players can be resurrected. Anyway, we'll take advantage of this gimmick first. Yes. Anyway, we'll say the ancestor god. And we don't know who it is. Let them guess it themselves. So that no one will be offended. Wang Yi, who has already taken over the mage tower, but has not dismissed several apprentices of the center mage, also paid a little attention to it while instructing these coolies to move some things. The mage tower here will definitely be completely transformed at that time, so that players can also add points when entering Dunner City. Now that players have begun to set their own backgrounds, Wang Yi will naturally pay attention to it and also prepare to provide some guidance. In fact, it's not that Umbrella and World Company don't set rules and force settings. It's that players are originally rebellious and lawless. If they are forced to accept, there will definitely be a lot of trouble. Now that such a large-scale discussion has been held, even Cloud players have participated in it, which is actually a good way. It is definitely difficult to completely unify the caliber, and I am afraid that they will be divided into several groups at that time. But it doesn't matter if they are divided into groups. Just treat them as several different savage tribes, so that the players themselves will have a stronger sense of restraint and participation, which will save trouble. Just like script killing, it is interesting to apply and abide by the rules of the game. Such a real immersive experience also requires players to play the role of masters and increase their sense of participation. As for some extreme monsters that still appear, it's actually nothing. The Safei world already has a powerful military system. If there are so many losses after dying once, how many nails can those few guys have? If they are really out of control, it's not a big deal to intervene personally. It's originally a God-favored person. This setting is not bad. Wang Yi looked at the first wave of identity settings of players with interest. At that time, he could sing more songs. However, before the player's own uniqueness is fully revealed, there is no need to rush. Now there are only a few people who have arrived in the town of Danik, and there are only 3 magicians. After becoming the president of the Mage Guild of Dano, I can also directly exert some influence. However, at present, there is still the word acting in front of my guild president. After the Mage Guild headquarters arranges testers to confirm my ability as a formal mage and completes the registration, I can be officially in place. After all, the number of professional spellcasters is much greater than that of formal mages, and not all spellcasters can be called mages. However, with Luke's influence, this is just a procedure. Even if someone does not come directly from the headquarters, it may be that the neighboring Mage Guild arranges someone to come and confirm the situation. Standing next to the mana pool of the Mage Tower, Wang Yi was powerless to complain about the craftsmanship and poverty of the original owner of the Mage Tower. This mana pool can only allow him to cast 4 or 5 fireball spells at home in an emergency, which is quite useful against professional tiers, but has limited threat to hero tiers. The magic crystal on the top stores 3 remotely guided freezing rays. The defense barrier of the Mage Tower can be maintained for a long time and can't even defend against professional tiers. If the mana pool is consumed, it can resist professional tiers for half an hour, or a full strength attack from hero tiers. The Mage Tower is usually the base camp of a certain mage, so a lot of resources will definitely be invested in it. For a Mage Tower that has been run by a regular mage for a long time, forcing back the knight in a defensive battle is the basic standard value, and the excellent one can even kill him. But it is obvious that Sente has neither of these 2 qualities, and is just a show-off. That's it? Also called a mage? If we use the strength of Count Luke to quantify it, he can break through the Mage Tower guarded by Sente alone and kill him in a head-on fight, which is really embarrassing. Tear it down. It has to be demolished. This Mage Tower can probably only keep a SHL, and the rest must be replaced. Fortunately, although Sente may be a little poor, there is no hard stuff on the tower, but the height of his tower is still beyond doubt. With a height of more than 20 floors, The interior is mainly divided into 7 floors, and some semi-permanent engraving layers in the middle to ensure the effectiveness of the tower. The bottom floor directly serves as the lobby of the Mage Guild. It is equivalent to forcibly consuming ordinary materials at the cost of reducing the overall cost. So the SHL of the tower is large, enough for magic modification and tinkering inside. First, connect to the abyss, and then start transporting materials. However, the movement of opening the door, and the subsequent movement of covering the breath, or it will increase your enemy detection value. It is best to wait until the people from the Mage Guild come over and finish the scene before starting. I will ask how long it will take. Then Wang Yi also walked down from the top floor of the mana pool, past the experimental floor and the forbidden book floor, and then came to the lounge. At this time, Xiaotia was taking Chi-Chi and Lulu to complete some sorting and layout on this floor. From now on, this will be their place to live. They don't want outsiders to come here to take care of it. Anyway, they are not bad in physical strength, so they just go up by themselves. They didn't seem pretentious because they lived in the Mage Tower. I didn't expect to have a place to stay so soon. Every inch of land in Deno City is worth a lot of money. Will this Mage Tower be ours in the future? I just don't know if there are any problems with the ownership. Xiaotia seemed very happy when she saw Wang Yi coming downstairs. From this floor up, there are a total of 4 floors, which are completely Wang Yi's private area. The bottom of the 3 floors is the Mage Guild Hall. The second floor is the meeting and teaching area. There are also some apprentice dormitories here. And the third floor is the general library, which theoretically belongs to the Mage Guild. No problem. This Mage Tower was built by Earl Luke's uncle, the previous Earl Deno, who funded the Set Mage. The ownership belongs to Set, but this time it was directly taken back by Earl Luke for participating in the rebellion and then transferred to me, Wang Yi said casually. The previous Earl Deno had a hidden disease in the previous war with the Principality of Not and has died of illness. All his children died in the war, and his title was taken back by his nephew, Luke, the younger brother of the current Grand Duke of Kaduan, and took over the title and became a key figure in the frontier. The Principality of Kaduan is a very ordinary principality with only 3 great knights, each of whom has his own important tasks. Okay, let's stop and rest for a while, and arrange for those apprentices. Chapter 532 Temple Federation. The Mage Guild is a relatively loose organization, but it has great influence. The chief of Lille Floating City serves as the honorary president. However, the Mage Guild and Lille Floating City are not the same, nor are they affiliated. The honorary president does not have the power to interfere directly. The latter is an actual force, and can even be regarded as a kingdom of mages, while the Mage Guild is a loose organization established for the convenience of mages. The honorary president does not have any actual direct management power. But of course, Lille Floating City is a holy place for mages, and it is still very difficult for the Mage Guild to exert influence. At the same time, in order not to cause resistance from various countries, the appointment of the branch president of the Mage Guild will still take local conditions into consideration. Strong lords like Earl Luke directly propose candidates, and as long as they are formal mages, they will agree. Those in weaker places will also be notified to pay their respects. In addition to providing some convenience for mages and apprentices, the Mage Guild has 2 very important meanings of existence. First, it is to recruit some wizards and recommend them to various magic academies. Second, it is to facilitate some exchanges among members. Mages themselves are a group that needs to be studied, delved into, and discussed, because the number of mages is relatively small. Such discussions are rare on weekdays. Some mages go out to travel for the purpose of going to wizard towers to exchange experiences with other mages. However, also because of the number of mages, the business of the Wizard Guild is not busy on a daily basis. Similar to potions and enchantments, these are divided separately and have their own guilds. After all, some magic craftsmen are not regarded as wizards, but most of the top pharmacists and top enchanters are part-time mages. Craftsmen who don't understand the principles can't become masters. And occasionally there will be ordinary magic craftsmen who, because of years of immersion in it, slowly realize the truth, and their skills are close to the Tao. And then, they will go into the path of wizards in the opposite direction of one method and all methods. However, these examples are quite rare cases. Every time one appears, it can be sung and spread by bards, which is also the goal and dream of many people, because the main tedious functions have been arranged out. The Deno City Mage Guild, apart from the former president Sente, is only a few people. There are a total of 5 magic apprentices, 2 cleaning maids, a chef and a receptionist. Mage Sente participated in the assassination and was suppressed on the spot, not directly executing him except for the interrogation, just to give the Mage Guild some face and let them clean up the mess themselves. When the news reached the Mage Tower, everyone here still felt panic. However, Sente took on this kind of work that required strict confidentiality, and it was highly likely that they would not know about it. Count Luke was not a person who liked to vent his anger, so they interrogated them overnight and eliminated the suspicion and released them all. It was precisely because of the overnight interrogation that they seemed quite honest and cooperative when Wang Yi came to take over the Mage Tower. When Wang Yi and his men came down, this group of tools were still doing some sorting according to Wang Yi's requirements. After Wang Yi and his team came down, one of them also stopped what he was doing and came over to greet him. Mr. President. Well, Murphy. Right? Ask them all to come over. I have a few words to say. Wang Yi nodded at the apprentice. Murphy was over 50 years old, and there was some gray in his hair. He had accumulated a lot of spiritual knowledge and had studied several models thoroughly. In terms of the casting speed and power of those spells, they were not much inferior to those of formal mages. But unfortunately, his talent was still limited. Although he had worked hard for so many years, it was probably still difficult for him to cross the threshold of formal mages. Now he should be ready to try to upgrade from an ordinary caster by relying on the spell models he was most familiar with. The biggest advantage of formal mages over apprentices is that they can engrave a spell model that they control in advance, so that the spell can be almost instantaneous. If it is a defensive spell, there is also a passive trigger effect. The spell model prepared for engraving can be modified according to needs, but the modification takes a certain amount of time, and because it directly acts on the soul, it also needs to have a recovery cooling time. The specific time varies according to personal strength. Generally speaking, a formal mage can only change once a day, depending on the level and ability of the formal mage. The number of times this instant spell can be used and the power of the engraving are also different. Before, Sente engraved a control spell to trick Count Luke and buy time for him to use the props. Therefore, the gap between the formal mage and the top apprentice is still very large. To a certain extent, if only the frontal combat power is counted, the formal mage can kill the top apprentice in seconds with this convenience. However, because Murphy has studied and studied for a long time, in terms of some knowledge reserves, he may have more than many young formal mages, but he is indeed lacking in talent. If quantified by player values, it may only be 10 points of innate mental power. His transformation now was also a helpless move. Ordinary spellcasters, who were not wizards, usually had similar conveniences when they changed their jobs, but most of them solidified their mental power according to the few spell models they mastered the most. So the spell models they chose to engrave in the future would only be the fixed ones. Unlike formal wizards, they could engrave and modify new spells they learned temporarily in the later stage. But the difficulty of promotion was obviously much simpler, and it was not completely blocked from the way to become a wizard. If they could reach the level of skills close to Taoism, they could reactivate their spirits. And Murphy, the old apprentice, quickly called everyone over, even the chef. A total of 9 people. It must be said that although Sente looked sanctimonious, the 2 maids and the receptionist were all beauties. The 2 maids were dressed in a Gothic style, and the receptionist was a hot and sexy queen. But the 5 apprentices were really only based on their abilities. There were 4 men and 1 woman, except for Murphy, the old apprentice. The other apprentices were relatively poor, and the only female apprentice also looked like a magic dodgy. When I looked at her, I had already thrown her a few flirtatious glances, as if I wanted to teach her privately. Haha. Although she looks great, and I heard she is a noble lady, but she is so blatant. Is there any misunderstanding about me? Standing between the 3 cat girls, Shaltia, Chi-Chi and Lulu, Wang Yi couldn't help but ponder for a moment. This misunderstanding is very deep. You didn't choose to go to the Magic Academy, but have been practicing here. I think you all have some ambitions. Unfortunately, the mage is a profession that requires talent. Sometimes you can't achieve your goals with just passion. I don't know why Sente accepted you in the past, and I don't know how he taught you. But since you stayed here, it can be regarded as a kind of fate. So I don't mind giving you some pointers when I have time. Wang Yi's tone was very calm, and he first painted a small pie for them. A few skilled workers here can obviously save some trouble. At least the identity of the president of the Mage Guild cannot restrict himself or anything. And because they are just a group of weak chickens, Even if someone can break through to the formal mage in the future, they will not be able to discover that I will transform the interior of the mage tower at that time. So it is not bad to use it as a cover. The salary will be increased by 10% on the original basis. But you have to work hard for me. Murphy will be responsible for daily management. If there is nothing important, don't bother me. I will give you a set of rules at that time. If there are wild people coming here in the future, follow this rule. Wang Yi has become a hands-off shopkeeper. At that time, he will make a few ordinary magic puppets to support the scene. And it just so happens that this magic tower also has 2 libraries. After being exposed to those free common spells and some theories in the magic player learning class, those who are interested here can continue to pay for further study. At that time, I will temporarily compile some suitable ones to fill in. Although Wang Yi did not come to do anything new, it was Count Luke's confidant, the city guard Baron Dolph, who personally brought Wang Yi to take over. In addition to the overnight surprise interrogation, this group of people have long been obedient. Now after hearing Wang Yi's words, they all nodded repeatedly, and did not do anything weird. Although Wang Yi looks young, the magician is a profession that requires accumulation and learning. But a formal mage is a formal mage. As the most experienced, Murphy is the fastest to bow his head. Although the young formal mage can be said to lack accumulation, it also shows another problem. Potential. An old apprentice in his 50s, who is still blocked before the formal mage, is showing off in front of such a young formal mage? Murphy said that he wanted to live a few more years. At this time, someone came into the Mage Guild hall downstairs, and the warning array made a jingling sound of reminder. Excuse me, is Mastery here? Dolph is sorry to come to visit. Wang Yi said almost the same thing, and nodded to several people. You continue to be busy. I will go there myself. After saying that, he turned around and went downstairs with Xiaotia and the other 2, while Chi-Chi and Lulu also performed their duties as maids and began to prepare tea and snacks. Wang Yi and Xiaotia met Baron Dolph together. My Lord Baron, I didn't invite you to have a drink yesterday. Please do me a favor today. Wang Yi smiled gently at the tall and burly Dolph with a full beard. Although he was only a baron and his fief was not large, even smaller than that of Baron Danik, he was a confidant of Earl Luke and a new nobleman promoted from the personal guards. As a city guard, he also controlled the regular armed forces of Dunner City and maintained the order of Dunner City. In terms of actual power, he even surpassed Viscount Derry, who was directly sent by the capital to manage daily affairs, since he decided to stay in Dunner City for a while. Maintaining a relationship with this local snake could save a lot of trouble. Master, you have just come to Dunner City. Of course, I am the one who invites you. However, I am a rough man, and I am not comfortable with the noble's tricks. So I will not invite you to a family dinner. I will directly invite you to our best tavern to taste the strongest wine in Dunner. Baron Dolph laughed loudly, looking very generous. But then he realized something and asked Wang Yi. Master, you mages don't drink strong liquor very much, right? It's okay. I'm in good health too. Wang Yi waved his hand casually, and the local natives took him to taste the food and strong liquor, which would taste good. This world with abundant magic power is very interesting to him. That's good. But I have some business to do this time. Dolph then began to get to the point and explain his purpose. News just came from Danik, and there are really wild people in Danik territory. And those wild people have many strange and weird things. Considering that there may be more numbers and potential safety hazards in the future, Danik wants to ask what to do. If it was before the banquet, the composer would definitely be taken away first, and then brought to the city guards to ask slowly. But Dolph, who had personally participated in this dinner and witnessed what a wizard was with his eyes wide open, seemed quite docile at this time. Just kidding. Even the Earl couldn't solve the problem so cleanly. As a high-level knight, Dolph clearly knew the shortcomings of their purely physical profession. It can be seen from the short time that the Earl was trapped by Sente. If it weren't for the sudden power of the lady and this Master Yi, the matter would be serious. So his task this time was just to ask a simple question. And if the other party didn't want to say it, then forget it. At present, it doesn't seem to be a big deal. The savages who appeared have no professional level. Savages? I really know something about this. The songs sung were all played by Wang Yi, and he admitted it openly. This is a group deep in the Warcraft forest. According to the prophecy, they should have received the favor of God, but it is unknown which one it was. Wang Yi's understated words made Dolph's pupils shrink slightly. God's favor? although the two gods have been gone for 1,000 years. And even the oracle has disappeared in the past 100 years. The two great divine courts are still huge monsters. And even Leo floating city has to give them enough face. This kind of words can't be said casually. Prophecy. God's favor. This, for a moment, Doll felt a little tricky. This thing is a hot potato. In fact, I think people who want to know more can just ask a prophet or fortune teller to try it. After all, I just heard such a prophecy and got inspiration. Wang Yi casually pointed out a path. He didn't explain it in detail anyway, so you can imagine the rest. Although the players' bodies are mass-produced, Wang Yi also added firewalls. Especially the blessing given after the Hall of Valor was completed. To some extent, they can also be regarded as the bodies of heroes. If there is divination or prophecy acting on them, it is naturally pointed to a god. Wang Yi has figured out the principle of his own modified prophecy, and can use it very well. He doesn't worry about the problem of being exposed. At that time, he can naturally imagine that he heard the prophecy, and went to see it out of curiosity, and then created this popular song. It's reasonable. God's favor? That's what he said. Earl Luke, who was handling official business at his desk, also felt unusually overwhelmed at this time. The assassination is still under investigation. He hasn't closed his eyes since the banquet. And now Danik has revealed such a thing? TSK. He didn't care much at first. But he didn't expect that it involved God's favor. As long as the matter is related to God, it can't be simple. Should we notify the God Court? Dolph asked. There are several churches of the Earth Mother and the Moon God in Deno City. This is because the power of the temple has shrunk a lot now. In the past, places like Danik Town must have churches. No. Just pretend that we don't know about this matter. If the savages really get the favor of the gods, the God Court will naturally find them. We should not interfere too much. Count Luke pondered for a moment, and made a decision. Let's not talk about whether this news is true or not. Even if it is true, we don't know which god's favor it is. Wouldn't it be uncomfortable to find it now? According to that person, it can be confirmed by prophecy and divination? Generally speaking, this kind of mysterious thing is a little useful. But it is not very useful. If it can really point to a clear indication that it is a god, then it is probably true. The power of the gods is unfathomable. My lord, there is one more thing. The Mage Guild has replied that a test team from Calais will arrive by airship in a few days and complete the certification. Dolph told Luke the feedback from the Mage Guild again. And Luke rubbed his forehead again. Calais? The Calais Federation is not on the East Plains, but across the strait from the Principality of Norton. The exchanges between the two sides mainly rely on sea transportation and emerging airships. For a while, Calais had been wanting to build an airship dock in Deno, but it was temporarily abandoned as the situation between the Kingdom of Ade and the Principality of Gya became tense. However, there are other mage guilds and other formal mages in the Principality of Ktion. Even if they are not available, there are also mages in the neighboring Principality of Not. Why did they let Calais come from such a long distance? Was it arranged by the Mage Guild? Or did Calais ask for it? The sky was covered with dark clouds, blocking the sun. With thunder and lightning, heavy rain poured down, and the roar brought an extremely depressing environment. It was clearly daytime, but the sky seemed very gloomy. Farmers could only pray to God for mercy, and not to flood their crops. However, above the dark clouds, the sun was still shining, without any impact. Occasionally, lightning could be seen in the dark clouds below, like a silver snake wandering in the clouds. It was in such an environment that not far from the top of the dark clouds, a giant airship over 200 meters long was passing by the dark clouds, and the rolling dark clouds seemed to be able to touch the base of the airship. Under the swollen airbag, the cabin of the airship was suspended, and it was now roaming above the storm and flying forward. The cabin of the airship was originally large in size, and it was divided into 3 floors. The interior decoration was also luxurious. One floor was for cargo, one floor was for living, and the other floor was for pure entertainment. The tavern mode combined with some popular leisure facilities in Calais made the originally boring voyage colorful. The singing of the bard echoed in the cabin, which was in sharp contrast with the dark clouds spreading like thunder snakes below. The Calais Federation, a country formed by a huge peninsula isolated overseas, was surrounded by the sea except for a narrow walkway connecting it to the Pharaoh Empire in the north. For a time, the Calais Federation was ruled by the Pharaoh Empire, but because the mountains connecting the two sides of the walkway were extremely steep, most of the time it was not as good as direct sea transportation. so the controllability was limited. In order to save governance costs, the Pharaoh Empire had long established a governor on the Calais Peninsula. As long as enough taxes and required resources were collected on time and in a fixed quantity, nothing else mattered. Later, Governor Calais established a Calais Management Company, which squeezed Calais to the utmost, and the profits it collected even exceeded several times the taxes originally required by the empire. In order to maintain the company's longevity, Governor Calais also won over the top nobles of the Pharaoh Empire and even the royal family to invest in the Calais Management Company, making a lot of money. However, there is no doubt that the profits earned were all taken from the Calais Peninsula. It was not until the gradual rise of the mage that a magic genius appeared on the Calais Peninsula 200 years ago and was accepted as a student by the legendary mage of Leo Floating City that a change occurred. The legendary mage personally visited the legendary swordsman of the Pharaoh Empire, and then the current Calais Federation was established. It is rumored that the magic genius born on the Calais Peninsula has now become a top mage. And there is hope for legend. Although mages usually have no interest in management, the Calais Federation will be very sensible to search for some scarce magic materials to supply to Leo Floating City. After so many years of maintaining the relationship, even if they are not in charge of Calais, the Calais Federation is still thriving, and there are channels to obtain some products from Leo Floating City. This makes the Calais Federation directly establish a country based on business, with an extremely prosperous trade system, and even has a magic airship, a tool for running business, making the Calais Federation a well-known economic power in Middle-earth. And because of the subtle connection between the Calais Federation and Leo Floating City, many mages also like to settle down in Calais. The entire Calais Federation has 9 magic academies, and the scale of each one exceeds the only one in the Principality of Ktion. Although the Calais Federation has no legends now, it has 2 great mages and 4 great knights. Especially the number of formal mages is far more than that of ordinary countries. Generally speaking, the economy of places that have reached an agreement with the Calais Federation to build airship docks and have regular airship flights will prosper a lot. Dano City was one of the targets of investigation before. Inside the airship cabin, a middle-aged man in a tuxedo and a gel-coated hair was standing at the window of the airship with a glass of juice, lazily basking in the sun, while watching the dark clouds with silver lightning snakes moving below. William, what's the point of not drinking wine as a noble? At this moment, a somewhat rough voice came from the side, and then a burly figure with a body more than 2 meters tall and a sledgehammer on his back came over. This burly man was not only burly, but also had only a leather armor draped diagonally on his upper body, revealing half of his body, thick hair and originally messy blonde hair and beard, looking like a real savage. The Calais Federation used to have many ethnic groups, and after the establishment of the Federation, it was even more inclusive, so the composition was very complicated. Jean who? I told you. I'm not a noble. I'm a member of parliament. William took a sip of the juice and said in an erratic tone. The Calais Federation adopts a city-state system, and each city-state has its own voice and management methods. Because it was separated from the Pharaoh Empire, they do not have nobles on the surface, but only city councilors and the final council of elders. At the beginning, the situation of the Calais Federation was even hostile to some other countries. But later it was found that it was just a change of soup, but not a change of medicine. After the councilors almost completely inherited the privileges of the nobles, they relaxed and tacitly accepted that the councilors of the Calais Federation were equal to the nobles. As for how to divide it specifically, of course, it depends on the strength and power of the other party. Just like the size of the title does not represent one's own strength. Hey, it's so complicated. As if no one knows it. You are really hypocritical. The tall and burly Jean, who seemed to be completely unconcerned. He directly picked up the bucket like wine glass and drank a few sips. The bubbling beer flowed down his beard and wet some of his chest hair. But he himself didn't care at all. He burped with a comfortable look and wiped off the wine stains with his hands. Maybe? William did not argue with him about this matter. As a formal mage, he had his own rationality. Useless arguments were just a waste of time. Alcohol will only paralyze your spirit. At present, Leo Floating City has already conducted research. Long-term alcoholism has obvious damage to the human nervous system and a high burden on the liver. TSK. As if you won't die if you don't drink? Jean, who obviously didn't care, and continued to do his own thing. Then he thought of something and asked him, "By the way, why did you take the initiative to grab this job this time? And asked me to help stand up together? You guys are all unprofitable. There must be a problem." Hearing Jinhu's words, William couldn't help but sigh. I was just asked by my family. In fact, I don't want to get involved in this kind of thing. But this time it is indeed profitable. They promised to subsidize me with some mithril, so that I can complete the experiment. TSK mithril. Really generous. But this also means that the benefits this time are greater. Jinhu grinned and showed his white teeth. That's why I asked you to come along. If it's just me, it might be a little difficult. William looked helpless. It's hard for me to join you. The Earl of Flame is not just a name. He has probably reached the peak of the Great Knight. I haven't even broken through to the hero level yet. I can only hold out for a few moves at most. It's okay if you can hold out for a few moves. You're not going to fight. William's eyes were deep, and his tone was a little flat. After hearing his words, Jinhu stopped worrying about this issue. The two of them were good friends, who knew each other since the apprentice level. William had an excellent talent for magic, and was already a high-level mage before he was 40. Although it is not so easy to break through the hero level, and the threshold of the great mage is very difficult. Some geniuses may be stuck for a lifetime. But at his age, the chance of becoming a great mage is still very high. Besides, even if he is not a great mage yet, relying on his own methods alone, ordinary great knights may be able to compete head-on. If he is in William's mage tower, he can even win the battle. And Jinhu himself is not an ordinary person. He has the blood of a barbarian. His blood reverted to his ancestors and awakened his natural divine power. Although his breathing method and resonance with magic power are not as good as those of the Great Knight, he can rely on his natural divine power to fight hard. But he can also fight with ordinary Great Knights. Otherwise, he would not have the confidence to say that he could hold out for a few moves in the hands of the Earl of Flame, who is at the peak of the Great Knight. Besides, this time they represent both the Mage Guild and the Calais Federation. They just need to ensure that they are not being bullied. The other side is unlikely to be so desperate as to start a full-scale fight. However, under normal circumstances, with the face of the Mage Guild and the Calais Federation, there is no need to consider the matter of showing off one's power. It can only be said that some of the things they are going to do may cause some unpleasantness that will not lead to a fight. Chapter 533 Status Layer. In a relatively remote tavern in Dano City, Wang Yi and Dolph's table was filled with various snacks. They looked simple, but they all had their own unique flavor. A lot of empty wine glasses were already placed on one side. Good man. I don't believe it. I can't drink more than a wizard. Baron Dolph's tongue was a little knotted. Considering that Wang Yi was a wizard, he didn't choose strong liquor in the end. This tavern was one of his favorite taverns. The homemade fruit wine was also very delicious. But the after effect was a bit strong. The snacks were also quite cooked. They were obviously some ordinary ingredients, but they made people have endless aftertaste. Even Wang Yi felt very good. But unfortunately, the wine was still much worse than those brewed by the elves. Since this is a world with a suitable concentration of magic power and some good fruits, maybe I can prepare a batch myself. It's better to satisfy my craving. Even if you call the Earl, you can't drink more than mine. Wang Yi looked at Baron Dolph over there and smiled. Although this guy is a noble, he doesn't really care about etiquette. Anyway, he only needs to serve Earl Luke. Even if he doesn't understand these, other nobles can't reject him. And in fact, this is also a means of self-protection to a certain extent. He is deeply trusted and is in charge of the city's security. If he gets too close to other people, he will be suspected even if he has no idea. He looks a bit reckless, but he is actually rough and delicate. Although Dofu is already a high-level knight with a strong physique, the wine here is also brewed from fruits in a magical environment. If he doesn't take the initiative to use breathing to dispel it, he will naturally be affected. It's just that people who love drinking like the feeling of being drunk. If there is nothing wrong, he naturally won't do this. No, you must have cheated and used magic secretly. Right, Dofu said. The two people are a powerful noble and the president of the Mage Guild. But here they are like ordinary drinkers, which is really down to earth. You haven't told me the main reason why you asked me out today. Is there any arrangement from the Earl? Wang Yi asked casually. Oh, it's not the Earl's arrangement. It's mainly to remind you that the people coming from the Mage Guild this time are representatives of the Calais Federation. Wang Yi is used to seeing some faces in the other world, and the same is true on Earth. So after hearing what Dolph said, he raised his eyebrows playfully. If it's not from other cities in the Principality of Curtin, the neighboring Principality of Norton, and even the Kingdom of Aday are much closer. Why arrange for representatives of the Calais Federation to come all the way here? Wang Yi took a big sip of fruit wine. enjoying the smoothness of the slightly sticky fruit wine passing through his throat, and the subsequent fruity fragrance, and couldn't help smacking his lips. Interesting, he has made up for the general situation of some nearby countries, and even the general understanding of this world during this period. There are some documents and books recorded in the library of the Mage Tower. And Wang Yi also knows the history of the Calais Federation. With the help of Shelter's explanation, I have a preliminary understanding of it. The headquarters of the Mage Guild is located in the Dawn Empire. And there is an area in the Dawn Empire called the Goddess of the Earth. The entire Dawn Empire can be regarded as the Mother Earth's religious country. The headquarters of the Mage Guild is located here, not only because of the influence of the Dawn Empire, but also as a statement that they have no idea under your nose. The reason why the Mage Guild headquarters is mentioned is that the Calais Federation is one of the few places that can be directly related to the Leo Floating City, with the influence of the status of the Leo Floating City in the Mage group. The mage power of the Calais Federation is very strong, and it can also reversely influence the headquarters of the Mage Guild. So this is most likely a direct interception operation by Calais. But why this operation is done, and what the specific purpose is unknown. I only know that they have made so much effort to influence the arrangement of the Mage Guild headquarters, and arranged an airship to come all the way here. It must be more than just to investigate the ordinary process of their acting president. There must be other interests that are enough for them to act like this. There are actually quite a lot of interest points in the city of Dano. The city of Dunner has been at peace for 20 years. After a long truce with the neighboring principality of Nott, it has directly become a commercial city. This is actually in line with the atmosphere of the Calais Federation, which is based on commerce. For them, even if they expand outward, it is not the traditional annexation of their own territory. If they can control the city of Dunner in business, it will definitely become a huge benefit. Incorporating it into the territory also requires a little attention to the lives of civilians, which requires energy. Sometimes it is more profitable to control all economic lifelines. Even if the ambition may not be so big, the construction of the airship dock also contains huge benefits. Or maybe it is also because of Count Luke, the legendary knight. Or they are optimistic about him and want to win him over in advance. Or they are worried that he will become a legend and sweep across the East Plains and finally become a strong new neighbor across the sea from Calais. There are many possibilities. But Calais has such a developed business and magic atmosphere. There should be some prophets and fortune tellers. Wang Yi finished his drink and looked at Dofu, who was lying on the table with a clang in front of him because of the after effects. He couldn't help but be a little speechless. Boss, pay the bill. You did it on purpose. Poor Baron. The town of Danik itself is located on the east side of Dano City, bordering the monster forest. To some extent, it can be seen as being separated from the Principality of Nott in the northeast by a corner of the monster forest. The Kangaroo Daddy team, which had arrived in Danik town and booked a room for 5 people in the Tia Tavern, had the convenience of language proficiency. Now they can earn a lot of fees directly by casting the spell of language proficiency. The Louis team, the Fruit Studio team, and the Special Studio team, who came to the town in advance. These top teams at home and abroad all took the initiative to visit. This is the first mage team to pass through the monster forest. And all 3 have their own strengths. Whether it is language proficiency or exploration, they are all impressive and absolutely popular. Now looking at the 2 miners in G and in Chi, Louis and other T0 team members were speechless. This is a case of hard work being worse than luck. We are really lucky to have this team. However, they are all independent players and have not joined any team yet. After these top teams at home and abroad tried to win them over and offered a price but were rejected, they no longer wanted to bother with them. They obviously don't want to join any organization. Now they need help from others, hoping to help buff some buffs, at least to help increase the language proficiency of the people in the Adventurers Guild. After the main NPCs are done, they can provide great convenience. Their selfless look makes other teams lower their posture. No desire means strength. That's how awesome. And now they need help from others. And because they can learn remotely through cloud courses, these people may be able to come up with some new practical spells in the future. It will never be wrong to make friends with them. Goblin? Early in the morning, after the Adventurers Guild was given a language proficiency by Kangaroo's father, several pioneering teams that came to the town of Danik also squeezed into the Adventurers Guild hall. Now that the other party can easily understand what they mean, there is no doubt that communication will be much smoother. Then, they almost heard at the same time a task that is most in need of manpower. Yes, it's goblins. The gray-haired Adventurer Guild president came to the hall in person at this time. and his face looked a little solemn. The more serious the guild president's expression, the more excited the players were. A big task is coming. Is this a reward for our pioneering team? Although goblins are translated, we generally understand what species they are. Isn't this a free point question? Looking at the players' excited expressions, the president of the Adventurers Guild sighed and said, "You live in the Warcraft forest, so you may have limited knowledge of this kind of monster. Most goblins are not very strong, except for a few goblin warriors. It is difficult for them to have professional levels. A militiaman can easily defeat ordinary goblins, but goblins are the nightmare of many villages and towns. The presence of goblins nearby is a huge threat to the entire town of Danik." Just when the president of the guild said this, they suddenly felt a low roar coming, and the low sound even made the wooden floor faintly vibrate. "What is it? Goblins are coming?" Zhao Qi and Yuzi both looked at the ceiling at almost the same time. There is a wave of magic in the sky. It's not a goblin. When the president of the Adventurers Guild heard this, he was stunned for a moment. A smile appeared on his originally serious face, and then he said, "That's not the case. If goblins have this ability, they can threaten more than just our remote villages and towns. This should be an airship from the Calais Federation. If the altitude is lowered, it may be heading to Deno's city. I don't know when Deno's city will build an airship dock." After hearing this, all the players rushed out of the guild hall without asking about the goblins. They looked up at the sky. A huge airship was seen passing by at low altitude. Because the airship was so big, even if it didn't fly too fast, it still made a low roar. The logo of the Gale Federation on the airship and its magnificent size made the players exclaim one by one. There is no such large atmospheric flying unit on the Earth. This world is so magical. Take a picture. Take a picture. Recording. Any information about the new map? I really want to find a plane to experience it. Is it possible to get gold coins if I shoot it down? The players' enthusiasm for this airship is much greater than that of the goblin. It was not until the airship left the field of vision and flew towards Deno that they returned to the Adventurers Guild Hall with a sense of loss. "Mr. President, since ordinary militia can deal with goblins, why are you so vigilant?" Louis still didn't forget this rare group mission. It should give a lot of experience, and maybe it can strengthen his attributes again. At this time, the president of the Adventurers Guild was looking at this group of excited guys with cold sweat on his forehead. "Have you forgotten that I have the ability to understand languages?" Although he still didn't understand some of the players' meanings, but he still understood take it down and explode gold coins. Damn! It's really a savage. What kind of lawless person is this? However, as a mature guild leader, he chose to protect himself at this time, pretending not to hear the previous words and said, "Because goblins are very fertile. Usually there are a lot of them, and they are very cunning. They are not like wild beasts. They will use many mean means to plunder. Poisoning, sneak attacks, arson, ambushes and traps. Many people die tragically because they underestimated goblins." After saying this, the guild leader couldn't help but pause again, and then said in a slow tone, "But if you fail in the face of goblins, being killed on the spot may be a good result. They will plunder any females, even some animals, and even monsters. If they are humanoid, the captured males will also be brought back to the nest." The other party didn't say what they would bring back to the nest for, but I had specifically reminded them that they would prey on females, so I should be able to imagine it. Wow. Is it so harsh? Will they prey on males? Where did we find them? Their traces appeared near the Warcraft forest. As goblins, they would definitely not go deep into the Warcraft forest, but it is normal for them to be active on the periphery. They should have migrated from somewhere. With their fertility, if they gain a foothold, their numbers will soon expand, and then they will run out of resources and start to prey on others and consume their own numbers. So we must be quick. After hearing some explanations from the guild leader, everyone also understood that this individual goblin might not be difficult to deal with, but it seemed really troublesome. Perhaps more troublesome than Warcraft. They will be active on the periphery of the Warcraft forest. I wonder if any players will run into them. Remind them. Let's discuss it. How about cooperating this time? Okay. Louis and his teams met, and then came to find Kangaroo's father and others to cooperate. Although they didn't like being bound, they certainly didn't reject this kind of large-scale mission cooperation. Kangaroo's father agreed after asking for some opinions. At the same time, Louis started to upload some information about the goblins to remind other players who were still crossing the Warcraft forest. It wasn't long before Louis posted the warning, and the first player team attacked by goblins appeared in the forum. The only survivor of the team also posted a help post. Who knows? Family members. We encountered a group of green-skinned goblins, and they even made traps and ambushes. Clicking on the help post, I found that this was actually an old actor in the forum. The one who was swallowed by the giant python last time. At the beginning, Ari offered a reward of 1 million to find him, which also caused a lot of heat. There were many people who knew him, and he later joined Ari's team. According to several revelations, it seems that the treatment is still a high-level contract, which is quite good. This time, I joined the Ari team, which is a strong team with great hope of passing. But now it seems that I was ambushed and wiped out. The post complained about this group of unethical wild monsters with pictures and texts, and they were cursing the whole time. The picture shows the miserable situation of the No Sour team. They were stabbed to death by arrows, and were hung upside down and hacked to death by traps. A team of 6 left 5 bodies, and among them was the Fireball Master, who has become famous recently. This is the director of the virtual game department of Kangaroo Company. He is a genius in casting with a mental power of 17 points. He has mastered the fireball skillfully and entered the stage of void engraving, which can compress the casting time of the fireball to 15 seconds. You should know that Kangaroo's father is also working hard to learn, but the simpler language proficiency and wind blade still need 20 seconds. Even if he is learning too, it is also a qualitative improvement to compress the difficulty of 5 seconds after 20 seconds. The talent of the Fireball Master is indeed much better than Kangaroo's father. There were also several live broadcasts of fireballs hitting firehounds and fireballs hitting Warcraft, because Gu Qianqian hadn't made a move for a long time. This Fireball Master has been called the first practical magician with the blessing of buying traffic. As a result, from the picture and text description, he was pierced in the heart by arrows while preparing before even launching a fireball. He died like a hedgehog. The Bukakusi say, who was being carried to the nest by a stick and hung by his hands and feet, was still broadcasting live and giving a graphic explanation on the forum. My family? These bastards don't have martial ethics. In terms of strength, they don't seem to be strong. At least none of them can bring the oppression of Warcraft. They don't have a professional level, but sneak attacks, traps, ambushes, and arrows really caught us off guard. They were almost killed before they could show their skills. They took 3 away with guns, and now the guns have been picked up. They seemed to be studying how to use them. His hands and feet were hung, and although he had many wounds on his body, the Bukakusi say, who turned off the pain, still let the goblin carry him, looking indifferent. Is there anyone nearby who can save me? I think I can still be rescued. They are not strong. We will not lose if we fight head-on. Just when he was still trying to rescue him, netizens who had seen Liu Yi and his friend's warning video began to flock to him. Brother, listen to my advice and end your life. Really? Brother, it's too miserable. How could you be so miserable? You were swallowed by a snake again, and now you are caught alive by goblins. Choose to get out of the deadlock and end it all. Clean. Looking at these riddlers, who suddenly flocked to persuade him, Bukukase was also a little confused. What's going on? The punishment for dying once is very heavy. I was saved last time when I was eaten by a snake. Will no one come to save me this time? I have to try to be rescued. Even if they catch me and want to eat me, it doesn't matter. Once the perception system is turned off, I can take a bath in the oil pan. I have been eaten by snakes before, and I am not afraid at all. Hold on. Brother, we are here to save you. We have received the task of clearing the goblins. Just when Bukasisi was sitting on the Diaoyu Island, Zhao Qi, the player who rescued him from the snake's mouth last time, left a message directly to him. This message naturally made Wen Yu, who originally felt that there was little hope, show a face full of surprise. Save? It turns out to be Brother Grape's skin. I had already troubled you to save me from the snake's mouth last time. I didn't expect that I would be so lucky this time. Don't worry. I will definitely hold on. Even if they want to roast me, I will hold on. I will live broadcast the whole process. When you certainly knew that there is no love without reason. The other party also made it clear that they came to save him because they received the task of clearing the goblins. So it must be that I cooperated with the live broadcast and recording all the way to make it easier for them to find me. The death penalty in this game is too heavy. Wen Yu has never died so far, and he doesn't want to try. So even if he was tied to a stick and walked towards the nest like a piglet, he was still vigilantly observing the surroundings and gave clues to the relevant location. We followed the video guide sent by Lu Data. We were attacked around the 7th mark position. I am currently being carried to the northwest. And I have been keeping the same speed as in the live broadcast, when you continuously confirmed his position, which showed that he was very dedicated. Even so, even if someone came to rescue him, there were still a lot of players who left messages to persuade him to end his life. This made when you laugh and reply, "It's impossible. I can't end my life in this game. Even if they eat me, I will keep staring at them until the game ends. I'm going to say this today. I can't choose to give up." This sudden remark shocked all the players who knew about it. Even Zhao Qi, who was offline watching the live broadcast, quickly responded in the live broadcast and said, "Brother, don't be so anxious. Really, now we have found the clues. I will go online and rush over. Don't hold on. If you can't hold on, stop." Seeing Zhao Qi said to leave immediately, although he knew that this game would probably take half a day to get there because of the large map and the realism. When you still laughed, "Don't worry. I won't blame you if you don't save him. I have been in the stomach of a snake. So what am I afraid of? The last time I was locked up in the small dark room was even more terrifying. I have been chatting with netizens." Zhao Qi returned to the game, and then entered the game forum. After reading what the boys said on both sides, he felt a little helpless. Has no one explained the reason to him for so long? What kind of people are they? So crazy. Just want to have fun. Oh, I didn't say it, but I reminded you. Zhao Qi sighed about the decline of morals, and returned to the game to tell the communication situation. Okay, let's go directly after knowing the approximate location. He updated the information on the forum. I will be responsible for following up on the forum, and I will add the perception buff to you, Zhao Qi said righteously. He had dealt with Bukukase before, so he went offline to communicate in the live broadcast room in a hurry. Now it is normal for him to be responsible for the communication on the forum. Everyone did not doubt him. They just admired Bukukase's ability to bear. It's amazing. He dared to resist after knowing the characteristics of the goblin. I can't stand it. He also stayed in the snake's belly for so long last time. He must have a strong psychological quality. To be honest, I am also a little curious about how this game will show it. There will be holy light. The irritating parts can't be seen. But those actions. Can't think about it. At this time, netizens who knew the situation did not say anything in Bukukase's live broadcast room and forum posts. Only some kind-hearted people advised him to kill himself quickly. When Bukukase was confident that he could bear it, he finally saw a message that made him a little confused. Is it really okay for you to keep it a secret from him? What if he turns evil? No. Boss Say said he has a strong psychological quality. Yes. Don't worry. Although this game is real, the protection mechanism is very good. Yes. 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 If the emotional fluctuations exceed the threshold, he will calm down and log off. So don't worry. Originally, when you was a little confused, but after seeing the players' messages gradually revealing their true intentions, he finally felt something was wrong and asked during the live broadcast. I said, "Are you hiding something from me? Tell me." Listen. It's just a small matter. Don't worry about it. We have seen the cave of the nest. The anchor should turn off all perceptions first. It looks very smelly. We will know soon. We are also a little curious. These riddlers gradually made when you a little nervous. What else can he do? He is not afraid of torture if he perceives a level by himself. And soon, the goblin cave in front of him also appeared in front of him. The cave is about 2 meters high. The cave is obviously very dark, but there is no moss on the edge. There are some traces of excavation, which seems to be newly opened. Just when I came to the entrance of the cave, even though the perception has been weakened to 10%, I can still smell a bad stench. It's a bit like the smell of fermented defense mixed with thick sweat. Before, it was because these green skins were very smelly that he adjusted his sense of smell and taste to this level. Then he completely turned it off. Sure enough, the persuasion of netizens is still very effective. It really stinks. But if you want to break your will like this, it's too simple. As we went deeper into the cave, the light became darker and darker, and occasionally some feces-like things would appear on the ground, which looked very disgusting. Although the weapons of the goblins were simple, they were all quite dark weapons. Maces with rusty iron nails, inferior rusty swords. And when we came in, we saw that these goblins actually used their weapons to smear and scrape the excrement. When you didn't know how destructive this knife was, but he knew for sure that if it was an ordinary creature from another world, it would probably have to enjoy the infection package. As we continued to go deeper, it seemed that they had found prey, and a group of goblins surrounded us and cheered unpleasantly. The sound of hee-hee-hee was very harsh and disgusting. Many of them were still dancing a disgusting stand-up dance on the spot, which might be their custom. When you found that there might even be goblins who were thirsty and wanted to pounce on him to eat him, and the saliva in their mouths was scratching his face. But they were driven back by the hunting goblins and shouted angrily for a while. It seemed to prove that he belonged to their prey. Delay. Continue to delay. My reinforcements will be here soon. When you looked at Zhao Qi's message in the post, which was constantly communicating and replying to him, and he already knew how luxurious the team was this time. Louis team. Fruit team. A special team. Plus Zhao Qi's team with 3 wizards. More than 20 guns and their own combat power. If these things show this strength, then they can easily charge into a team of hundreds of goblins head-on. Guns are things. The more people there are, the greater the advantage of range will be. But as Wen Yu was carried deeper, he also found something wrong, and then replied to Zhao Qi in the forum post. Brother Grape Skin. There are a lot of monsters here. I'm afraid there are thousands of them. At this time, he had come to a stone cave hall with a bonfire. The hall itself should be natural, but there are some excavated passages next to it. While he was broadcasting live, he sent screenshots to the forum, which made Zhao Qi gasp. There are already so many. No wonder the guild leader said that goblins are the nightmare of wild villages and towns. Although goblins are weak and have poor weapons, you can see that many of them are holding wooden sticks and stone axes tied to stones. But they are almost all soldiers. In addition, they are insidious and cunning, and use all kinds of despicable means. If the town is not well prepared and they sneak in at night, it will definitely be a tragedy. Chapter 534 Promise Reinforcements. Thousands of goblins? Louis and others who had just left the village and were heading towards the Warcraft forest could not help but gasp after hearing Zhao Qi's words. They are tigers, and the players are brave. They will fight desperately when facing the siege of Warcraft. Players rarely have morale factors in it. If you don't accept it, just do it. But they still know the numbers very well. They dare to rush like this now, mainly because the more than 20 people gathered together are real elites. If everyone has a heavy musket, they even dare to go to the Baron Castle in terms of combat power. For those below the hero level, perhaps only knights wearing enchanted heavy armor can block the power of heavy muskets using flint. Although it also has various shortcomings. As a novice artifact that helps players get through the initial stage of development, its power is still very powerful. But no matter what, this thing has its limits. Goblins know how to sneak attack, and there are long-range archers. If we fight against thousands of goblins head-on, I am afraid there is no chance of winning. We are not fighting these goblins head-on. The realism of this game is here. This kind of copy will definitely not create a deadly situation for us novices. There must be a way to crack it, Louis said calmly. Yes, goblins are cunning, but this also shows that they are smart. Just like when we encounter some monsters in the forest and show their strength, they will retreat. Goblins should also have morale settings. The leader of the top studio funded by the Fruit Company, the Fruit Prince, also expressed his opinion. Now can actually be regarded as the era of cold weapons. Goblins are not better trained than elite soldiers. Right? They will be defeated in the face of firearms. But the president said before that they have blood-sucking factors in their bodies and are easily overwhelmed. This should be the clue to the mission. We can also go all the way. They are also scattered. When the time comes, we will block the cave entrance and kill them. As long as they can't spread out in numbers. It's okay. We are not afraid of being tired. Just pay attention to the number of bullets. As everyone accelerated their journey, they also expressed their opinions one by one. They are the top group of players. If the first group of players to reach the threshold of the professional level is said to be them. After all, the mage is a project that relies on accumulation. Now some mage apprentices may have mastered one or even several spells. But the proficiency, theoretical learning, and knowledge accumulation are two different. Only Gu Qianqian, because of the special training she had in the past, has now touched the threshold with the blessing of magic power. Other mages, even Yu Yuzi, still have a long way to go. Except for Gu Qianqian. It must be ordinary professional players who touch the threshold first, as a group of top players with ideas and operations. Hard training of skills, strong psychological quality, and sharp tactics. After discussing the results, they decided to go out. And because except for the weird team of Kangaroo's father, the other 3 teams are supported by the sponsors behind them. So they all started live broadcasting to accumulate traffic. The top head team live broadcast sweeps the goblin's nest. Sweep the enemy live broadcast 100 times. The end of thousands of goblins. 3 teams launched 3 live broadcasts. But their purposes were similar. Because of the popularity that Bukusei had created before. They were now just like relaying. One wave after another. Just when the popularity of this live broadcast surged again, the sponsors behind all parties began to buy traffic to stir up the heat. Bukusei in the Goblin's Lair had also begun to gradually understand what the players' persuasion meant before. Hack! Hack! What's going on? What are they doing? Why is there holy light on their waists? What's going on? Why are their eyes so disgusting and drooling? Don't come over. Crap! Why are there so many? Get out! Let me go! I'm a man. Bastard. Dog. At asterisk hashtag? At percent hashtag. Bukusei's mouth was blocked at the back. Through the camera, it can be seen that there is a large group of goblins outside the cell where Bukusei is imprisoned. Squeezing into it. Humanoid creature. Caught alive. It's been a long time since I've seen such good stuff. Anyway, the goblins in the camera have holy light on their waists. So you can't see anything. Now, there is also holy light all over Bukusei's side. Just based on some previous descriptions of goblins. Everyone can clearly see what happened. But when a group of netizens watched, some people felt a little creepy and left a message saying, I'm not surprised by this picture. But I'm surprised why he hasn't chosen to log off or get out of the deadlock. No way. Can't I log off when entering the plot scene? Ah, this. But soon they saw the barrage posted by Bukusei himself. No. I just turned off all my senses including touch, hearing, and vision. Now I'm checking the forum. I said before that I won't get out of the deadlock. So I won't. I'll wait until they come to rescue me. Seeing that Bukusei could reply to messages, a group of players couldn't help but feel shocked. Then it was a blast and various emoticons appeared. Ah, this. Boss. You are the real boss. This is not a matter of perception. Right? Do you have any special hobbies? Hack. I'm convinced. Brother. A real man. A mouthful of spit is a pit. At this time, Jiaoqi's scalp was tingling. The guy who was rescued from the snake's belly before turned out to be such a ruthless character. Hack. This made him quickly reply in the post. Brother. Hold on. We increased the speed. Seeing that Jiaoqi was still there, Bukushesh immediately replied okay. Brother Grape Skin. I have sacrificed so much. You must arrive before I die. Remember to bring me the healing potion. Jiaoqi looked at the number of goblins with holy light, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. It was really difficult to arrive before death, good guy. Let's hurry up. Just block the intersection and kill them. And set up traps nearby to shoot in turns. Well, we have to cover this matter even if all the bullets are used up here. Louis and the others also have to save face. They agreed to come to rescue people. They have made such a great sacrifice and given such trust. They must rescue them without saying anything. But you must make sure to try your best. In the game, the worst that can happen is that you will return to the resurrection point and lose your attributes. The loss is huge, but since you want to make a living and broadcast live, face is more important. The player himself is a heroic spirit, tireless, and directly pulls the speed to the maximum. The players and cloud players in the live broadcast room can see that at this time. This team of more than 20 people directly separated a line in the grass outside the forest and headed straight for the goblin nest. A solemn atmosphere came over. Bukusei, are you dead? Why is the live broadcast gone? Someone in the forum circled the most miserable player at the moment and began to ask questions. No. I just thought it might be too disgusting to watch. So I logged off. Some people posted screenshots everywhere. Although the holy light was played well, I couldn't bear to see it. You are the worst player of the year. You were eaten by snakes, caught by goblins, and suffered this kind of treatment. It's simply, don't worry. Louis and the others are already here at full speed. They said they would save you even if they ran out of bullets. The bullets outside are in short supply. One less bullet is one less bullet. That's right. Brother Sei has made such a great sacrifice. If they are still reluctant to use bullets, their reputation will be ruined. If it weren't for the live broadcast that Brother Sei filmed along the way, it would be difficult for them to find this group of goblins. It's almost time. We're starting to contact the goblin sentinels. Grape Skin's detection magic is very effective in places like this. Hack. Fireball. Upon hearing this, Bukusei who had already logged off, also quickly clicked into the live broadcast room and began to watch the action of rescuing himself. As soon as I entered, I saw 2 hot fireballs flying away and exploding in the middle of several goblins. Although it can be seen that the operator's control over the trajectory of the fireball is not yet at the level of being able to hit wherever he points. But the fireball still changed and adjusted in the air for a while. The power of the explosion was like a bombardment, directly blowing away the remaining goblins. And the one that was directly hit was directly blown to pieces. In the air, you can still see the soil and some broken hands and feet. There were obvious explosion marks left on the scene. And it seemed that 4 fireballs solved the situation on the scene. This made Bukukusei widen his eyes. He has joined Ari. And this time, he also cooperated with the people from the Kangaroo Game Department to open up the wasteland. The Fireball Master, who called himself the first practical mage with a mental power of 17 points, can barely put the fireball spell into actual combat. He has also seen the other party release it. And it is also very powerful. But the other party still needs more than 10 seconds to use it. And it is still difficult to control after launching it. There were several times when he almost accidentally injured his own people. It doesn't feel so convenient. But this time, although the control is not very skillful, at least it can change the path to choose the monster after the explosion, so that the power of the fireball explosion will bloom in the monster group, rather than between the enemy and the friendly forces. Moreover, this guy released 2 fireballs at once. Right? Soon the barrage began to fill the screen. 2 fireballs at once? Foul? It's Yuyuzi. He is the strongest student in our internal beta new mage class. I don't know why you always brag about the Fireball Master. As a student of the mage class, although I can't use it, I can still help explain it. We mages don't have fixed spell nodes. Various spell models can be modified privately based on our understanding of the basic node functions. When the goddess Qianqian showed it, she should have improved a simplified version of the fireball. This is probably a similar principle. An apprentice in the mage class also began to explain Xingla based on some of his own theoretical knowledge. Some players who participated in the Xingla Cloud learning also expressed their approval, which made many ordinary players sigh. This mage is too strong. There are almost no flaws. Warcraft will be defeated after these 2 shots. Right? This is a human turret. Stupid. The mage didn't add any strength. Mostly perception and reaction. As long as we have the opportunity to get close to a sneak attack, we can deal with it. Well, the mage's self-protection ability is still relatively poor. Yuyuzi can only cast spells calmly under the protection of teammates. Whether it is shooting or shooting arrows, it can be threatening. Now players have a better understanding of some rules of the game. And soon some people have given some ways to crack it. But then a mage player poured cold water on it. It is true in the apprentice stage. But I have consulted the teacher. After the mage breaks through the formal mage, he can engrave a spell model in advance. And this spell model can still be replaced. Once this engraved spell model is used, it can be almost instantaneous. If you cooperate with active guidance, you can also increase the power of the spell, whether it is attack or defense. It feels like it can break. After hearing the words of the mage player, there was another scene of grief. Then, they started to talk about whether the heavy musket can penetrate the instant magic shield, and the killing weapons such as the magic breaking arrow. Players always like to study these things that complement and counteract each other. Louis and his team, who had already cleared a team of goblins, were also amazed at the convenience of Yuyuzi's fireball. But at this moment of battle, they still suppressed what they wanted to say and quickly continued to move inside. The noise we made just now was enough to lure the snake out of the cave. Now we have to clear the cave entrance as quickly as possible to block them. After saying that, he also specifically reminded Yuyuzi, Master Mage, rest more normally. Wait until they gather together and blow up the middle to maximize efficiency. Pay attention to controlling your mental power, and meditate to recover when you are free. Although Louis did not have a mage in the team, they still studied the situation of mages. While mages bring powerful destructive power, unlike the powerful physical strength of physical players, they will consume mental energy, and the price of potions to restore mental energy is much higher than that of ordinary potions. But they can be restored by meditation. This should be considered one of the game's restrictions on mages. Okay. Yuyuzi shrank her neck, not used to having so many people around. The other 2 players from foreign studios were also a little shocked at this time. Mages are so terrifying. It seems that I have to suggest increasing the training of mages after returning. When practicing at the beginning, both the great wizard Zabo and Enzo showed a kind of late-stage power. and Gu Qianqian also released a fireball. But those more like demonstrations are still uncertain about the actual combat capabilities. But now, it is confirmed. A wizard is a wizard. If there is no need for mental power, you still have to learn mathematics and theory, which makes people feel that they need to grow a brain. They all want to learn a few tricks. After all, this game itself has no occupational restrictions. Even now, almost all physical professions present are considering it. Otherwise, we can pick up meditation as well, if there is a chance. It is also good to practice magic and martial arts. Don't learn theory. Memorize a few models, and then practice them with practice to cooperate with your own combat. The explosion of the fireball is not small. It was originally their way to attract the attention of the goblins at the beginning and attract the scattered goblins nearby. Since they decided to save people, let's play a big one. And their estimation is also correct. Soon, several other teams of goblins came to kill everyone, but facing the volley of guns with no martial ethics, they died directly in the light. Moreover, there was an explosion here, and there must be a goblin who tipped off the nest. All that was left was to block the entrance to the nest, and use the geographical advantage to let these disgusting things feel the dimensionality reduction attack from modern firepower. Beasts. Times have changed. Hee. The unpleasant sounds of the goblins continued to come out of the cave. After Louis and others cleared out the stray goblins outside, they successfully blocked the entrance to the cave. The restlessness inside the cave could be clearly felt, and the unpleasant stench forced them to shut down all their senses of smell and taste. Brother Yuzi, how are you recovering? It's all right, Yuzi said nervously. Haha. Don't be afraid. Although there are enough goblins, we brought all the bullets in stock, and we don't believe their morale is ironclad. Louis laughed, easing the mood of the team. This is because the mechanism of the game is here. Although the death penalty is very heavy, there will undoubtedly be many more people willing to take a chance when there is a chance to start over. This time, it is time for them to clear their names. They must rescue the classmate Bukukase from the clutches of the goblins. He sacrificed so much to get the position. We can't afford to lose this person. Only Kangaroo's father twitched his mouth at this time. Scared? Yuzi's acceptance of monsters is stronger than his own. He has to manually censor the disgusting scenes of dealing with monsters on the road, and the other party can directly take it out. Looking at that scared look, it is likely that you are more afraid. You just need to say less to him. But at this time, as the captain, Kangaroo's father still took on the responsibility of socializing. Yuzi can launch about 10 consecutive fireball attacks, 2 at a time. If he is given time to meditate and recover, he can recover once every 5 minutes. However, it is so noisy here that the effect of meditation should be reduced. That's enough. Much better than I thought. Lu Yi's eyes lit up. 10 attacks means 20 fireballs. With the power of the previous explosion, the damage in this cave is absolutely amazing. Once there is a situation where a group of people really rush over, it can be used as a killer. At this time, the foreign leader of the fruit team, the Fruit Prince, also took out a few things like Molotov cocktails from his backpack. This is the alcohol I distilled from the wine in the town, and mixed with some kerosene. It should be very effective in this dense environment. But we spent our leather income on buying alcohol, so we have to use it sparingly. It can be used in an emergency when the mage's mana is an urgent need. Coincidentally, another special team also took out similar strange things. Let Louis and others, and even many cloud players in front of the screen, fall silent. Although this game is very realistic, I am not surprised that such DIY things will appear. But why are they so skilled? Is this an ancestral craft? It's a waste. How can this thing be worth so much money? It's really a waste to buy and sell alcohol directly to distill it. It's really a waste in the early stage. But if it can save lives, it's worth it. Fortunately, this confrontation is a friendly force. Otherwise, if we have a conflict, it would be really troublesome if they suddenly come twice, without waiting for everyone to discuss it. The first batch of goblins have already rushed out from the shadows of the cave, howling, looking at the people outside. Their eyes are really red, and they look like they are intoxicated. Fire! Louis waved his hand, and the first row of heavy muskets all spurted out flames. This is a new artifact specially designed for players to get through the novice period, because it uses flint to fire and has a reinforced barrel. It can be regarded as a close-range sniper rifle, except that it is a bit troublesome to reload. It is specially used for monsters with thick skin and flesh. If the knight does not have an enchanted full-body armor or shield, Ordinary full-body armor will be penetrated, although the range to ensure accuracy is limited due to the airway of the projectile. But the density of goblins is so high, in order to ensure that no ammunition is wasted, they are specially placed so close. With the superposition of these two factors, there is no possibility of missing the target. The ejected projectiles broke through the air and directly drew several blood lines in the air. Although the goblins in the first row still had some small wooden shields, they were like paper in front of the heavy musket projectiles. The wooden shield exploded directly, and the bullet drilled into the flesh and blood, tearing a huge through-type wound. If the limbs were hit, they would be directly broken. After the bullet passed through the first row of people, it only slightly weakened and penetrated 2 or 3 rows again. It was clearly a row of volleys, but it was harvested like wheat. The heavy muskets had already shown great power when shooting at the fire dogs and monsters. But generally speaking, because of the strong physique of the fire dogs and monsters, the wounds were hideous but considered normal. But now when it was used to fight the goblins, it was a real scene of blood and flesh flying. And Louis and his teams were all disciplined. Even though this was the first time they cooperated and started to run in, they already had their own tacit understanding. The first row of 5 people retreated directly after shooting, and replaced by the second row, and then the third row. The shooting team was divided into 4 teams in total, but one of them had not fired at all, in order to deal with special situations in case of emergency, and was also responsible for protecting the 3 wizards. If someone got stuck, one of the guards would immediately go up to take over, and the one who got stuck would return to the guard team to adjust the musket. As a result, only 3 rounds of volleys were completed. A total of 9 times. The goblins' charge had become sparse, and the roar of fear and the sound of retreating could be clearly heard. According to the observation of the hall, when Bukukase was captured before, the total number of goblins was just over 1,000. After these 9 volleys, the number of injured goblins was nearly 100. The sudden attack, suddenly facing this strange magic, suffered heavy casualties before encountering the enemy. So the goblins would naturally not rush over without thinking again. Didn't the guild leader say that these things have blood-sucking magic factors in their bodies, and they are easy to get carried away when fighting? Seeing that the cave had been cleared and the goblins' bodies and blood stains were scattered all over the cave entrance, the Fruit Prince couldn't help but smile. They don't know what it means to be reserved. The boss is the boss, and it's sending death. They fought 3 rounds before retreating. They are already stubborn enough. Now the pressure is on us. Do we want to go in? Of course. The worst case is that we will be caught. I want to test their quality, the Fruit Prince said cruelly, which made everyone look weird. My God. Are foreigners so open? The captain is gender fluid, a member of the fruit team said helplessly. He is a normal person, and he finds this kind of thing unacceptable. But he dare not express it on weekdays because of the correctness of the problem. He only knows that after the live broadcast of the goblin situation, there will definitely be 1 or even several more categories on the Pyongyang side. But he also knows that the captain is just talking, just wanting to maintain this hidden welfare. If he is really caught, he will probably either go offline or commit suicide. Now in the live broadcast, he has to show a consistent personality. Let's go in and save people. But at this moment, an eagle cry appeared in the sky. Everyone looked up and saw a figure holding a giant eagle's claws and flying towards them quickly. After arriving above everyone, he released the eagle's claws and fell from the sky. Boom! The figure fell at high speed and landed on the ground. The airflow swept the fallen leaves around, revealing the heroic figure who stood up, wearing cirrus armor and a red cloak. He had a young and handsome face, but as long as he stood there, he gave people a sense of indomitable edge. Champion Marquis. Ah! NPCs are out. It's Witsubing. Heroic spirit. Champion Marquis and King Arthur were the 2 most active heroes at the beginning, and the heroic spirit king remained in a state of disappearance. However, even if Champion Marquis and King Arthur arrived at the expeditionary camp, they usually carried out guarding work and occasionally issued some small tasks, and they never really took action. But who would have thought that this time Champion Marquis would actually come here from the sky? Did this trigger some plot? Even some foreign teams, because of the popularity of the game and the fact that there are only 3 heroes, have also gone to learn about the history of Champion Ho. After learning about it, they were like WTF. Because of this, there are many fans of Champion Ho all over the world, so they are not unfamiliar with it. Chapter 535 Big Pancake Unfriendly Visitors. Lord Champion, do you have any mission here? Is there anything we can do for you? Louis reacted quickly and hurried forward to greet them. At this time, Champion Ho also glanced at them and nodded. You did a great job in risking your life to save your companions trapped in the magic cave. As Champion Ho's voice fell, everyone found that their attribute experience increased by 100 points. And it was obvious that a triggered mission had been completed. I came here this time because I felt that a heroic spirit had suffered an evil invasion and came to deal with it. If you have related tasks, come with me. As he spoke, Champion Ho waved his cloak and walked directly into the cave. Whether it was Louis and his team, or the players in the live broadcast room, they all seemed very excited at this time. This was the first time I saw a heroic spirit take action. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and follow. Hack. Is this the benefit for pioneering players? Fighting side by side with heroic spirits? How to subdue heroic spirits? You can summon them. Right. It's not fair. Can heroic spirits help you level up? Although many players were very excited, Louis and other current top players followed in and discussed and analyzed with each other. If nothing unexpected happens, the setting of heroic spirits is more like a protection mechanism, a restraint of the official against players' tricks. Yes, both World Company and Umbrella Company are actually very reasonable at present. Even Umbrella's style of doing things is actually very upright. So the content within the game may be diversified, but they should take the initiative to impose some restrictions. If Bukukusei was just caught by himself, the worst thing would be death. But he just started live streaming. So the game itself dispatched correction forces to solve the problem without affecting the gameplay. Because the Champion Ho landed and indicated that he came to sweep here. The goal was quite clear. And Can't Be Bitter obviously has nothing worthy of the heroic spirit's help. There are many players who have died once, and no heroic spirit has been seen to help. So their speculation is the most likely. Following Liu Yi's discussion, the Cloud players who watched the live broadcast also accepted this statement. At the same time, many players who wanted to let themselves go were also shocked. This game has a high degree of freedom, and it is terrifyingly high. But just like when the profiteers manipulated the prices in Starry Sky World, the official would control the NPC forces to ship and manufacture to achieve a balance. This game is probably similar. It's just that the heroic spirit is chosen to take action. The Hall of Heroes suppressed Enzo and brought together many human heroic spirits in the history of the Earth. If there are players who want to massacre villages and cities for no reason in the future, even if they don't care about some of the constraints of this world itself, they will probably be more afraid of the heroic spirits. What if the heroic spirit guards the corpse at the resurrection point? It's obviously impossible to completely eliminate it, but it might be possible to create an alternative red name effect in the game. Because Louis and his team had already cleaned it up once. The goblins left nearly 100 casualties and retreated to the inside. So when we followed them in, there was no obstacle in front. Did they run away because of morale collapse? I wonder if there are other caves. Kangaroo's father also said a possibility at this time. But this time, it was the champion who led the way in front who answered this question. No. There is still a lot of malice in front. This kind of creature has a blood-sucking factor in its body, and its blood can be used to refine blood-sucking potions. So they are easily overwhelmed. They want to ambush us with the advantage of the terrain. Everyone was shocked at first, but then they calmed down after looking at the champion's calm expression. It feels really safe to have a big boss leading the team. Although the Hall of Heroes has just been built, the accumulated faith is not much, and the players have to have an extra layer of protection. But King Arthur and the champion have relied on the targeted faith on Earth during this period of time, and their ability level has steadily entered the hero level. Coupled with the convenience of the heroic body, it is natural to complete some ordinary tasks. Every heroic spirit is a true magic, martial arts and god. Although ordinary heroes do not have divinity, they can use the power of the Hall of Heroes to achieve similar effects. Humph! What a dirty race. A glimmer of light flashed in the eyes of the champion Marquis, and he snorted coldly without knowing what he saw. Then he raised his hand and made a fist, and countless light points gathered to form a long bow. The next moment, he raised his hand to draw the bow. An arrow composed of countless light points gathered on the bowstring. The moment he let go, a strong wind swept through, giving everyone a sense of palpitations, and the arrow of light disappeared into the darkness in the blink of an eye. Then a dazzling light appeared from the front. Afterwards, the entire cave shook slightly, and the strong wind that followed was accompanied by a deafening roar. There was a dry and hot feeling in the air. Don't worry. He's not dead yet. I can sense his heroic fire. Seeing the sluggish look of everyone, The champion Marquis seemed to comfort them. This made everyone speechless. Is this a question of whether he is dead or not? In fact, Zabo and Enzo had demonstrated the power of magic. Enzo's opening move covered the entire novice village, truly destroying the world. But those were just magic effects. You, the champion, are wearing a Cirrus armor. Aren't you a physical department? I took out the bow and thought you were an archer. But it made such a big noise. This reaffirmed Louis and his team's decision to practice both magic and martial arts. When will warriors and knights be able to do this? Master Champion. When will our mages be able to reach the level of the arrow just now? Kangaroo's father used to run a takeaway. And he was very brave. He started asking when others were still shocked. Generally speaking, it's the great wizard. If they have talent, it's not impossible for a high-level wizard to use external forces. Facing the remaining heat wave, he continued to walk inside, and the air around him seemed to be slightly distorted. Champion once again took the posture of shooting an arrow. And then the second shot. However, just when everyone was ready to resist the impact this time, there was no explosion in front. Just when everyone was a little confused, Champion Ho did not stop his actions. The third arrow. The fourth arrow. The fifth arrow. He stopped only after shooting 7 times in a row. And then continued. In fact, when your physical breathing method reaches the professional threshold, you can mobilize the breathing method to draw magic power. Although the control is not as fine as that of the mage, the destructive power is still good. This made Louis and others also shocked. And then asked, can it achieve this effect? The top knight can also be considered destructive. But it can't affect so far. If the archer does not practice magic at the same time, the magic attached to the arrow by breathing method alone is still limited. There is no doubt that Champion Ho's words really gave a lot of physical professions a mouthful of blood. The balance of professions in this game is too bad. And the mage is almost the same as a hidden profession. But fortunately, it is not that ordinary professions have not been left without a mouthful of food. But at the same time, it has aroused the idea of many people picking up meditation and practicing magic and martial arts. Meditation is very troublesome, and many people don't have patience. But it can't resist the charm of practicing magic and martial arts. Obviously, Champion Ho is the standard template for practicing both magic and martial arts. Did you hear what he said? If an archer does not practice magic, the breathing method alone can only be used to a limited extent. Does this mean that if an archer practices magic, it is likely to achieve a similar effect? And although archers are much more difficult to use than guns, they can also be replenished outside. For a while, there were even a lot more people preparing to practice archery. After Champion Ho shot 7 arrows in a row, everyone did not encounter any obstacles and had a smooth journey. However, as they approached, some smoke and water vapor slowly filled the air, which seemed to be the remnants of the explosion of the first arrow. But they did not encounter any goblin obstruction. When they came to the gathering hall that Bukukasisi had filmed before, they looked at the mess and the goblin corpses on the ground. And they could not help but feel a shock. Was it caused by the explosion? It's not right. The deep pit at the center of the explosion was there. And the goblins that were impacted were all dead. And many were still charred. But there are more goblins in the distance, whose heads seem to be pierced. Could it be the 7 arrows behind? Kill so many? Look up. Jiaoqi looked up at the sky with horror, relying on his perception. Everyone looked up and saw that the top of the cave hall was more than 10 meters high. And dense arrows of light were circling in the air and spinning continuously, like a whirlpool. That guy is lucky. He didn't die again. Wang Yi, who was leaning in the lounge of the Mage Tower and lazily watching the rescue, also felt a little interesting at this time. The heroic spirit itself can indeed be used as a restraining force. And to some extent, it can impose certain restrictions on players. As the game progresses, the faith that can be gathered in the Hall of Heroes will naturally increase. And the number of heroic spirits born in different categories will naturally increase. At this time, 3 new heroic spirits have already taken shape, all of which were gathered by the voting activities specially led by Lin Shichin. The larger the scale of the activity, the more faith will be gathered, and the more concentrated it will be, because they are going to wait until the assessment team leaves before completing the opening of the door and starting the transformation. During this period, Wang Yi only slightly adjusted the existing structure of the Mage Tower. When the portal was opened, he started to cast with silver. At present, the probe has found a silver asteroid in the asteroid belt. Although it is not a very large asteroid, it can be directly dragged back because of its small size, which greatly relieves a lot of pressure on silver. So a more luxurious way of building is also possible, saving time and effort. But it costs money. At this time, Wang Yi raised his hand to signal Xiaotia, who was giving him a shoulder and neck massage, to stop, and got up directly to the window of the rest area and looked at the sky in the distance. A magic airship is flying towards Deno City. It has to be said that with the convenience of magic, these strange things can always be made here. The structure of the airship is so large and can carry so much cargo. This is something that the previous technology on Earth could not do. The strength of the material is a big problem, not to mention flying so fast. However, with the blessing of magic, these problems are all solved. Xiaotia also came to the window with a slightly red face at this time. With the eyesight of a catwoman, she also saw the trace of the airship. It's Calais airship. This is something that many chambers of commerce dream of. It can transport goods regardless of the terrain. This is too convenient. But it is said that the startup cost is also expensive. Now it can only transport some valuables. Well, what is coming will always come. I hope it won't be too slow, Wang Yi said casually. Calais came all the way here, and they must have their purpose and demands. And they can affect the arrangements of the Mage Guild. Knowing the reputation of the Earl of Flame, they still came here. I'm afraid they will have some brushes. Xiaotia also showed a trace of worry at this time. She now knows that Wang Yi is not a mage from the floating city, and he has nothing to do with the Magic Guild. Fortunately, the identity of the Great Mage is here. If it doesn't work, it can still directly add a few more faces out of thin air. But a wild Great Mage, who suddenly appeared, actually represents some trouble. However, since Xiaotia has made her choice, she only needs to wait for the decision and support. Xiaotia has her own decision to give up the egg-laying hen and follow. It's not so serious. I believe that mages are reasonable. Wang Yi smiled and didn't care much. To put it bluntly, even if the player is exposed now, it's not a big deal. It depends on whether it can bring some fun. Deno City does not have its own airship dock, so the docking of magic airships is obviously much more troublesome. When the magic airship slowly came to an open space outside the city, Baron Dolph and the guards of the city guard station had cleared the nearby area to facilitate the landing of the airship. At this time, several ropes were lowered above the airship, and figures slid down from the ropes. As soon as the few people who came down landed, they stepped on the ground first, feeling the softness of the soil, and then looked up at Baron Dolph. This is a good place to land, but the airship itself is too heavy. If we don't control it well during landing, it may be damaged. When it is about to land, we need the help of the people below us. Please help us. The man who came down did not show any arrogance, but instead made a very polite request to Dolph. Calais advocates business. When there is no conflict of interest, business is about making money in harmony. Even if there is any confrontation, it is the big man above. And people like me who do things must be clear. Don't worry. I already have experience. Baron Dolph made a reassuring gesture. It is precisely because the airship has come here many times that we consider building an airship dock here. Deno City has this commercial value. It's just that most of them used to be pure trade. This time, representatives of the Mages Guild also came. Dolph came here in person to express his welcome. In fact, normally, the acting president, who has not yet been officially appointed, should also come here to show courtesy. But when I asked him, he said, "Anyway, the visitor has bad intentions. It doesn't matter whether I welcome him or not. I'm too lazy to go. If coming here can solve the trouble, Wang Yi really doesn't care." But after the incident that Calais took the initiative to take the job, Wang Yi naturally didn't bother to put his face to the cold, but Dofa, who had seen Wang Yi's performance at the dinner, certainly wouldn't force it. The party said they didn't care, and he actually wanted to enjoy watching the joke. Don't look at this person who is quite polite now. But this is just because the status of the two sides is very different. In the few times he had dealt with him, the big shots in Calais were very arrogant, and the smell of money was all over his body, which made this poor Baron very unhappy. He didn't like it anyway. With the efforts of the people in the city guard station below, the altitude was slowly lowered with the cooperation of the airship itself. In the end, it took most of the day to successfully land the airship safely. Even if the entire weight was not pressed on the soil, it still maintained a considerable buoyancy, but it still caused a certain depression in the ground. At the same time, some wooden stakes were fixed around, and the airship was fixed with cables. It was not until this time that the cargo hold below opened the door, and many people began to unload the cargo. Some merchants who had been watching from the outside also sent representatives to contact them. There is nothing bad about the things that Calais airlifted. You can make a lot of money if you can get the first scoop. At this time, the upper deck of the airship also opened the door and lowered the ladder. Then a figure in a tuxedo with a gelled hair and a tall man in animal skins came down. Every time the burly animal skin figure took a step, the stairs creaked, fearing that they would break if they were not careful. When Dolph saw the gelled hair, he knew that the other party was a member of Calais by looking at his hairstyle. Those members liked this kind of dress, which was actually not much different from the nobles in essence. Welcome, Mr. William, the counselor, to Dano City. I am Dolph, the city guard, and I am here to welcome you on behalf of Earl Luke. Dolph stepped forward to express his welcome. Representing Count Luke? Didn't the Count come? William just came down and said this while looking around. Then his expression froze. He said that the Count didn't come. But why didn't any spellcasters come? What about the guy from the Mage Guild? Didn't come either? As a genius who is expected to become a great mage, William has a very good status in the Calais Federation and has obtained a seat as a member of Parliament. Although the family also helped, this seat was obtained by extra efforts, not the one originally designated by the family. In the future, when his father retires, he can continue to recommend his elder brother to inherit the original family's parliamentary position. He just came over and said that Earl Luke did not come. The purpose was actually just a simple stress test. In terms of Earl Luke's status, there was no need to come to see him in person. But if Earl Luke valued the Calais Federation, it was not impossible to come to express friendship. People not coming here to some extent already represents an attitude. He just said it casually, but he really never expected that the target of this assessment, the acting president of the Mage Guild of Dano City, did not come? Originally, he said why didn't Earl Luke come before? In a greater sense, he wanted to put pressure on the acting president and create a preemptive effect. It was like, look, I can compete with the big backer who recommended you. But in the end, this well-prepared and carefully arranged performance was all performed to the air. Oh, I saw the Baron Dolph in front of me. But William had already received some information about the people related to Dano before he came. Baron Dolph was just a loyal dog of Count Luke. He still regarded himself as a warrior and a rough man who didn't care about the etiquette of the nobility. What's the point of performing for him? Mr. Earl is busy with official business. Dolph pulled a hoarse face and snorted coldly. William was originally going to intimidate the words of the acting president of the Mage Guild. But it didn't have the original effect, and it made Baron Dolph look unhappy. Who are you? You actually want the Earl to come and greet you in person? The status of the mage is indeed high, but Count Luke is the peak of the Great Knight, plus the identity of the Lord of the East Land of the Principality of Ktion. Ordinary mages are not qualified to show off. Dolph's own position is Luke's great loyal minister. This unhappiness is directly reflected on his face, and he pulled it down directly. If he didn't have the task of welcoming him, I'm afraid his attitude would be even worse. This made William, who saw Dolph's expression, remember the acting president who didn't come over. As a counselor and a high-level mage, he couldn't do anything directly even if Dolph gave him a cold shoulder. The other party's personality was a rough man, and he couldn't care less about rough people. However, the golden tiger he brought was also a rough man's personality. Now he stepped out from behind William and shouted, "Why are you so fierce? William can't even ask a question? Count Luke is the owner here. Can't you care about where he is? Is this how you treat guests in Dano City?" He took a step forward while speaking. The burly figure of more than 2 meters brought huge pressure. Baron Dolph, who was nearly 1.9 meters tall, was shorter than the other party, and his body was also smaller. He was not as strong as the other party with his armor on. A sense of wildness came over him, and Dolph couldn't help but frown. Humph! Barbarian. Dolph was also a high-level knight, but at this time, he was still obviously at a disadvantage in the competition of momentum. What's wrong with barbarians? Do you look down on us barbarians? Let me tell you, Cadouin, we don't have many nobles in Calais. Unlike you. Don't use your bad habits on me. Jean, who pointed his finger while speaking. In fact, when he was talking to William on the airship, he mocked the hypocrisy of these congressmen. He knew that this was just a change of soup, but the medicine remained the same. But when he was here, he pretended to be stupid and said directly, "We are different. Don't touch me." When Dofu saw the other party's carrot-sized finger pointing at his shoulder, he raised his hand and slapped it away. But when he slapped the other party's wrist, a huge force came and made him feel a chill in his heart. The powerful force made him step back a few steps involuntarily. on the muddy ground where the airship was originally docked. He stepped on a deep footprint every time he stepped back. And Jean, who over there, did not mean to pursue the victory at this time, but just stood there and said sarcastically, "Oh, sorry. I didn't expect that you, the commander of the city's troops, would be so weak. I should have stopped using force if I had known. They came here to do things, not to fight. They can be strong. And he, a barbarian, can also take on Dofu's reckless attitude." But it was okay to save face. He couldn't really attack Dolph. After Dolph stood firm again, he looked at the big man with a gloomy face. Sure enough, they came with bad intentions. Asked the Earl first after getting off the boat, and then gave him a warning. Or that old wizard was cunning and didn't come directly. However, Mastery could not come. But he, who represented Earl Luke, couldn't. The barbarian bloodline is indeed well-deserved. The strength of this pure physical body is probably beyond that of ordinary knights. Even if the breeding method is much weaker, the magic power that can be attracted is still in the knight level. But it is probably a tough character who can fight with ordinary knights. That Senator William is said to be a high-level wizard. This combination is really powerful. However, Dolph also knew that although they came with bad intentions this time, they would not make any big moves. After all, they only brought so few people. And if they really tore their faces, it would be no problem for the Earl to hit them with one hammer. Just from the initial contact, their intentions are probably not small. There is nothing to say about being inferior to others. The barbarian bloodline is well-deserved. Dolph was not angry because of the humiliation of the other party before. What else can he do if he is not strong enough and embarrassed? Invite his men to join together? At least the other party has a member of the Calais Congress. Minor bumps and scrapes don't matter. Whether to tear the face is a decision that only the Earl can make. He is a reckless man, but he knows what to do and when. Please, I will take you to the guest house. Dolph flicked off some of the dirt stains on his body and made a gesture of invitation. As for the other people on the airship, it is not within his scope of handling. The magic airship itself is a commercial act. He just came to receive the representatives of the Mages Guild from Calais. That's all. If there is anything you want to talk to the Earl about, just hand in the visiting card yourself. William and Jean, who got on the carriage prepared by Dolph. When Jean, who got on the carriage, he could clearly feel a tooth-grinding creaking sound from the carriage. But fortunately, the wood in this world is still very tough under the influence of magic, and it started to move. After getting on the car, Jean, who couldn't help but touch his messy beard, and muttered, "That guy is not as reckless as he appears." Then he grinned and showed his white teeth. "Same as me," William said calmly after hearing this. "People who can make Earl Luke trust are naturally rough but delicate. But I really didn't expect that the acting president didn't come. Is he really sure that the Mage Guild will give face to the Count of Flame?" Speaking of this, even William felt a little speechless. Many of the steps that were scheduled before needed to be carried out when the other party was present. As a result, in addition to offending the city guard officer Dofu, they also directly searched for the enemy in the void and performed the air. They came here only for the reason of the Mage Guild's assessment, and did not explain the demands of the Calais Federation in advance. I originally wanted to take advantage of the topic, but now I have to go to the Mage Tower to deal with the acting president first. I hope that Earl Luke can be forced out of the Mage Guild, and those interests accumulated in the past can be used. Chapter 536, Purpose Dispute. It seems that Calais can't sit still. In the Earl's mansion, after hearing Dolph's feedback, Earl Luke also showed some contemplation on his face. The Calais Federation is very strong. 2 great wizards have been in charge for a long time, and they are obviously able to command them. This is much better than the situation in the Principality of Gya. Coupled with the 4 great knights, the elite soldiers that the Calais Federation has spent a lot of money to buy, and the official wizards, whose number exceeds the sum of the 4 countries in the East Plain. In terms of military strength, it can be said that it even exceeds the Kingdom of Ade by a large margin. As for the economy, there is even less to say. Holding the thigh of Leo floating city, even if only a little bit of things leak down. It is full of oil. It has a great reputation in the entire Middle-earth continent. How many top chambers of commerce dream of a magic airship alone? The economic strength even crushes the sum of the 4 countries in the East Plain. And it is several times more. Even the neighboring Pharaoh Empire can only compare economically with its larger size. And its health cannot be compared with that of Calais. Moreover, it is said that the Pharaoh Empire has been deeply infiltrated by Calais, and it is no longer the same as before. In addition to the Pharaoh Empire, the Principality of Nott, which is across the sea from Calais, has almost become a dumping market for Calais. The powerful business model of Calais easily defeated the small peasant economy of the Principality of Nantes, and a large number of farms fell into the hands of Calais merchants. The armistice agreement between the Principality of Caton and the Principality of Nantes 20 years ago was notarized by the Calais Federation, and now the largest trade between Caton and the Principality of Nantes. The exchange of ore from the Principality of Caton and grain from the Principality of Nantes can also be seen as being facilitated by Calais. The Calais Federation seems to have obtained some high-quality seeds cultivated by the mages of Lille floating city. Their farms have extremely high yields, good quality and low prices. And there is no need to worry about these seeds leaking out, because they will naturally degenerate after 2 or 3 generations of cultivation, and corresponding breeding methods must be used. This kind of trade has been going smoothly. The city of Denault has also been reaping the benefits for so long. In fact, Count Luc has already vaguely sensed that something is wrong, especially when the conflict between the Kingdom of Edi and the Principality of Gya caused the grain price to soar several times. He felt the seriousness of the problem. A big reason for the surge in grain prices is also the impact of the grain shipped from the Principality of Nantes. Moreover, the local nobles and merchants who united have been affected by the interests of Nantes to some extent, and have even contradicted him softly at the banquet. If it weren't for the assassination, he would probably have to knock it down later and come up with some responses. He knew what kind of character the nobles were. As long as the benefits were big enough, there was nothing they wouldn't sell, including their own country. Sending people here just after the assassination. Is this a coincidence? Count Luc frowned slightly. The assassination is still under investigation. Although Master Sente asked for some clues, they were all cut off by the Moonlight Brotherhood. It is also extremely difficult to find information about the employer from the Moonlight Brotherhood. But for Luc, he did not need any evidence. To put it bluntly, when it comes to assassinations of this magnitude, even if there is evidence, it is meaningless. At most, he can issue some condemnation and report it to the Mother Goddess's court for a certain degree of denunciation. It mainly depends on the strength of both sides. If we can directly suppress the other side, we can declare that we can start a war together, just like the situation between the Kingdom of Edi and the Principality of Gya. But even if the Kingdom of Edi is as strong as it is, with a comprehensive national strength higher than that of the Principality of Gya, and with the excuse that the Crown Prince was assassinated, it is still in a stalemate. The outbreak of war often results in a lose-lose situation. Even if the attacking party is stronger, it is easy to be dragged into the quagmire of war. Even the Principality of Edi is like this. And the Principality of Caton, which is not a strong country, is naturally even more powerless. Even if you know who the employer behind the scenes is, the measures you can take are limited. What Luc wants to know is who is targeting him, so that he can be prepared. In theory, the Kingdom of Edi is the most suspicious. The current king of Edi is known as the strongest man in the Aster Plain. He also has a flying dragon mount, and the title of Dragon Rider. He even has 2 blessings from the Moon God Temple, and some blessings that he has mastered, although they had never really fought each other in terms of strength. Luc thought that even if the opponent did not have the help of flying dragons, he would be 30% to 70% better than the opponent, with him being 30%, although there is still a gap in strength at present. Luc is younger than the opponent, and he is specialized in the way of knights without distraction. On the contrary, the probability of breaking through the legend may be even higher. So being targeted by the Kingdom of Edi does not require any evidence. And it is okay to take a stand. Maybe they are unable to spare any effort because of the conflict with the Principality of Gya this time, and are worried that a lot of energy will be locked in the Principality of Gya. So they try the Moonlight Brotherhood? Being able to get the protection of the Moon God Temple shows that he is a devout believer of the Moon God. And to some extent, he can also get a good job in the Moonlight Brotherhood. Luc also considered the Calais Federation, but he just put the suspicion aside at the beginning. But now coming directly, it is obvious that the Comer has no good intentions. Is it because the body is upright and fears no shadow? Or does it not care about his suspicion? Or is it really what they did to deliberately come to play a counterthinking? This is hard to say. When are they going to the Mage Tower? Earl Luc sighed and asked, his eyes looking at the flames in the fireplace, reflecting the flames dancing in his eyes. They should go there today after a rest. And they may ask the Merchant Guild for some information. They have a great influence in the Merchant Guild. Well, let's go see what tricks they want to play. Use your carriage. Earl Luc stood up and took his hat and put it on. A powerful mage who edited the Elven Song according to the prophecy and whose identity is mysterious. And a bad guest from the Calais Federation, who came with bad intentions. To be honest, if the interests are maximized, it is best to let them conflict and sit behind the scenes to adjust according to the actual situation. However, Mastery saved his daughter, but he couldn't just push the benefactor out to test the quality of others. You still have to be there when you should. But you can observe the situation in Dolph's carriage first to see which guys will be persuaded by the people of Calais. Luke is not a person who is attached to power. He values family affection more than the power in his hands. However, since I am in this position, I have to fulfill my duties, whether it is Edai or Calais. Since this kind of assassination method is not presentable, it means that you are not ready for a hard fight. The savages come out of the mountains. Although the name is a bit vulgar, it is indeed a traditional elf style. I have also studied some of the elves' legacy documents. This song is quite standard. William, who came out of the guest house and got on the carriage to the Mage Tower, also got detailed information about Master E from the Chamber of Commerce. He had actually heard the song The Savages Come Out of the Mountains in Calais. It was catchy and easy to understand. And the key was that it was excerpted for free and directly spread by the Bards Guild. It spread very quickly, and was loved by people of all levels. It was just a joke at the beginning, and I didn't care much about it. But after coming here, I learned some different news from the Chamber of Commerce. The savages really appeared. Some of them are now active near the town of Danik, and their behavior is very strange. There are also savages who say that they have been blessed by their ancestral gods. This is really confusing. In addition, the acting president also sang a new birthday song at the banquet, which is also a standard elf style. And the difficulty has obviously risen to a higher level. He even saved Earl Luke's daughter at the banquet. Interesting guy. Although I don't know who arranged this assassination. But now that I have given up this kind of benefit to come here to do these things, some guys in the Federation may not be able to get away from it. William's mouth showed a trace of sarcasm. Anyway, he came for Mithril. As long as there is enough benefit, it is not impossible to do it. However, for the other party's chain magic and the intelligence, he couldn't associate it with it for a while. There are too many spells created by mages, and the cost-effectiveness is also strong and weak. Generally, the more common ones are those with the best cost-effectiveness. Even if he is a high-level mage, he will also have spells that he has never heard of, directly penetrate the human body without leaving scars, and also cause great pain, materialize soul attack, almost instantaneous, and can be used multiple times, even if it is engraved in advance. It means that the other party is not a newcomer who has just entered the formal magician. He looks less than 30 years old, and I don't know if it is real or fake. Or is he actually a warlock who is good at soul attack? Due to the bloodline restriction, although the warlock can master limited spells, usually a few according to his own bloodline, the speed and strength of the warlock's casting are even better than that of the mage in his own field of expertise. However, one of the side tasks I came here for is to find a great warlock who may be living in seclusion in Dano City. It should be the magic blood warlock who disappeared many years ago. According to some of his performance before his disappearance, he may have fallen into the bloodline conflict that warlocks fear. And I don't know what the situation is now, because the other party has a very advanced tailoring enchantment skill, and has a very high level in making and enchanting armor. So this time, the Federation thought of him after getting the blood-melting stone overseas. A rare item, like Himalayas' stone, can help a sorcerer suppress the blood conflict in his body to a certain extent, as long as this person can be found. This rare item will be enough to attract a powerful great sorcerer for the Federation, which is also a great achievement. So, a mage cannot follow the rules, nor can he be too rigid. After learning the basic principles, he needs to actively try to improve the areas that he thinks can be improved. Even in the apprentice stage, Wang Yi was a little speechless when he looked at the 5 apprentices, who listened to his explanation carefully. Scent is really a waste. What a bunch of crooked melons and rotten dates, he taught. Although they are all learning to be mage apprentices, they still don't even know some of the core characteristics of mages. What a sin. Teacher, our apprentices have not accumulated enough knowledge. There may be situations that we think are fine, but actually have problems. What if there is danger in rash modifications? The magician Daji Naya also raised her pink wrist at this time, and asked curiously. She wanted to seduce Wang Yigui, but since she had been staying in the mage tower, she wanted to become a real mage. In fact, she was qualified to go to the Magic Academy. But the strongest teacher of the Kaduan Magic Academy was only a formal mage. It was better to stay in the mage tower for this traditional small class teaching. It's great to have the courage to ask questions. Wang Yi praised her first. But then he said, so learning the basic principles and mastering the magic power is what you need to do most now. There is no need to start learning complex spell models now. When you first try, you can choose magic that is not dangerous. There are so many auxiliary spells. Don't always focus on those destructive and offensive ones. If you just want these, it is much easier to specialize in a few commonly used offensive magics and directly advance to the professional level. After that, Wang Yi no longer paid attention to these apprentices and stood up directly. That is, the mage tower has not been poured yet. I took some time to appease these tool people. After pouring, I thought of a way to connect Lin Shurqin. And then I handed them over to Lin Shurqin to deal with them. Okay, let's stop here today. Wang Yi waved his hand casually. Teacher, I still have some questions I want to ask privately. Naya glanced at Wang Yi with watery eyes and said delicately, oh, such diligence and eagerness to learn are worthy of encouragement. Come up and let me test your skills. The mage tower is built very magnificently. William looked up at the tower, which was taller than his mage tower. But from the material point of view, it should be the kind of piled up with ordinary materials. It has value, but it is worse than his own mage tower. But with such a large base, if materials are invested in the subsequent transformation, this mage tower still has potential. No wonder he arranged for himself to come here as soon as he got the news. It does have its own value. It would be a waste if it fell into the hands of those ordinary mages. It still needs a wealthy force to complete the secondary transformation to make full use of it. Excuse me. Can you two help me? The guild's former queen receptionist, Lays, stood up from behind the reception desk with a polite and elegant smile, smoothed her hair, and walked out to ask okay. She had not received any advance notice. But William's attire, and the golden tiger following behind him showed that their identities were not simple. Lays worked at the Mage Guild, so she had trained her eyesight. This person was most likely from Calais, and could be a mage or a counselor. I heard that the assessment team for the examination of the acting president came from the Calais Federation. Could it be them? Was this a surprise attack? It seemed to be somewhat inconsistent with the tradition of Deno City. Generally, they would give face to Count Luke. Although many thoughts flashed through Lay's mind, she still showed an impeccable etiquette smile and greeted with okay. William looked at Lay's graceful figure and could see that she had trained her instinctive standing posture, which could easily show her excellent figure. Her face was also carefully dressed up. The guys here knew how to enjoy themselves. But as a mage, it was unwise to spend so much time on insignificant things. Where is your acting president? Ask him to come see me. William still maintained his aloof performance and spoke in a cold tone. This tone made Lay's expression stiffen slightly. Sure enough, they are from the assessment team, and they seem to be a little resentful. What's going on? But I didn't know that they were coming today, and the acting president didn't inform me. I thought it might be a surprise attack. But now it seems that the acting president knew and didn't go to pick them up at all? It's unlikely. She is just a small receptionist. Although she is good-looking, she can also clearly understand her identity. Naturally, she didn't dare to get involved in such a confrontation. She could only bow her head and say, I'll ask for instructions. At this time, Jean, who behind him, stood up again and showed his advantage as a barbarian. He showed an impatient expression and said, What? Isn't it that the president wants to show us his power first? At this time, the two maids of the Mage Guild, Lily and Annan, had already come with tea and snacks. However, seeing the atmosphere at the scene, the two beautiful maids in standard maid outfits were also nervous. Please calm down. I'm so sorry. Our president is busy with experiments now. We may have to wait for him for a while. At this time, Murphy, the head of the apprentices, also came out and spoke quickly. He was also bitter at this time. Why did the assessment team arrive now? Didn't the Earl's mansion notify the president in advance? It's impossible. Could it be that the president knew and didn't pick them up yet? He was even giving us a lecture? After the lecture, he even went to instruct Naya. And he brought Catwoman with him to instruct? Hack! What's going on? Murphy is also an old apprentice, and he has served the former Scent Mage for a long time. Lily, Annan, and Lays were all recruited by him personally. Although Naya is also a noble lady, she was accepted as a student by Scent Mage because of her beauty. It can be said that Scent Mage was originally an old and dishonest person, but he was just too old to do anything. In contrast, the new guild leader, who brought 3 beautiful and seductive cat ladies with him, was much more straightforward. But you can't get carried away at this time. What should you do now? Busy with experiments? President? William laughed when he heard this. He is still the acting president, not the president. He knows that we are coming here to busy with experiments today? Isn't he too dismissive of us? We represent the Mage Guild and the face of the Calais Federation. After William said this, magic patterns appeared around him, and there seemed to be streams and spots of light constantly rotating around him. Behind him, it was like stars, which looked very powerful. The intense sense of oppression came over, making everyone present breathless. Even though Murphy was close to the spirit of a formal mage, his face turned pale at this time. This mental oppression is much stronger than that of Master Sente at the beginning. High-level mage. How could it be? It's just an assessment. How could a high-level mage come directly? The recommendation of Earl Luke should be just a formality. Could there be any changes? He looks younger than himself, but his mental strength is so strong. If he is really a high-level wizard, then he is probably a great wizard seedling, and has the opportunity to break through to the great wizard level. What should I do? You, the president, have really left me with a difficult task. How can an old apprentice like me with old arms and legs take on such a heavy responsibility? Humph. Since the acting president is not here, just assume that he has missed the exam. He may not be a wizard, but just an ordinary spellcaster who pretends to be a wizard. If he fails the exam, the guild will appoint a new president soon. William directly took advantage of the topic and acted in a furious manner, with the magic tied around him. The people at the scene were all breathless. Then, we will take over this wizard tower for the time being. This is the property of our wizard guild. William's tone was very calm, as if it was a matter of course. But this was one of his main tasks here. One of the acting president of the Mage Guild branch, and the Mage Tower must be taken down. And it would be best if both could be taken down. On the way here, he also read more detailed information about the acting president. So in his opinion, there would be no problem for the other party to pass the assessment and certification. And if he is really so strong and looks so young, there is no need to offend him too harshly. He should be hit when he should be hit. But he should be relaxed and tense. Maybe he can even use the relationship with the Calais Federation to win him over in the opposite direction. In terms of magic resources, how can the Principality of Kedon compare with Calais? So at the beginning, his purpose was to make a fuss about this mage tower. And he was generous enough to let it go when the other party didn't come to take over his business. As a result, now my goodness, the other party knows that he is coming here today. But it seems that he didn't even notify the front desk. And he went to do experiments? Just threw his examiner aside? Once this crystal is recorded, even if Count Luke speaks, he will have a basis. Of course, he will not let go of this handle in his hand. He had been planning to come here to cause trouble. But now this was like a sleepy man hitting a pillow. He could also roughly understand that this was the attitude that the acting president had deliberately expressed, in order to intimidate him. Unfortunately, he holds the title of the Mage Guild General Assembly and the general situation, and he can seize the opportunity to seize the right to speak. The Mage Guild's industry? Murphy's face changed when he heard this. At his age, he knew that something was wrong after hearing this. Is there something unknown between the assessment team and the acting president? Or is it related to the competition of the Earl's mansion? As for loyalty, Murphy has just met Wang Yi for a short time, and there is no loyalty problem. As an old apprentice, it would be better to abandon the dark and join the light immediately under normal circumstances. But thinking of the knowledge points explained by the acting president before, the simple and easy teaching that can make people suddenly enlightened and get to the essence in a few words, and the age of the acting president, Murphy also gritted his teeth and said at this time, Mr. Mage, I have been serving here since the Mage Tower was just built. As far as I know, this Mage Tower was originally built by the previous Earl of Deneau for Mage Sint, and Mage Sint himself only temporarily borrowed the lower 3 floors to facilitate the Mage Guild to carry out business. This time, after Mage Sint was involved in the assassination, the ownership was once again taken back by the Earl's mansion and transferred to the acting president. Murphy spoke carefully, word by word. It can be said that the old man who witnessed it personally. Of course, he also has the qualifications to point out the problem. This made William look at him with some surprise, and then said with interest, I know your information. Murphy, right? The original apprentice has been working hard and diligently, and has reached the peak of apprenticeship over the years. He can also configure some ordinary potions to complete some ordinary enchantments. Coming to the Chamber of Commerce here. With his energy, he can naturally retrieve the information of everyone in the Mage Tower. Even the chef and the maid know it. Murphy was the one who spent the most time and effort besides the mysterious composer. Because Murphy was indeed quite capable. Worked diligently. Practiced step by step. And mastered certain potions and enchantment skills. If he was successfully recruited, he would be a good tool man. As he spoke, he took out a red crystal from his arms and said, "This is the crystal of siren blood. Although it is a bit useless for the breakthrough of a formal mage. If you just focus on a few specific spell models, and complete the mental solidification to enter the professional stage, it can at least increase the probability by 30%. When Murphy took out the siren blood crystal, his pupils shrank slightly, and he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He is not young anymore. That's why he gave up the path of a mage and prepared to take the route of specialization. Because if he doesn't break through again, as he gets older, I'm afraid the probability will get lower and lower. This is indeed something that hits his soft spot. It is also an auxiliary item that Murphy has specially studied the information. As for the price, the siren blood crystal is about 2,000 gold coins. Murphy, who had saved up for so many years, and had some skills in potions and enchantments, could come up with such a huge sum of money. However, the problem was that the siren blood crystal was still a priceless item, and could not be bought simply by having money. You also need channels. The magic atmosphere in Calais is much richer than that in Curtin, as are the resources. Moreover, because it is an isolated peninsula, there are many sea merchants coming and going. Most of the information about the nearby siren blood crystal comes from the Calais Federation. Given the atmosphere of the Calais Federation advocating magic, it is difficult to spread out. Even if it is not used, there will be big forces buying it and keeping it. William took out this thing, and smiled after watching Murphy swallowing it, and then said slowly, "There are indeed many things you said before. But after the previous Earl of Deneau built the Mage Tower and handed it over to Mage Sint, the ownership fell into his hands. In fact, he had transferred the ownership of the Mage Tower to the Mage Guild not long ago. This is the title deed and transfer contract of the Mage Tower. And the time of occurrence was before his assassination." William took out 2 more pieces of parchment at this time, which were anti-counterfeiting certificates written in magic ink. With this piece of parchment, you can go to the city hall to register the copy for rubbing. It is a property rights certification method with anti-counterfeiting function. A bit similar to the bank card that the Bard Guild had issued to Wani before. After taking it out, Murphy was also a little stunned, because what Sint would do would definitely not be made clear to him. He naturally didn't know about this. Now seeing the contract certificate in the other party's hand, he was a little confused. Here is his transfer agreement, which is reasonable, legal and compliant. It's just that no one is free during this period. So the transfer registration has not been completed at the city hall. But the previous procedures have been completed. And this Mage Tower is the property of the Mage Guild without a doubt. Then William took the transfer contract and pointed to the time on it. The date on it was indeed made before the incident. It can be said that there is only one last step left, although the steps have not been completed. There is no doubt that this matter has been dragged into a dispute. However, even so, Murphy gritted his teeth and said, "But Master Mage, Master Earl has already offered to give the Mage Tower to the acting president." This is what Master Earl meant. William was quite surprised when he said this. He took out the siren blood crystal to lure him, and it was impossible for him to really give it to the other party. However, if the other party is willing to work for you, it is not impossible to sell it to him at the original price afterwards. Such an apprentice can still afford it, but he just has no channels. But now seeing him like this, he was not tempted by the siren blood crystal. However, at this time, another middle-aged apprentice stood up and said righteously, "Even if it is the Earl, he cannot confiscate the assets of the Mage Guild. It was Sinte who rebelled. He must have known that he could not stay there. So he sold the ownership of the Mage Tower to the Guild. The Guild was also deceived. Obviously, not all apprentices can resist the temptation brought by William, although doing so will definitely offend the Earl's mansion, and he may not be able to survive in Deneau City, or even the Duchy of Cation. But if there is really a chance to get the siren blood crystal, and have the opportunity to break through to the professional level, even if he is not a traditional mage, he can go all over the world. At this time, relying on this big man from Calais can also make a living. Chapter 537. The true intention is revealed. The determination of the Earl. This sudden interruption made William smile. And then he looked at the middle-aged apprentice, who was speaking righteously. He looked about the same age as William, and was the second most experienced apprentice in the Mage Tower after Murphy. And his ability was also good. And he had the opportunity to start sprinting to the professional level. I remember your information. Fei Yang. Right? You are very good. Hearing that this big shot from Calais knew his name, Fei Yang couldn't help but straighten his chest. In terms of age, Fei Yang is already close to 40. But because he is a mage apprentice, he is well maintained. The two small mustaches have a feeling of a middle-aged gentleman, and he is considered a handsome uncle. But the flattering smile on his face, at this time, broke his original demeanor. Fei Yang. You? When Murphy saw Fei Yang stand up, he also sighed. He was tempted before. It's just that he chose the young acting president, who was supported by the Earl's mansion. He still has a family in Dano City, and there are descendants. So it is impossible for him to just leave. However, Fei Yang has always been a playboy and has never married. There are only some relatives in the city who are not direct relatives. So he can really let himself go. Because of the relationship over the years, Murphy just sighed and said nothing more. He bowed and stepped aside, as if he had expected what Fei Yang was going to say. But at this time, Murphy has no use. And it is impossible for him to really confront a Calais nobleman and a representative of the Mage Guild. Sure enough, after receiving praise, Fei Yang said to William with a smile on his face, "This mage. In fact, old man Murphy deceived you before." The acting president. Oh, no. The former acting president, who has been dismissed from his position, was not doing an experiment at all, but was coerced and induced to fool around with a beautiful female apprentice. When he said this, Fei Yang was still gritting his teeth. He has been thinking about Naya, the coquettish little fairy, for a long time. Fei Yang is experienced in prostitution, and is confident that if he goes all out, he will be able to trick the coquettish little woman into his hands soon. The other party is still a nobleman, and by then, he will have both money and beauty. And she will be so beautiful that she will be bubbling. Although Naya seems to have been unfavorable to him because of some of his rumors, he knows that as long as he continues, there will definitely be results. She is not a chaste woman, and she will definitely not escape from his palm. But as a result, just after hearing the news that Sit was finished, he still felt that there was a chance. And immediately another young guy came. And unlike Sit, the old man who was willing but unable to do anything, this young acting president himself brought 3 top-notch cat women. Being young, capable, and having such treatment, he was jealous in his heart. Every time he saw Naya's blushing face, Fei Yang was so jealous that his mood was much worse these days. It was just because of the huge gap in status between the two sides that he knew to be patient, restrained all his emotions, and behaved equally respectfully. But now, retribution has come. Call you crazy. There will always be someone who can take care of you. After so many years in Dano, Fei Yang could also sense some influence from the Calais Federation, and vaguely understood that the Mage Tower might be involved in a higher level game. But it doesn't matter. Now the representatives of Calais have the upper hand. What can they lose? Even if it is Count Luke himself, it is impossible for him to use thundering means against the representatives who represent Calais and the Mage Guild at the same time. It's already stable. Seeing Murphy retreat to the side sadly, Fei Yang also sneered in his heart. He is just an old man who is worried about his juniors. He is really stupid. Once he breaks through the professional level, his lifespan can be extended. At that time, he will have a second spring and start a new family. But it's good this way. Only Murphy is stupid, so he has such a good opportunity. In terms of ability, he still recognizes Murphy. He has strong ability to do things, and he can also make potions and enchantments. Fei Yang himself only has the most basic enchantment formulas to guarantee a certain success rate. You actually coerced the apprentice to do such a thing? William's eyes lit up, and the crystal was aimed at Fei Yang. No matter whether it is true or not, now there is an accusation from his apprentice. It can be regarded as true, and this is the evidence. This kind of image is meaningless in the hands of ordinary people, but in the hands of a powerful person like him, it is an absolute weapon. We came here for a reason. I thought he just had a simple opinion about the guild and didn't know the etiquette. If he came down to apologize later, he would be given another chance. But I never expected this to be the case. I will report this matter directly to the headquarters. He paused here and said with some emotion, but he was originally a person who had never registered with the guild. The guild's loose management attitude would not give any punishment. It's a pity for the female apprentice, who was coerced. At this time, Jean, who behind him, stood up and shouted again. You don't care because of the guild's face. But I can't stand this kind of person. Just when we are going to drive him out of our magic tower, I will drive him away. As he spoke, he was about to go up. After all, this is now the magic tower controlled by the other party. Although William said that the quality of this magic tower is average and the threat is limited. If the other party controls it seriously to fight, then the two of them will have a headache. Now it is because the other party has just taken over and has not yet sorted out that they are so presumptuous. Otherwise, there is no need to suffer a loss in front of him. Take advantage of the fact that he is making trouble over there. Just throw him out, and everything will be fine. There are many mages in the Calais Federation. And Jean, who also has a lot of practical experience. The mage is indeed very powerful. But he is confident that with his barbarian blood, he can tear open the defense barrier of the formal mage after getting close and end the battle as quickly as possible. The most difficult thing about mages is that they have too many means. There is always one that can target you, and then rely on the model engraved in advance by the formal mage to delay time. Even an equally matched opponent can be forcibly dragged into the mage's turn, and then continue to release targeted spells slowly, one ring after another. Don't look at Jean, who has strong physical strength. With his strong physical strength, he can even fight with ordinary knights. However, because his breathing technique is still at the level of a high-level knight, the magic fluctuations he induces are limited, and his magic resistance is not as good as that of a great knight. Therefore, if he cannot quickly tear open the opponent's barrier to end the battle, and it is really dragged into the mage's round, even a novice mage, who has just become a formal mage not long ago, can make him feel difficult. But it's my turn. Stop! What are you doing? At this time, Dolph had also arrived. Seeing Jean, whose burly figure holding an exaggerated giant hammer and preparing to rush to the mage tower, Dolph shouted from a distance, then stepped on the ground, stepped on the bluestone bricks and made a crack, and rushed over like a cannonball. And Count Luke was already sitting in Dolph's carriage at this time. It's just that when they came, they just happened to hear some words. At this time, it's not good to come out in person immediately. Otherwise the other party will definitely use the previous remarks to squeeze. And Luke has already seen several carriages of nobles in the city have arrived near the mage tower. It is obvious that their appearance is most likely not to help Master E. Luke, sitting in Dolph's carriage, also wants to see what these guys want to do. Now he has roughly understood the purpose of these two coming. Mage Tower. It seems that the Calais Federation really wants to build an airship dock in Deneau and spread their economic influence to the Principality of Cation. The reason why they want to ensure the ownership of the Mage Tower is that once they succeed, as long as they can hold the position of the branch president of the Mage Guild and use the Mage Tower to reinforce it, this place will become a thorn in the city of Dunner. Even with Luke's strength, he would feel a headache facing the Mage Tower that is stubbornly defending. There must be very few people who really fight. The world is not pure fighting and killing. But whether to fight or not, and whether you have the ability to fight are completely different. If there is a Mage Tower in Dunner that is inclined to Calais, then their right to speak will be completely different. To put it bluntly this time, the two sides are competing over the selection of the president of the Mage Guild. They want to seize one of the guild president and the Mage Tower. Or even both. Generally speaking, the East landlord who is in charge of military and political affairs, like Luke, has a single word for the order of the branch president of the Mage Guild. And the Mage Guild will not provoke sensitive nerves. But the Calais Federation relied on their influence to reverse the situation. Not to mention that Count Luke was secretly observing in the carriage. Dolph had already jumped into the guild hall on the first floor of the Mage Tower, because of his previous roar. Jean, who was about to go up, also stopped and waited for him to come over leisurely. He sneered with a smile and glanced at the carriage on the street. Hey, isn't this Baron Dolph? What? Are you going to interfere with the assessment of the Mage Guild? Dolph came to the scene and snorted at Jean, who. He ignored him and turned his head to look at William and said in a deep voice, Senator William, is the Mage Guild going to forcibly install a branch president regardless of the Lord's wishes? Dolph looked reckless. But he actually spoke freely when he wanted to take advantage of the situation and put a hat on others. The Mage Tower is erected in the city. If the president is not approved by the Lord, can you feel at ease? Forget about the weak non-critical area lords, because they can't stop the formal mages anyway. And it doesn't matter whether there are towers or not. But places like Dunner are different. Once this matter is confirmed, it can be said that the entire Mage Guild will be in a passive position. The Calais Federation has a great influence on the Mage Guild. But it is impossible to directly change the position of the Mage Guild. Of course not. Otherwise I wouldn't have come for the assessment. And I would have directly appointed a new president. But the problem is that Baron Dolph has also seen the situation. The former acting president does not respect the guild at all. In order to maintain the face of the guild, I have no choice but to resort to this last resort. William spoke with a regretful expression, without leaving any room for words. No matter what they did, this hat must not be worn. Otherwise, he would not have taken photos and used resources to seduce the mage apprentice to defect. Your Excellency the Earl can continue to recommend quotas. For example, I heard that Your Excellency the Earl's wife is also a formal mage. I can complete the symbolic assessment on the spot. William was very humble, as if he still respected Earl Luke in the appointment and removal of the branch president. But after giving in here, he continued to take out the previous contract and said, however, the ownership of this magic tower has been transferred. The guild gave face to Mr. Earl. I believe Mr. Earl will handle it impartially. Right? After all, we paid a lot of money to get it. It was completely different from the previous meeting. He became slippery and unrelenting, which caught Dolph, who was well prepared, off guard for a while. At this time, more and more carriages began to drive along the street towards this side, many of which were carrying noble family emblems. The nobles who had appeared at the banquet got off the carriages and walked over, seeing that there was a bit of tension on Dolph's side. The nobles who came down were also a little surprised and said, Baron Dolph, what's this? We heard that Calais intends to build Calais airship dock at the location of the Mage Tower. So we came here to take a look. Are you having any difficulties? It's a rare opportunity, but we must seize it. Originally, Dolph was a little surprised to see these nobles appear, but after hearing their words, his face suddenly darkened. Obviously, these people were specially notified by Senator William when he was resting before. Calais originally had a great influence in the Merchant Guild, so he directly let the people of the Chamber of Commerce notify him. So many people were called, and Earl Luke, who was sitting in Baron Dolph's carriage, had a deep look in his eyes at this time. Sure enough, as long as the benefits are big enough, the nobles will not care about the interests of the principality at all. As for the airship dock, Earl Luke is also inclined to build it, because it can better open up new trade routes, make Dano City more prosperous, and even bless the entire principality of Kton in disguise. But this new trade route and this airship dock must be under his own eyes and under control. Otherwise, if Calais capital is allowed to rush into the principality of Kedon without order, with a huge economic gap between the two sides, Calais can completely replicate the model of the principality of Not, and almost crush the principality of Kedon economically. Other commodities are fine, but things like food and salt are all in the hands of this group of merchants. I'm afraid that if there is any problem at that time, it will not be stopped by the 3 times price at the previous banquet. Even if the great power belongs to oneself, it is still people who do the work, facing the group confrontation tied by interests. Even he will feel tired, once the nobles who participated in the distribution have all taken advantage of the situation. The interest groups will grow larger and larger. Then it will be no different for the Duchy of Kton to become a vassal state of the Calais Federation, being sucked blood by Calais without any ability to resist. For a moment, a trace of coldness appeared in Earl Luke's eyes. He didn't want to kill them all, which was only a temporary solution. But if it was really necessary, it would be okay to treat the symptoms first. Although leaving a group of positions to support more newcomers would make many people feel precarious, it would also make other nobles feel threatened, and even shake the foundation of the entire Kton. But if it really comes to that, I can't care so much. At worst, I will be responsible for it, resign as the Lord of the East, and give them an explanation. Perhaps this was also one of their goals. They would change a group of people and slowly eat away at them, and they would always get someone they like. But there were really not many cards I could choose. Just when Earl Luke had even thought of a river of blood, Senator William of the Mage Tower suddenly became alert. The nobles who arrived one after another have also come to the hall of the Mage Guild. After hearing Fei Yong, the trader who is eager to show off, vividly explained the current situation. One by one, they all condemned it righteously. Isn't this nonsense? This acting president is so arrogant because of his contribution at the banquet. How can this be tolerated? The ownership of this Mage Tower does belong to the Mage Guild in theory. After all, the agreement has been completed before. Yes, We should also be reasonable and can't push the Mage Guild to the opposite side. Right? It's also good to build the airship dock here. There are no buildings around the Mage Tower. When the time comes, move a batch of them out, which will be enough to free up a large area. Yes, we can definitely see the prosperity in the future. When Dolph saw this group of people here, he set the tone and chatted unscrupulously. His face also looked a little gloomy. The Earl was still watching in the car. Fei Yan was delighted to see that a group of nobles seemed to be on his side. Originally, he thought that he would at least leave his hometown. But now it seems that he may not necessarily end up on the opposite side. The influence of this Congressman William is too strong. And he really made the right bet. I wonder if Old Man Murphy will regret it. At the same time, all the images in the hall appeared in a crystal ball. Nia blushed and covered her mouth to look at the picture in the crystal ball, occasionally making a few sobbing nasal sounds. It doesn't matter. They can't hear it. Don't be so depressed. Wang Yi stood behind her, hugged her waist, and whispered in her ear. At this time, Xiaotia also came to the table, and said in a somewhat lazy voice, "But this matter is indeed a troublesome matter. With so many nobles standing on the side, I am afraid that Earl Luke will find it difficult. Earl Luke's courage is greater than you think. Maybe he is thinking about bloodshed now. Maybe if you work hard at this time, you can get a female noble." The crystal ball zoomed in to Baron Dolph's carriage. Wang Yi felt a trace of emotion in it, and couldn't help but tease it. Then he hugged Nia, who was screaming and trembling because of fear, to prevent her from falling. "Master Yi hasn't come down yet? Should we go and invite him?" A noble from Dano City said hesitantly. Unlike Jean, whose previous savage attempt to go up, these nobles have witnessed Wang Yi's killing at the banquet. Nobles can be incompetent, obsessed with money, and profit-seeking, but they can't be blind. Of course, they fully support the establishment of the airship dock, and their position is undoubtedly on the side of Senator William. But at the same time, they will not easily tear their faces with Master Yi. Let's talk about the facts and reason. Anyway, you just got this magic tower, and you don't have any feelings. This magic tower is his gift to repay the Earl's daughter. Now if there's a problem with this gift, let him change it. The problem will not be on them anyway. The senator from Calais was the one who insisted in front, and they just came to the scene to express their attitude. It is true that we need to invite them down, but Master Yi didn't know the situation of the Mage Tower, so it is understandable. Yes, the Mage Guild's assessment is not something we can get involved in. Although the Earl has chosen Master Yi, the specific details still depend on the examiner of the Mage Guild. Senator William has become a high-level mage at such a young age, so he must be sure. We, a group of laymen who don't understand magic, must not participate. Senator William is really young and promising. And this Mr. Jinhu, he should have the blood of the barbarians. Right? I heard that the barbarians are all born warriors, which is amazing. The scene was full of praise for William and Jinhu. But William also keenly smelled something wrong from it. There is no doubt that this group of Dano nobles support the establishment of the airship dock. And for this reason, they may even exert reverse pressure on Earl Luke to some extent. But why do they all look like they are completely unwilling to get involved in the Mage Guild's problems? He has read the information about the acting president repeatedly. Subduing 7 high-level assassins is indeed a great strength. But it is not unacceptable for a prepared mage to take the initiative by relying on the spell model engraved in advance. The assassin did not know that the street singer was a mage, and it was easy for him to succeed without being on guard. But looking at the appearance of this group of people, they are obviously quite afraid of Master Yi. Song? Definitely not. This means that the situation in the venue may be somewhat different from what he predicted. After all, there was no magic photo, and he only saw some text briefs in a hurry, and he roughly simulated a general situation in his mind. But now it seems that he has made a mistake in his estimation. What was the actual situation of the banquet? However, it has come to this point, and he can't back down. It was because the other party repeatedly didn't give him face that he took the opportunity to hit him. And taking a step back, after the other party comes down, he can still make a corresponding judgment based on the specific situation according to the situation. At worst, he will let the other party make up the exam. I am a member of the Calais Council and a representative of the Mages Guild, so you should at least give me some respect. Master Yi is coming down. Let's talk. Master Yi is not unreasonable. Master Yi, good afternoon. Just when William was thinking for a while, Wang Yi came down lazily from upstairs and attracted the attention of many nobles. And Dofu, who had been at the scene with a somewhat ugly face, was slightly relieved at this time. and then pushed aside the few people blocking the way in front, and took a few steps forward. Master Yi, this time things are a bit troublesome. The situation is like this. But before he finished speaking, Wang Yi smiled and raised his hand and said, "It's okay. I already know. After all, this is my mage tower now. And a mage's grasp of the situation in the mage tower is the most basic requirement." Wang Yi knew that Dofu wanted to kindly remind him first, so that he would not be unaware of the situation. But now it's just right to wait until the actors of this puppet show are all together. Of course, they have to give them space to perform. Wang Yi didn't deliberately suppress the sound. So many people heard it. Jean, who was naturally the same. And he sniffed his nose, and said to William in a low voice with a somewhat ugly face, "This guy has a messy smell of perfume on him. It seems that he was really messing around just now. And he also said that he could know the situation here? This guy will not mess around and laugh at us at the same time." Jean, who himself does not care about face. Even a barbarian. This identity often brings a lot of convenience. There are many things that others cannot do. But he does not have much resistance. But even so, thinking about what the other party did still makes Jean who feel a surge of blood. This is too infuriating. But while he was complaining, he saw William's more solemn eyes, and couldn't help but lower his voice and asked again, "What's going on?" "He used the mage tower to detect me. But I didn't feel anything. His ability is even better than mine." William's words made Jean who feel a little shocked. "My friend is a high-level mage, and he has the potential to become a great mage. The younger guy's ability is even better than William. How is it possible? It's normal to take advantage of the location of the mage tower. Right? The surveillance is normal. But I should be able to detect it. Is it a lie?" Wang Yi spoke lazily without waiting for the discussion to come to a conclusion. "I also know roughly what you all came for. I also know what the Mage Guild representative said. He represents the Mage Guild. If you don't pass the assessment, then don't pass it. I don't like to be in charge anyway." Wang Yi's words made the nobles feel a little confused. Just accept it like this? I was a little worried at first. But he was so easy to talk to. Is this to give face to the Mage Guild in Calais? But he didn't seem to be so easy to talk to at the banquet, as expected of a member of the Calais Federation. The Calais Federation has some face among the wizards. But before they could relax, Wang Yi continued to speak. "But I don't agree with the ownership of the Wizard Tower. This is something given to me by Earl Luke. I have agreed. So it belongs to me. When the time comes, please choose another location for the branch. I will also take back the lower 3 floors." When these words came out, it was not only a shock to William and his group, but also a group of Dano nobles, who wanted to reap the benefits of this time could not help themselves. First, there was the president of the Merchants Guild, Doyle. He was the one who set the tone of 3 times at the banquet, and was considered the spokesperson of the interest group. He did not confront Wang Yi directly, but stated the facts and reasoned. "Master Yi, the matter is like this. We can all bear witness to the fact that the Earl gave you the Mage Tower. It is true. But the Earl did not know the ownership of the Mage Tower at the time. Counselor William brought the agreement and certificate." Hearing Doyle's words, Wang Yi could not help but say in surprise, "What? Counselor William and his team colluded with Sint to participate in the assassination of Earl Luke?" As soon as these words came out, the scene was speechless. Doyle explained repeatedly, "That's not the case. We also saw it before. It was a deal completed by Sint earlier. They didn't know." After hearing this, Wang Yi couldn't help but put on a relieved expression. "Oh, they didn't know. Yes, they didn't know." Seeing that Wang Yi was still reasonable, Doyle also smiled. "But I didn't know that the Mage Tower had been sold. The other party bought the Mage Tower without knowing about Sinner's affairs. And I didn't know that the Mage Tower was sold. So I took it. Now I am the actual owner of the Mage Tower. So it should be mine. They should go to Count Luke to discuss their losses. I believe there will be compensation. So they don't have to bother me." Wang Yi's subsequent words made President Doyle's face slightly stiff. What kind of logic is this? What a bullshit reason. Now the Mage Tower's title deed is in the hands of Senator William. How do you prove that this Mage Tower is yours? William didn't speak. Jean, who didn't speak. And the nobles didn't think of taking advantage of the situation. But the apprentice Fei Yang, who firmly chose to stand on the side, jumped out at this time. Only if you perform better and have a greater role, you can get more benefits in the end. He has already made a decision. So now he has to take a gamble. You are all embarrassed. Right? It doesn't matter. I'll say it. I have been in this Mage Tower for more than 10 years. And I arrived earlier than you. So can I also say that this mage tower is mine? Fei Yang held his head high and launched his attack without flinching. Facing Fei Yang's provocation, Wang Yi said nonchalantly, with a nonchalant look on his face. That's true. You have been here longer. What if you claim ownership of this mage tower? Fei Yang felt even more proud when he heard this. But I hope you can grasp the backlash of the mage tower. Wang Yi raised his hand and snapped his fingers. And a beam of blue rays suddenly burst out from the crystal lamp in the hall, and instantly hit Fei Yang, who was holding his head high. The coldness of the extreme cold rays burst out, and instantly turned Fei Yang into a lifelike ice sculpture. The temperature around him dropped by dozens of degrees at the same time, making the people who were close to him shiver with cold, and frost hung on their eyebrows and eyelashes. There was still a slight smile on the corner of Fei Yang's ice sculpture face, and his smug attitude was completely frozen and preserved. Look! You see? The mage tower is very spiritual, proving that it is not his. This made the nearby Dano nobles retreat one after another, looking like they didn't want to intervene. But their eyes were all on William, whose expression was stiff. If you claim the ownership of the mage tower again, will the next one fall on your head? It doesn't matter if there is a dispute over ownership. Other claimants are dead. So he is the only one who claims it? What kind of devilish logic is this? Looking at the lifelike ice sculpture, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. This guy is still not ambiguous when he takes action. He was reckless and unscrupulous at the banquet before, and even the nobles were involved. Now he just turns people into ice sculptures when he disagrees with them. Sure enough, it is necessary to talk to him in a nice way at the beginning. Many nobles couldn't help but feel lucky in their hearts. William looked carefully at the frozen Fei Yang. He knew about the extreme cold ray, and he also understood this magic, and he was even proficient enough to engrave it in advance. He also had his own opinions on the various model variants, modifications, and fine-tuning of this door. His most commonly used extreme cold ray model has been adjusted in a targeted manner to maximize speed and simplicity. So he knew that although the difficulty of mastering the extreme cold ray was much higher than that of the fireball, the main advantage of this magic was its fast speed and high hit rate. Moreover, even if the damage caused by magic resistance units was limited, it could still form a physical deceleration effect. In terms of pure destructive power, it was really not as good as the simpler fireball. This was actually the reason why the fireball was popular. However, what kind of magic modification had the extreme cold ray sealed in the mage tower undergone? Admittedly, the mage tower could make some preparations in advance, seal some charging magic or semi-permanent magic, and create a mana pool to make up for it. And the consumption during experiments could also be quickly replenished. But the mage tower only engraved the extreme cold ray in advance. So you have to pay attention to the basic model of this magic. Right? Magic modification is magic modification. But it also has to comply with the characteristics of this spell. Right? As a result, what kind of thing has it been changed into now? That Fei Yang is at least a top apprentice. If he really gets his own siren blood crystal at that time, he will have the opportunity to impact the professional level of ordinary spellcasters. But just like that, without any reaction, the smile on his face was directly frozen. This power is also full. Just like this, William knew that this master also had a high level of attainment in enchantment. Otherwise, it would be impossible to complete some modifications of the wizard tower so quickly. Of course, there is a certain probability that this is what Sid has been keeping in the bottom of the box, and he inherited it. But he thinks this possibility is not great. Sid is not a talented person. So Sir William wants to rob my wizard tower? Wang Yi's words directly changed William's face, and the pre-engraved displacement force field immediately appeared on his body, as if he was worried that he would become a popsicle in the next moment. The nobles next to him also retreated one after another, as if they were worried about being splashed with blood. However, Wang Yi didn't care about their actions at all. He smiled and said while looking at the door of the hall. Luke had already got off the car and walked over. It was just because of Wang Yi's actions that no one noticed the East landlord, who had restrained his breath. Because of Wang Yi's head tilt, many people also looked over, and then exclaimed and greeted. Lord Earl. Hello. Lord Earl. Good afternoon. Lord Earl. You came at the right time. Now is the time when it is difficult to get off the tiger. At this time, Luke's appearance undoubtedly makes many nobles feel relieved. At least the situation is not too corrupt. There is a way out. Right? Not even cursing is saved for a disagreement. And people are directly turned into popsicles. Anyway, these nobles who just come here to eat the bonus of the airship dock have no intention of risking their lives. The Calais Federation has eroded the nobles of Denos City, and has gradually gained influence and benefited. But after all, it has not reached the level of complete control. Otherwise, it would not need such a roundabout action. It's okay to stand up for William, but forget about risking your life. However, in the face of the greetings from this group of nobles, the red-haired Earl Luke just smiled slightly. Heh. It's hard for you to remember me. When this voice came out, these nobles couldn't help but feel nervous, knowing that their actions this time had left a very bad impression on the Lord of the East. Not long ago, the two sides had a small clash at the banquet, and compromised with each other. The price of grain was controlled at 3 times the original price, but it didn't increase again. This time is also essentially a confrontation between them, and it seems normal for Earl Luke to be dissatisfied. It's just that he used to maintain the elegance of a noble and maintain politeness on his face. Just like at the banquet, they had a confrontation once, but they were still happy. If there was no assassination later, it would definitely be a perfect ending. But this time he mocked himself and others as soon as they met. This is not a good sign. There are outsiders here. A few smart nobles also changed their faces slightly at this time. And then, they distanced themselves from William and the others. Luke won't use any tough measures this time. Right? There are so many of us. William on the other side also changed his face slightly. There is a saying that family disgrace should not be made public. Now he is scolded in front of him. This is not a good sign. Hi, Lord Earl. William bowed and performed a standard noble etiquette to Luke. No matter what, the other party's appearance still made him feel a little relieved. The owner of this wizard tower is completely unreasonable. He is really worried that the other party will suddenly attack him. Aren't you just the counselors? There is no need to pick up these things that have been abandoned. Luke also showed sarcasm on his face, not giving face to the other party at all because of his identity. Looking at Jean who stepped forward and stood next to William, Luke sneered and said, "A high-level wizard, plus a barbarian with the power of a great knight." As he spoke, he waved his sleeves towards Jean who, and the magic power guided by the breathing method was agitated, directly forming a fiery red air wave. The hot impact came to his face, and made Jean whose face change wildly. But before he took a step and wanted to rely on his own strength to resist, the next moment the huge force that was superimposed on him had already lifted his feet off the ground. The surrounding magic power seemed to be temporarily drained, so that his own breathing method could not attract much magic protection at all, and could not shake it at all. Bang! Accompanied by a crisp sound of bones cracking, the 2-meter-tall golden tiger was slapped away by Luke's sleeve like a cannonball, and crashed out of the window of the hall. After breaking the glass, it drew a parabola in the air, and then fell heavily on the lawn outside the mage tower, and bounced a few times like a stone skipping on the water. The lawn on the ground was lifted up a lot, revealing the slightly charred mud underneath. Master E, I'm really sorry for damaging your window and lawn. I will compensate you. Earl Luke apologized to Wangi, and seemed to have returned to his original gentleness. Well, it's just right to transplant some more trees. Wangi had felt the determination of Luke in the carriage before. Since the other party had already come forward, he was happy to watch the other party's performance. William, who had no time to react when his friend was knocked away, asked Luke with a sullen face, "What does the Earl mean by this? Are you trying to provoke our Calais Federation?" He never expected that the Earl of Flame would be so strong. This is inconsistent with the character description of the other party all along, and he didn't expect him to be so strong. I thought that Jean who would be able to withstand 1 or 2 blows with the help of his own blood talent and the breathing of the high-level knight. But now I didn't expect that he would be beaten like this with just 1 blow. And the rampant magic power when the other party just waved his hand was so rampant that even William himself could only barely stimulate his engraved model to form a displacement force field for protection. Otherwise, if he was affected, he would probably be knocked unconscious at least. You sent such a combination to come here after the assassination. Isn't this a provocation? Luke glanced at William lightly, but didn't make another move. Take action to deal with a barbarian follower, even if you kill him directly. William, who was both a member of the Mage Guild and a member of the Calais Council, had to be respectful for the time being. But when he put the hat on him, even William's face changed. We didn't know about the assassination, so please don't spit blood on us. Lord Earl, we interrogated the Scent Mage and the Brotherhood, and they all said that you ordered it. Luke made a card directly out of thin air, which made William feel sick. But he couldn't give any rebuttal, so he could only say patiently, Lord Earl, it is very likely that they deliberately want to provoke our conflict. Oh, really? But I think you are here with bad intentions. You bullied my city guards when you were receiving me. And now you want to seize the mage tower that I personally sent out. I think you did it. And I will ask the Mother Goddess to arbitrate directly. William looked at Count Luke, who was not older than him, and felt the other party's aggressive momentum. And his whole face looked very ugly. As a mage, he also has his own pride. Even though he is at the peak of the professional level, and Luke is already at the peak of the hero level, he thinks that as long as he breaks through to the Archmage, his status will immediately surpass his. Now with Jean who by his side, he is also qualified to be on equal footing. But now, he has been taught a solid lesson by the other party. Before potential is transformed into strength, it will always be just potential. And looking at the opponent's momentum, and the way he easily knocked Jean, who away before, I'm afraid this person really has the potential to become a legend. The mage who appeared in front, and started freezing popsicles, when he disagreed with something was already a headache. I thought Count Luke came to mediate. But it turned out to be a fuel to the fire. Chapter 538 Strength Warriors. After Count Luke showed such strength, the nobles of Dano, even if they were slow to react, felt that things were not going well. Now someone immediately jumped out to accuse Councillor William. Sir William is indeed too much. And he has no respect for us at all. Yes, both sides must respect each other to cooperate. Equality and mutual benefit. Win-win cooperation. But at this time, Luke did not express any loyalty to the nobles, but just stretched out his hand to William with an indifferent expression. Give me the deed. We want to take it back. Although he was completely suppressed by Count Luke, since the other party did not attack him again. William, as a mage, also reacted quickly. It was the blessing brought by his identity as a representative of the Mage Guild and Councillor Calais. He immediately took out the photo stone and said, Sir Count, I have used magic to record the cause and effect. This matter. Bang. Luke bent his finger and flicked the photo stone, which was blown up out of thin air. What photo stone? Looking at the photo stone powder in his hand, William also trembled all over. There was anger and a hint of fear. What a sharp energy. The other party's mastery of breathing has reached a very advanced level. But he still took a deep breath and said, The title deed of the Mage Tower is the property of the Mage Guild. We paid for it. You were deceived by Sente. You can go to him. It doesn't matter if you don't take the title deed. I am the Lord of the East. I will scrap the original copy and make a new one. Mage Sente participated in the rebellion. The Mage Tower will be recovered, confiscated, and given to Mage Wangi. Luke read it directly. And the clerk, who came over also hurriedly began to record it. You are unreasonable and robbed. William came out with the title deed with indignation on his face. Reason? Do you deserve it? Luke sneered, which made William feel extremely embarrassed. But he seemed very calm at this time. This time, I really didn't expect the result to be like this. I originally wanted to come and play the art of compromise with Luke, relying on the nobles of Dano City, who were won over here, relying on the land deeds in hand, and relying on the eyes of this Mage Guild assessment. It can be said that all the innate advantages have been occupied. But all of this became worthless after the other party broke it with brute force. The nobles who smelled something wrong turned on the spot, and became loyal ministers again. The Golden Tiger was beaten to death by a blow. The photo stone was blown up, and the land deeds were not recognized. There was absolutely no way. This man doesn't look like a lord at all, and doesn't look like a noble at all. If you don't know how to compromise, how can you balance this huge territory? It won't work if you rely solely on force. Senator William, I see that your face is black, and your health is not good. If you die suddenly in our Dano City, don't slander us. Luke's words made William's face flush directly, but he held back all the subsequent words, and dared not say more. This Earl of Flame seemed to be acting rashly this time. But he took out the best shield for all the excuses at the beginning. That was the previous assassination. Is the result of torture important? Does torture matter? That's what he said anyway. If he acts a little too radically, the Calais Federation will not really go to war with the Principality of Curtin because of this. The Calais Federation has a great influence. And in fact, it has a lot of disguised economic control. But it has always been peace-loving. If there is a direct conflict with the Principality of Curtin, Calais will definitely win. But in fact it will lose more. What will others think? No matter how strong Calais is, it is impossible to defeat them one by one. Just worrying about losses. You are hesitant and timid. After all, it is a businessman's thinking. Haha. After all, it is just a group of businessmen. Luke walked up to William. whose face was flushed, and disdainfully reached out to take the deed back, and then threw it in the direction of Wang Yi. Wang Yi also raised his hand to take the deed and said, "I'll trouble you, Lord Earl." With the subsequent change procedures, Wang Yi felt some changes in Luke's mood, and a smile appeared on his face. He reminded him casually, "Being suppressed for too long is sometimes not a good thing for an individual at the last dinner." Wang Yi found that Luke was not keen on power. Most of the East landlords were forced to come here. After all, there were only 3 great knights in the Principality of Kaduan, and he was the younger brother of the current Grand Duke. For the Principality, for the family, and for his brother, he had to bite the bullet and come here, compromise with the nobles, and all kinds of shitty things, all for the overall situation, all for the sake of relatives. Luke himself has suppressed himself for a long time. Legend is a very critical stage, and the requirements for the mind are also very high. If he continues to be so entangled in worldly affairs, then the chance of breakthrough will probably become smaller and smaller. And this time, it was this group of nobles who made him compromise before, who came to stand up for the members of Calais for the sake of interests, just for the airship dock, and finally made Luke make up his mind. This is a kind of release. For him personally, it is a spiritual transformation. Luke was also savoring his own changes at this time. After hearing Wang Yi's reminder, he nodded. "Thank you." Then he asked again, "Do you have any other requests for them? If you still want the president of the Mage Guild, I will let him assess again. If you don't want it, then the president of the Mage Guild doesn't need it. In the future, Dano City will not need the Mage Guild." Luke made the decision for William directly, and did not allow William to have the power to refuse. As long as Wang Yi nodded, he would continue to assess and pass. "If you don't want to give face, then I won't give it. I don't like troubles. This mage tower is enough. But I am a little interested in the blood of the barbarians. I need a test material with the best high-level knight's physique." Wang Yi's understatement made Earl Luke feel a little stunned. William even said directly, "You dare." In response, Wang Yi just sneered. "I'm just notifying you. I'll get the materials myself, so I won't bother you." As he spoke, several chains appeared out of thin air outside the mage tower, piercing through the golden tiger, who was still lying on the ground. The sudden groan seemed to prove that this guy had woken up. Although many bones in his body were broken, he suffered a lot of injuries. But at this time, he still began to struggle violently, roaring continuously. But no matter how he struggled, the chain became tighter and tighter, and finally pulled directly into the sky. It was the experimental floor of the mage tower. He was pulled directly in through the window, and then stopped moving. Luke's face looked a little strange at this time. He already thought that he was very arrogant before, and his style was completely different from before. But he didn't expect that there was someone more arrogant here. He just left the person here. However, although Luke, who had just made up his mind, felt surprised, he did not stop it, but smiled heartily. "We originally only received a notice that the assessment personnel of the Mage Guild would come. A barbarian who hurt people casually mixed into the city, and it was reasonable to be captured and suppressed. As the Lord of the East and the Master of Dano City, Count Luke directly completed the characterization of this matter. You can't do this. Let go of Jinhu. Can't we leave?" William spoke quickly. Jinhu is his good friend. He can't watch him fall into the devil's cave. He knew the nature of mages best. Even he had deceived Jin, who for several tubes of blood. If he was really caught by other mages and used as experimental materials, the consequences would be disastrous. Death is sometimes a kind of relief. I don't mind having another high-level mage as experimental material. Wang Yi glanced back at William and said in a strange tone, "Shouldn't good friends be together?" William's pupils shrank. Even the nobles at the scene felt a tingling sensation on their scalps. "It's over." The Earl suddenly stopped pretending. "And now there is another mage who captures people for experiments at will. How should he live in the future?" William's eyes were bloodshot. But as a mage, he could no longer control his expression. But after a few long breaths, he calmed down and then bowed to apologize. "I'm really sorry. I was wrong this time. I apologize for the trouble you have caused." After that, he looked at Wang Yi and said sincerely, "Although I know that you don't care about this branch president anymore, you must have passed the assessment based on your ability. I offended you. This is a loss for our mage guild." William's sudden change in attitude made Luke frown slightly. His fingers moved slightly, and a faint murderous intent seemed to surround William. If this guy was incompetent and furious, it would be easier to leave him alive. After all, This guy came here with quite formal procedures. And there was a letter sent in advance by the Mage Guild. So his initial attack was only against the barbarian. And it didn't matter if Wang Yi took him away as material. But now William's performance of enduring it all was a bit threatening. After all, he is a potential Grand Mage. If he has a chance to break through to Grand Mage, it will really bring more trouble. But just when he was about to kill him with a false pretext and wipe out the threat in the cradle, Wang Yi spoke impatiently. Okay, you can go now. Read the rest first. A high-level mage is also important enough. If he lets him go alive, he should be able to pry the Calais Federation into using some prophecy and divination methods, thereby verifying the identity of the players in disguise. As for trouble, what kind of trouble can such a guy who has the same presence as an ant passing by his feet cause? To put it bluntly, the biggest trouble in this world is that the Mother Goddess returns to cooperate with the world will to discover his existence. As for the world will alone, it is easy to fool because it does not have enough intelligence. Apart from these two things, the rest is just like that. In terms of the value of waste utilization, it is better to throw it back and send a message. The strength and status are just right, which can not only attract attention to the savages to a certain extent, but also not increase the difficulty for the players too much at once. When the characteristics of the players begin to spread, these NPCs will have a lot of experience in dealing with players, which will increase the gameplay. As for the future, if they don't leave after the information is transmitted, their souls can be extracted and used as enslaved tower spirits. The souls of high-level mages are actually rare goods, much more useful than the barbarians, who are used to refine corpses. I have always been kind-hearted, and it is better not to kill if I can, even if they are not my own family. I have always been kind and merciful. Look at Luke's murderous aura, fighting and killing at every turn. It's really not good. Too cruel. After hearing what Wang Yi said, Luke pondered for a moment and nodded. Since Mastery doesn't mind, then you can go. The airship will go back after the cargo is delivered. Dano City does not welcome you. After Luke finished speaking, he was also emotional. Master Yi is indeed a cold-faced but kind-hearted person. Last time at the banquet, he directly rescued his daughter and captured the assassins alive. This time, he was provoked to the door, but he was willing to let people go. Although this kind of saintly behavior sometimes makes things go wrong, Luke still does not reject interacting with this kind of saintly person, because it really makes people feel at ease. Even those who betrayed me. No. Even the enemies are willing to let go. So my own people are naturally reliable. So, he gave this face, and let William lead directly. Even if the other party really became a great wizard, then it's done. This feud will be handled by me. Luke. William didn't say anything more, just made a salute and left in embarrassment. But William had a fire rising in his heart at this time. You don't give any face to the Mage Guild and the Calais Federation. He had already made many plans before coming here, and some even broke up on the spot. But he never expected it to be so bad. Even Jean, who was defeated here, whether it is Count Luke or the composer, they don't play by the rules. Even if they were a little calmer, it wouldn't be like this. But unfortunately, there are really not many means available. The Calais Federation can't go to war with Khotan directly because of this. After all, Count Luke found an excuse for assassination. At this time, people are furious. Even if the national strength of the Principality of Khotan is far behind that of the Calais Federation, the Calais Federation will consider the cause and effect and is unwilling to confirm this excuse. Damn. I don't know who did it. William's eyes flickered, suspecting that the Federation was indeed involved in the assassination. However, after leaving the Mage Tower, he calmed down again. At present, the two main tasks have not been completed, and the Golden Tiger has been killed. It will take 2 days to unload and load the airship. Let's send the situation here back first. Let the Federation pay attention. Don't make trouble for Kedden. And start with the rumored savage. Humph. It actually involves rumors, like the favor of God. If it is well fabricated, it may be possible for the God Court to come forward and rebuke. Relatively speaking, Luke's assassination is not so important, and I will try my best to find the magic blood sorcerer in the remaining time. If I can use the blood-melting stone to win over a great sorcerer for the Federation, it will be considered a sufficient contribution. Warlocks also have a high status among spellcasters, although they have bloodline limitations, and the hidden dangers of bloodline rejection, and many other shortcomings. They can even surpass mages in the field of spellcasting they are good at. However, the magician's strength lies in its comprehensive ability, which allows it to continuously perform various blessing chains. For example, the release of a single fireball is not as strong as that of a specialized warlock, nor as fast as that of a warlock. But if the fire amplification, fire vulnerability, magic enhancement, and chain casting are added, the warlock can't catch up, unless the other spells specialized in the warlock's bloodline also have these. But the probability is too small, and the status of that kind of chosen warlock is by no means inferior to that of the same mage. Although the magic blood warlock is not such a chosen warlock, his specialty is very suitable for enchanting and making armor, which is also not inferior to the status of a great mage to a certain extent. And once he won over this great warlock, he was moved with the great warlock's combat power and strength. It would be easy to teach the arrogant mage a lesson before leaving. Maybe he could even save Jean, who, when William returned here in defeat and wanted to find a certain magic blood warlock in the town of Danik, Louis and his group were like a group of victorious generals. Each of them wove a large net with vines and dragged thousands of goblin heads back. Before entering the town, a foul smell came over, causing the militia guarding the suspension bridge to cover their noses. There is a canal leading from the river to the outskirts of Danik as a beggar's version of a moat. There is also a lot of domestic sewage in the canal. Even OMG. So even the running water smells very heady. It's just that the militia of this era are used to it. But now the bloody smell is mixed with the smell of corpses and fermented feces. They immediately locked their eyes on the group of wild adventurers who came back, because they found traces of goblins nearby. The number of militia guarding the door in shifts has reached 10, and they have all increased their vigilance. Now seeing them coming back, they looked at each other in bewilderment. I remember the savages were tasked with scouting the goblins. Right? What did they bring back? Why is it so smelly? Did they find the location of the goblins? Or run into their patrol team? Are they carrying the bodies of goblins? Goblins themselves are very smelly. No way. So many bodies? Dozens or even hundreds. Go call the sheriff. While arranging people to call the sheriff, the militia rang a bronze bell nearby. This bronze bell is used for warning. The more urgently it is rung, the bigger the situation is. However, this time, the savages are coming back with large and small bags. So they only rang 3 times with a few seconds interval. However, even so, many other militias have begun to rush here. The same is true for the president of the Adventurers Guild and the sheriff. After hearing the bell in the Baron Castle, the knight, the captain of the personal guard, led 10 elite soldiers to the direction of the bell. The recent news about the goblins has made the people of the town panic. Now, even many ordinary people have become alert after hearing the bell. Even if they are not very urgent, they have temporarily stopped their work and prepared farm tools. Just in case. Goblins are evil creatures, which pose a great threat to remote towns and must not be taken lightly. When it really comes to the necessary time, even ordinary people must stand up. Because if the enemy surrendered, they might still have a chance to survive. But for creatures like goblins, surrendering is worse than death. Do you see that there is still holy light on me? Damn. How come there are still several places with holy light after wiping it for so long? Is it so disgusting? Bukukase mixed in a team, constantly wiping his body with large leaves, but still couldn't get rid of all the holy light on his body. Is there a possibility that this holy light is your own? Kangaroo's father looked at him strangely and reminded him carefully. Ah? Is that so? So that's it, I said. As he spoke, he covered himself with a small skirt woven from leaves. And sure enough, most of the holy light disappeared. But this game is designed so that it directly blocks some of our special feelings and reduces a lot of fun. Bukukase sighed, which directly made everyone terrified. Do you still want to have fun in the previous situation? Even the fruit prince, who said at the beginning that he wanted to try the quality, couldn't help swallowing his saliva at this time. My God, this is a tough guy. Stay away from him in the future. Otherwise, in terms of his gender setting, if there is no expression, it will affect his character. Don't get me wrong. I'm not talking about goblins. I'm talking about some fun after entering the town and even going to the city in the future. I saw the photos of the tavern owner's wife you took, and the photos of the Baroness. I heard that the previous tavern owner's wife was more beautiful. Or a Catwoman. It seems that Cece is also worried that everyone will misunderstand something, and hurriedly raised his hand to explain, in exchange for a look of "we understand." At this time, the captain of the Baron's guard and the sheriff in the town, with several elite soldiers wearing chain mail, and more than 20 militiamen holding wooden spears behind them, walked out of the town and greeted everyone. Before they got close, The knight-level captain of the guard said loudly. My fellow barbarians, can you please see what you brought? Have you found the goblin's nest? This powerful voice echoed. And Louis and the others were amazed. What a loud voice. This is a professional knight. Right? Shall we go together? Captains? Okay. Although they were just following the champion this time. They had already discussed it in advance. And the volleys also killed quite a few. This time, they had to treat everyone equally. And each team should show up. It just so happened that Kangaroo's father also knew the language. So he released the people in front directly when he went over. After the release, Louis spoke first. Sir Knight, Your Excellency Sheriff, we did find the goblin's nest. And we have completed the cleanup with the cooperation of the strong men in our tribe. Louis's words made the captain of the guards and the sheriff confused. Before they could digest it, the fruit prince stepped forward and made a gesture of invitation and moved to the team behind him. Everyone, please look. This is our spoils of war. After receiving the signal, the large number of goblin heads dragged by the vine net were also released by the people carrying them. The heads rolled and fell to the ground. A smell of blood and stench hit them in the face. But it made the pupils of all the people who came from the town of Danik shrink. Heads. All goblin heads. There were several densely packed piles. Probably thousands of them. At first, they thought of the best. That is, the wild people and the goblin team met and had a fight. And they might be carrying goblin corpses. Even if they were corpses. There were so many bulging bags. And the number was definitely not small. Who would have thought that they were all goblin heads? Even though goblin heads were relatively small. So many of them stacked together were enough to cause shock. Thousands of goblins. If they were allowed to sneak into the town under the cover of night, it would definitely be a tragedy. Even if these goblins did not run away, thousands of them would be deployed on the plains and collide head-on with the defense team of the Danik team. Even if they rely on Captain Gong, the knight leader, with 50 elite soldiers from the Baron Castle as the spearhead, and cooperate with 200 militiamen, I am afraid that even if they can win, it will be a miserable victory. Especially if the militiamen suffer too much loss. Their morale will definitely collapse more easily than the goblins with blood-sucking factors. That is to say, there are 50 well-trained elite soldiers. Otherwise they may not dare to charge head-on. For the town of Danik, the best situation is to rely on the defense measures of the town of Danik itself for defense. But goblins are a species with a strong reproductive capacity. If we don't take the initiative to attack, when they gain a foothold and start to swarm, then even if we rely on the defense of the town of Danik, we may not be able to withstand it. When their population explosion begins to be too expensive to support them, and they come out to plunder, it will be the end of the entire town of Danik. But now, the source of this crisis was directly solved by the savages, who originally received the reconnaissance mission, killing thousands of goblins. It seems that there is no reduction in the number of people. And there is one more. Killed with the help of the strong people in the tribe? Could it be this extra one? The sheriff had an impression of every savage and had specially memorized them. So he directly set his sights on the last one. Bukakuse. Could he be the strong man? He had some disgusting things on his body and was wearing a grass skirt. Could this be a habit of the strong? To achieve this, you must be at least a great knight. Right? Or maybe a group of high-ranking knights led them? Who is this? The sheriff pointed to Bukakuse, who was still wiping his body with leaves, and asked with a solemn expression. Captain Gon also had a serious expression on his face. He knew that the sheriff knew all the wildlings. And it was very likely that this was an extra stranger. Bukakuse, who was looked at by a group of people, also smiled foolishly in a daze, which made Louis and others stiffen their expressions. Then he said in the tone agreed at the beginning. He is a member of our tribe. Unfortunately, he was captured by the goblins for several hours. And the strong men of our tribe could not bear to see the humiliation of our tribe members and took action. I thought Bukakuse was a hidden master. But when I heard that he was captured by the goblins for several hours, he was still alive? Still alive and kicking? This made everyone who came out of the town of Danik gasp. Damn it! Warrior! He can actually walk? We used a powerful healing potion. Hiss. The original joy of the goblin being killed was diluted by this shock. Finally, the president of the Adventurers Guild stepped forward and said, Everyone, it is a great joy to wipe out the goblins. The goblins' heads are very smelly. We sprinkle them with lime, and then send them to Deno City to claim credit. With the reminder of the president of the Adventurers Guild, the sheriff and the captain of the guard also reacted. and then nodded repeatedly. That's right. Killing thousands of goblins can get some rewards. After all, if we let them grow, it's not just us who will be threatened. Chapter 539 Social Death, a small thing. Originally, when the goblins' traces were just discovered, the residents of the town were all worried. Now, they suddenly heard that the goblins had been wiped out. Many residents put down their work and joined the team to welcome the heroes. When the players entered the town, they looked at the cheering residents on both sides of the road and suddenly felt a sense of accomplishment. This mission is so real. Yes, not only is there enough mission experience reward, but there is also this welcome Easter egg. It reminds me of the days when I handed in the mission to receive the Dragon Slayer's Roar buff. But in comparison, this is much more real. Yes, killing a group of goblins actually receives such a warm welcome. What will happen if I really kill a dragon in the future? The players also started the live broadcast while enjoying the cheers. The completion of the mission allowed each of them to gain a lot of experience and took another step towards the professional level. The total mission reward of 200 gold coins was divided equally, and everyone could get several coins. In the current exploration, as long as you have money, you can easily complete many tasks. Although the experience is not much, it is simple and efficient. But have you collected breakthrough materials for promotion? I collected an elemental flower that can be used as a promotion material in the Warcraft forest. But it is still not enough. I don't know how much these things cost with gold coins. I'm afraid I have to go to Deno City to sell it. It's too difficult. The attributes are not up to standard yet, and I have to consume a wave of attribute experience when I upgrade. It takes a long time to save. I hope there will be more tasks like this. Just as everyone was broadcasting live and having some exchanges and discussions, the cheers of the crowd suddenly subsided a little. The crowd dispersed, and Baron Danik appeared in front of everyone with the Baroness. As the Lord of the town of Danik, Baron Danik can be said to be one of the people who cares most about these goblins. Not to mention the misery of being attacked. Even if some of the people were killed, it would be a loss. These days, the population is all labor force, which can create wealth for him. So after someone has made such a contribution, he must express his personal feelings. And showing his magnanimity in front of the people can be regarded as killing two birds with one stone. It was only after Baron Danik appeared with the Baroness. The players' live broadcast room began to flood the screen. It's the Baroness. Finally see her again. So sexy. The off-shoulder Northern Hemisphere dress is really great. Go into the Baron's castle and grab the Baroness. A group of cloud players began to flood the screen over there. Louis and his friends are considered elites among the players. They know that these NPCs are highly personified, so they naturally won't stare at their cleavage and behave very gentlemanly. Welcome all heroes to triumph. I didn't expect that when I was still worried about the news of the goblins I just received. You have already completed the feat of extermination. You will always gain the friendship of our town of Danik. And I am also preparing a celebration dinner for you. Baron Danik said to the players with a smile. The players' eyes lit up. Being invited to the dinner should be considered as completing another task. Right? This Baron was quite nice. He gave them another experience. Moreover, during this time in this world, in order to save money for tasks, they only ate some black bread symbolically, but they couldn't bear to eat delicious food. This time, they can finally let go of the taste system. What's the smell? Shit! Hearing this, the no bitterness that had adjusted all kinds of perceptions back to normal came out on the spot. I always feel that there is an indescribable smell all over my body. No wonder it is so far away from me. Am I so dirty? Baron Danik's mansion is preparing for the dinner. But many follow-up things of the goblin extermination are still proceeding in an orderly manner. First, the goblin's head was sprinkled with lime and sent to Deno City to ask for credit. Then it is necessary to arrange for scout cavalry to go to the location of the goblin's nest early the next morning to confirm it again. After all, it is related to the safety of the town. It is impossible for them to say that they have exterminated it. Baron Danik wrote another official document and sent it to Deno City via a messenger bird. He described his encounter in a narrative way and specially marked the words wild man. He said that after the reconnaissance team came back, he would conduct some analysis based on the on-site situation. Oh my god! Is it a fowl? How can it be so delicious? Yes. How can it be so delicious without technological seasonings? This ingredient is great. Stupid. This is a game. You can directly adjust the feedback to us. This must be a conspiracy. Wanting us to spend money on food? Slurp. I usually don't want to eat. But now I have to eat it freely. Originally, The players pretended to be a little reserved at the banquet. But after tasting the food, tasting the wine, and feeling the deliciousness of this world, they all fell and started to eat without caring about their image. Even Wang Yi would praise the ingredients and food of this world. So the players naturally lacked resistance. They all regarded the food at the dinner as a task reward. This made Baron Danik, who was hosting a dinner party and invited all the gentry and merchants in the town, feel a little embarrassed. He wanted to talk to these savages again. After all, some of them could release the language. He could even arrange some maids to seduce these hot-blooded savages. But it was obvious that because Wang Yi, the heroic spirit, did not design some functions at all, just to make the corpse realistic and equipped with some appearance goods, the players were dismissive of the maids who came up. Go away. Don't disturb us eating. The live broadcast was also going on, making many cloud players drool. Is it so fragrant? Is it so delicious? Oh my god. The maid wants to give you benefits. Right? There is holy light. But I don't know what it will be like to use hands and fingers to increase the touch. The skin is very smooth. Disgusting. The first batch of people are all elite players now. But they are not as dirty as you. Can't be bitter? To some extent. He is also an elite, compared to other players who are eating and drinking. Bukasei closed all his senses of taste and smell and stood aside woodenly. Can you give me a maid to try? Why don't I have one? Anyway, Bukasei sat alone in a corner of the banquet, and no one came forward to greet him, let alone a maid. There was a feeling of being alone outside the banquet, and even outside the society. Is this social death? As the captain of the guard of the official night in the Goblin Cave, he was shocked when he saw the corpses in front of him. The cave was full of goblin corpses, and the air was filled with a foul smell. There were also several different wild beasts, and even monsters eating here, even if they saw everyone coming in. These beasts just looked up, and some of them ignored them after a deterrent roar, and started eating again. There was so much food here, that even different monsters would not fight to the death. There were too many, and they couldn't eat them all. Black bears the size of brown bears, a wolf pack of 7 or 8 magic wolves, and a dozen wild boars. The original prey and predators here began to coexist peacefully. For wild beasts and magic beasts, it is taboo to get hurt in the wild. Now there is a simpler food at their fingertips. As long as they are separated by a sufficient distance, they will not disturb each other. Similarly, the team that came to check did not disturb these magic beasts. Although their furs are valuable, there are too many of them, so there is no need to take such a risk. Now standing in a corner of this stone cave, it is considered to be their territory by the group of magic beasts, and no one came to cause trouble. Why do I feel that these goblins have no power to resist and were solved? Dolly, who came here with the task, lowered his head to check the headless body of a goblin, poked the bloody corpse with a stick in his hand, and his face was also shocked. As an adventurer with a formal knight background and active in the town of Danik, it is quite normal for Dolly to be hired for such a task, just to confirm the results of the battle. Plus the town of Danik is also his hometown, so he will naturally come with the team just in case. Originally, they were prepared to encounter fish that slipped through the net and lone goblins. But when they got here, it was dead silent. There was only a feast of wild beasts and monsters. There was indeed no effective resistance. It seemed that they were killed without any resistance. There were traces of magic explosions in the middle. It was definitely not the work of ordinary magic. I'm afraid it was a great wizard. At least a hero-level figure who practiced both magic and martial arts. Captain Gong of the Royal Guard was also shocked at this time. There are only 3 heroes in the entire Principality of Kton, and there is no magic system. From their equipment, conversation, and some exchanges, it can be seen that their tribe is indeed very powerful. The enchantments on the weapons, and the use of language proficiency prove that they have wizards, and they may not be weak. But no matter what, I never expected that such a big man would personally go into such a dirty place. So clean and neat. The scene was so clean to end. Even Lord Fiery Earl himself can't do it. Even if the Earl leads the team personally, there will be fish that slip through the net. But in this situation, we can only say that magic is really a convenient thing. The beasts have begun to eat the corpses. The goblins nearby are probably gone. But we still have to stay vigilant. We need to check this place regularly in the future. When the time comes, a task will definitely be assigned. Dolly, you may try to take it for a long time. Captain Gong has also made an inference about the situation this time, and at the same time persuaded Dolly. Haha. If the task is issued, I will still take it. And this road does not conflict with the route of the savages. Dolly laughed and said that he would take the task. However, he was still not ready to join Baron Darnick. He was used to being free. And if he wanted to join him, he could go to Dunner City to find someone more capable. Okay. Let's go back. This matter must be reported to the Baron. The power of the wildlings should not be underestimated. At least with one hero. It can be regarded as enough to establish a country. Fortunately, their territory is in the Warcraft Forest. The reason why the hero class is singled out and placed above the professional class is mainly because the combat power of the hero class has undergone a qualitative change. Even if surrounded by a large army, if there is no strong man of the same level to contain them, they can break through. And the lethality and destructive power generated are strong enough, which is a huge deterrent. Professional class, even a tough guy like a high-level knight, will inevitably suffer once surrounded by a well-trained and well-equipped army. Usually, the professional class acts as the tip in the Legion attack with the cooperation of a group of elite soldiers. There is still a big gap between the AoE destructive power that can be cleared in large areas by the big knight. So generally speaking, no matter how well a country develops and how good its economy is, it still needs at least one hero level to keep the country in check. If there is no hero level, it is better to seek shelter in a nearby country to form a city-state. Otherwise, it is guaranteed to be attacked by a great knight on a dark and windy night. According to incomplete statistics, those free cities that are well developed without the protection of great knights have a high probability of being attacked by unknown heroes. Almost 90%. The remaining 10% mostly have various reasons. Moreover, although the formal mage guarding the mage tower can also have strong defense, it still cannot replace the hero level who can move freely. In the case that it is almost certain that there are heroes among the savages, this status is completely different in the past. Those who came out did not even have a professional level, and the attention they received was also limited. Now it is completely different. Ding ding in the abyss. Enzo territory. In the increasingly large-scale blacksmith shop, a player kept hammering a long knife, and the current chief enchanter, the Zwan gentleman, stood aside and observed carefully. After the blade was formed and placed in water to cool, the great gentleman of Zwan took the refined long sword, stroked the lines on it with his hand and sighed. It still doesn't work. The basic lines are indeed printed on it, and I was very careful when forging it. But it's still just a prototype. However, several areas of the main road are usable, and some errors can be fine-tuned, if only the improvements on the main road are retained. 30% of the enchanting time can be saved. As the one who manages the most trivial matters in the Abyss Mineral Company, Okita Yuling was also listening to the analysis of these enchanters. It's fine as long as it can be improved. In fact, we have also seen that it is imperative to earn local currency when credit points cannot be used outside. We have the rich Abyss Iron or an Abyss environment, which is definitely a benefit set by the game for players. Okita's eyes flickered, and he had an idea in his mind. The players who went out in front of him had to open up the land, so they could not bring many goods. Most of them sold the leather goods they got on the road, and sold some weapons with simple enchantments to exchange for the first pot of gold. This kind of small fight is meaningless. At most it can only give individual players an initial capital. In fact, I was also very troubled by the cargo transportation environment in this rainforest. But after the airship rode on the face in the last live broadcast, it immediately brought inspiration to Okita. This is the official special tip. Otherwise, why didn't they fly earlier or later? But just at this time, it is difficult for us to shuttle through the rainforest on the ground. So we can also consider airships. Because Liu Yi's team originally belonged to the Abyss Mineral Company, but they had a lot of autonomy. So through Liu Yi's inquiries, we also learned about the ownership of the magic airship, the Calais Federation, which is across the sea from the Principality of Nut. This is a map that has not been opened yet. But it doesn't matter. We can't get the Calais Federation's airship, but we can try to make our own magic-modified airship. The Warcraft Forest has animal skins, and the toughness of wood is also quite good. Combined with the reinforcement of enchantments, it should be no problem to transport some wood into the Abyss, and perform some simple strengthening enchantments under the magic concentration of the Abyss. In terms of structure, wouldn't it be okay to refer to some modern airship design drawings? And the most important thing is that there is a helium resource in the Abyss. This should be specially designed by the game party. The safety factor is much higher than hydrogen, and it is also more economical than the hot air balloon mode. Everything is ready. Helium is actually the most abundant element in the universe after hydrogen, but it is rare on Earth. because hydrogen can be combined with other elements to form compounds and be fixed. But helium is not easy to react and normally exists in the form of gas. Therefore, helium exposed to the outside will drift into the universe because it is too light. But in the environment of the abyss, it is very easy to seal this element that is not rare in the universe. This is also what Okita can determine with his own expertise. The watering balloon project is launched. The design of the airship is simple, but it is complicated and needs to be considered from all aspects. However, there are actually many studies on modern airships. The current largest Skylander airship is nearly 100 meters long and 10-story high. The carrying capacity also exceeds 10 tons. It is just because there are more convenient things like helicopters. So the application of airships on Earth is still relatively small. But this is completely different in the game world, because the principles of airships are relatively what can be done now. As soon as Okita proposed the watering balloon plan, it was immediately approved unanimously by the current board of directors of the Abyss Mineral Company, and they began to actively mobilize resources. Nowadays, currency and credit points cannot be directly converted outside, which makes many people anxious, especially players like Qin Xiang who are used to the power of money. Although they have enough strength to rush out of the Warcraft forest with the blessing of the Flame Dog, they have no interest at all going out to be a beggar without money. A group of people crowded in the house. He felt too embarrassed. At first, he was thinking about using the Flame Dog to organize a caravan. The Flame Dog has thick skin and flesh, and it is perfect to use it as a cargo horse. And the strength of the Flame Dog is here, and there may be no Warcraft paying attention to it when passing through the Warcraft forest. Qin Xiang has also used his own connections to attract players, like PDD, to form the prototype of a caravan. PDD is now a cooperative anchor of the Abyss Mineral Company. But he didn't expect that the caravan on his side had just been formed and had not yet started to be used. And it was retired with the magic airship that passed through the town of Danik and Calais. This made Qin Xiang speechless and looked up at the sky. However, Okita's plan was indeed good, and he voted in favor. Brother Qin, continue to form your caravan. In order to appease the founder and sponsor, Okita went directly to the expeditionary camp to persuade him to form a caravan. The carrying capacity of the airship is limited, and it is definitely only suitable for some high-value items. But the main communication and trading may still rely on ground caravans. As the map expands, our caravans can also be spread all over the world. Okita had prepared a long-awaited speech, which made Qin Xiang nod and say, "Yes, that's what I think. By the way, what about Big Pineapple? His spellcasting ability. If our airship is built, it should be best for him to lead the team." Well, I told him that he will definitely be in charge of the first airship. Okita himself has no capital, nor the popularity of Big Pineapple, so he usually mainly carries out various connections. But now, he has fully glued together a large team that has been funded by multiple parties. Now, the Abyss Mineral Company is the top player force in the internal test. Although there are teams such as Fruit, Moat, Moshu, SX Company, etc. abroad, there are also teams such as Ari in China that have invested in the Abyss Mineral Company and formed a second team. But they are all temporarily suppressed by the mineral company that has taken the lead. The largest number of enchanters is the powerful trump card of the Abyss Mineral Company, and it is also the confidence for them to produce equipment and build airships, at least before the full public beta. This company, with Qin Xiang's connections as the core and most of the domestic capital injection, will always maintain a clear leading advantage. It is said that several foreign teams are also discussing partnerships, because after being able to mobilize resource advantages, a snowball effect can be formed. Not to mention that the players just saw the magic airship of Calais and began to consider copying it, and have already started project planning. In Dano City, William also learned about the wild people in the town of Danik clearing goblins through the Merchant Guild channel. Humph. Maybe it's some evil cult. I hope you can stand up to investigation. As a wizard, William should have some resistance to theocracy. But this time, I fell so hard. Not only did I not achieve any of my goals, but I also lost my best friend Jinhu. Fortunately, I have received more specific information from the savages, and have roughly grasped the whereabouts of the blood magician. This is also a blessing in disguise. Sure enough, a temporary failure is nothing. Time will prove who the winner is. After packaging the information of the blood magician and the new information of the savages together, and then sending it back to the Calais Federation through the communication array of the Merchant Guild, William himself also breathed a sigh of relief and regained his confidence. A great magician whose bloodline is conflicted with the promise of the blood-melting stone in hand, will definitely be able to be recruited, and will definitely give you a big surprise before leaving. After muttering for a while, William changed his clothes to make himself look like an ordinary businessman, hurriedly walked out of the Chamber of Commerce, and walked towards the target area. The airship is about to depart. Count Luke must be serious about asking him to go with him. He must hurry up. The sign of Weber Taylor is still hanging outside and swaying in the wind. It is not very noticeable on this street, but it is definitely a time-honored brand. Even nobles like to find Master Weber to customize their dresses, and even nobles from other places come here to admire his reputation. However, so many people don't know that this old man who looks like he may die at any time is a great warlock with amazing strength. It's just that the original blood conflict caused problems with his body, so he has been hiding here, using the characteristics of the commercial city of Dano to collect materials and try various experiments. It was not until he met a nobleman not long ago that he solved his problem. The days are getting more and more promising. Weber finished making the clothes on his hands very elegantly, and he was in a very happy mood, since he basically solved his own problems. He was very happy every day, and he also went to some romantic places for entertainment for the first time. Prove that his sword is still sharp. Although the problem of bloodline conflict has been solved, I can still consider leaving some bloodline inheritance. Just as he finished the sewing in his hand elegantly, the bell outside also indicated that a new guest had arrived. After completing a stitch, Weber came to the door and prepared to say welcome words. But soon he raised his white eyebrows. Another mage, and the other party did not seem to be restrained at all. He should be a high-level mage, looking at him with such eyes, and exuding his own aura. There is no doubt that his vest has fallen off again. But with a previous experience, he didn't care about being discovered this time. The problem has been solved, and he can even exert his strength in his heyday. He has no worries. Young man, since you have found me, then I may be able to meet your small conditions. If you have anything to say, just say it directly. Weber showed an unfathomable expression. At the beginning, he pretended to fail in front of Master E, but it is impossible to fail every time. The target this time was different from Master E last time. He unbridled his full aura without restraint, judging from the fluctuation and control of his aura. He was not an old guy pretending to be young. He was undoubtedly a high-level magician. Should I call you Master Weber or Mr. Blood Warlock? William smiled confidently. He had found the right person. The other party is a great warlock, and is also good at tailoring and enchanting. If he is hiding, it is likely to be a tailor shop. The elimination method is used to find it, and the time is checked, and the target is easily locked. The difficulty of this intelligence is actually to lock the other party into no city. After confirming it, it is easier to find. Blood Warlock is a thing of the past. Just call me Weber. Weber's face was indifferent, and his mentality was very detached. Master Weber, I am from the Calais Federation, and this time, I came to you specifically because our overseas team accidentally found a blood-melting stone. Although William knew that the other party was a great warlock and crushed him in strength, he had a calm expression when he knew what the other party needed. For warlocks with blood conflicts, blood-melting stones are absolutely irresistible temptations. He is confident that he can win over any great warlock who has problems with this promise. This time, the arrangement to come here to find the magic blood warlock is also because in addition to his strength, the other party has strong tailoring and enchanting abilities, and the cost-effectiveness is extremely high, almost not inferior to those chosen warlocks with perfect skill connection. Blood-melting stone? Even Weber, who has already obtained the solution to the blood problem, couldn't help but show a moving look on his face at this time. I had been looking for this thing vigorously at the beginning, but this thing is too rare, and there is no market at all. Occasionally, it is mostly bought by peers at high prices. In the past, he almost followed the news of the blood-melting stone, and ran wherever there was a rumor of its appearance. However, it is a pity that he missed it every time. There was even an empire that threatened him with this, and wanted him to sign a very harsh soul contract, which made him angrily refuse, and then came to Dano City to find his own way to crack it. Even though the problem has been solved now, and it is better than the blood-melting stone solution. But after hearing about the appearance of this thing, he still felt a sigh and recalled the hard years in the past. This thing is indeed useful to me. Tell me, what do you want to do? Even though the problem has been solved now, Weber still doesn't mind collecting one just in case. In fact, most of the blood-melting stones are in this state. Even if they are useless, they will be collected by warlocks and kept tightly. After all, No one is sure whether they can use them in the future. Weber doesn't mind preparing one. And he is also a little curious about their purpose. If he provokes me again at this time, I will just kill this guy. We have also heard about your affairs with the OS Empire. So our Calais Federation will not make similar requests. We just sincerely invite you to join our federation and directly give you a place in the Elders' Council. William said sincerely. This condition is indeed quite generous. It is typical that they really want to turn Weber into their own people. At the beginning, the OS Empire relied on a blood-melting stone to force Weber, who had a blood conflict, to do things. As a result, this guy ran away directly, and also caused a lot of damage in several cities in the OS Empire under the backlash. Now he is still wanted by the OS Empire. However, this kind of wanted notice is just a decoration at a long distance except for a short distance. No one would choose to be an enemy of a great warlock for such a thing. So the Calais Federation will naturally learn from the lesson and choose the biggest killer move of sincerity. Hearing William's words, Weber's face also eased a lot. The Calais Federation is quite sincere. Not bad. In fact, he also considered settling in the Calais Federation at the beginning. But the proportion of mages there was too high, and it was too easy to be exposed and cause some trouble. So he chose Deno City. The conditions are not bad. And I am not a conservative person. If you can get the blood-melting stone first, it is okay to sign some simple agreements and constraints. Weber nodded with a smile. This made William's face happy. And then he said a little nervously, the junior can naturally help you apply for it in advance. But the junior encountered some troubles in Deno City. But he is about to leave with the airship. Hearing William's words, Weber also sneered secretly. Young people do things too deliberately. He knew that the other party must have some personal problems and asked for his help. But it didn't matter. It was indeed this kid who found him. And in Deno City, there were not many things he needed to worry about. Even if he faced Count Luke, although the other party was strong, he was also a pure physics student. Even if he couldn't beat him, he could still disgust him and run away. It's just a small matter. Tell me what's the trouble. I'll help you solve it. Chapter 540, The Great Warlock, the Movement of the Zerg. Master, William has found the Blood Warlock and will probably ask him to deal with you. Because he is a great warlock. I dare not approach to eavesdrop, fearing that I will be discovered. The spirit of Jean, who floated in front of Wang Yi and bowed his head respectfully. At this time, Jean, whose body was standing in the laboratory like a sculpture, transformed into a corpse puppet by Wang Yi. This is a world with relatively abundant magic power. Although it is far less than the Abyss, it is undoubtedly much easier for Wang Yi to extract the spirit and protect it. Jean, who is a high-level knight, so he naturally has this kind of willpower. In addition to extracting his spirit, Wang Yi did not waste this body that can be comparable to that of a great knight. He started out as a necromancer. The necromancer just makes more thorough use of materials, and he is not an evil existence. So this kind of material certainly cannot be wasted. After Wang Yi engraved several anti-magic and repair inscriptions on the flesh and blood body of the great knight, he really started to use it. And it was even more convenient than when Jean, who was alive, not afraid of injury, with magic resistance, using the high-level knight-level necromancy breathing method. It was enough to fight with ordinary great knights. Anyway, normal heroes would not be so unkind to themselves. Just like most adult men can defeat large dogs head-on with bare hands. But because of the fear of injury and other factors, they usually run away first when facing such a mad dog. Now Jean, whose body is such a mad dog, if you get some enchanted armor or something, it will still be a mad dog wearing thorn armor. Okay, that's it. I'm going to send you to the Abyss to become a demon spirit, and you will be able to cast spells in the future. Isn't it a surprise? Wang Yi said to Jean, who with a smile. It directly filled the eyes of Jean, whose spirit with a sense of fear, the pain acting on the soul. Even if he thought of it, he felt cold in his heart. But now the master's mark has been branded on his body, and life and death are just a thought away. He has no ability to resist. The burning soul feeling of the master's slight torture before made him tremble when he recalled it now. Thank you. Thank you for the master's reward. I will definitely do my best until my death. The spirit of Jean, who squeezed out an expression that was uglier than crying, and said with a forced smile, What did William, the bastard, do? What not bad composer wizard? Is this a question of not bad? What sin did I commit? Jean, who has always been smooth sailing, and because of the awakening of his bloodline, his status is also quite high. The future knight is almost certain, and the probability is much greater than William's breakthrough to the great wizard. But now, it's all gone. William is such a big fool. But fortunately, it seems that he will be able to accompany me soon. Mage Tower. With Master E? Right. Weber smacked his lips, without showing any strange color on his face. Okay. Are you going to take the airship soon? Yes. William looked at Weber, who agreed with a happy expression on his face. Then let's go. I promise to accompany you to the Mage Tower. But I don't want to confront the guy Luke, Weber said calmly. And he didn't lie anyway. And William also said with a serious face. Of course. The junior is not ignorant of the current situation. Luke. Naturally, I will face him in person after I break through the Grand Mage. When William said this, there was also a fire in his eyes. Yesterday's shame. I will pay it back 100-fold one day. Now I'm just collecting some interest first. Jean Hu. Wait for me. I'm here to save you. Lord Earl. That William seems to have left the Merchant Guild. Dolph came to Luke's study and explained the situation. William lived in the Merchant Guild, and Earl Luke asked him to leave with Calais airship. Then we must pay attention to it. What if he doesn't leave? What if he sabotages? But it is obvious that it is still difficult for ordinary people to follow a high-level mage. We can only rely on the informants in the Merchant Guild to check if he is still in the room every now and then. Now we find that William has left. Humph. You don't know how to live or die. Earl Luke put down the documents in his hand after hearing this. He originally wanted to take advantage of this time to deal with those nobles. But he didn't expect that William couldn't bear the loneliness. I let you go before because I gave Master E face. Master E saved his precious daughter. So he must give enough respect. But now, it is you, William, who doesn't know how to live or die. So don't blame me for being cruel. It's just right. Master E is kind, and can't bear to see these things. It's better not to pollute his eyes. Pass the order, and find the person for me. It seems that you have been exposed. You are really careless. Weber and William walked on the road like ordinary pedestrians. Seeing a team of city guards from Deno City rushing by, Weber said to William with emotion, I also have to thank the master for his magic mask. The master's tailoring skills are really amazing. The faceless man of the Brotherhood is probably the best. William touched the cool skin on his face and said gratefully, there is still a gap. There is only a fixed style. And the material is relatively rare. It is not like the faceless man that can directly replace people with similar body shapes. Weber said casually. The mask looks simple in function, but it can already reflect his tailoring ability. But we have to hurry up. Maybe they will go to the Mage Tower in advance. I don't want to meet Count Luke. Weber's voice also made William nod. Of course. I don't want to cause you trouble. But with your ability, it will definitely be fast. We will leave after rescuing the people. Well, it will be very soon. It was in this communication environment that the two of them quickly came to the outside of the Mage Tower. At this time, there was a group of workers outside the Mage Tower, repairing the gap that Jean, who had hit on the lawn before. At the same time, some trees were being transplanted, and some small pits were dug on the ground. It can be seen that they are all very precious saplings, many of which may have been dug directly from the Earl's mansion. So the workers were very careful, but precisely because there were many people outside the Mage Tower. And some people were also watching. William and Weber didn't seem to be anything when they got in. When they came to the hall, they also saw several figures who looked like butlers were chatting with Murphy, and there were some gift boxes placed next to them. However, among the nobles who came before, some of them had come to apologize with gifts. Both Weber and William could vaguely sense the smell of mithril in several gift boxes. It seems that this was a heavy blow. This made William's face look a little gloomy. Really, bastards. The Federation has raised you in vain. But it is also true. A group of profit-seeking guys. Even their own country can be clearly marked with a price. And it is completely common for them to change their minds according to the wind. Now is good. Just a good time to catch them all in one fell swoop and snatch all these gifts. Master Weber. Go. Do what you want to do. I'm here. I will give you time to perform. Weber stood at the door of the Mage Guild Hall and said with a smile on his face. This made William feel grateful. Master Weber actually did this. You know, the longer the time to make trouble here is delayed, the more dangerous it will be. And it is likely to attract the attention of Earl Luke. But for the sake of his own mentality, and to regain his confidence, this master was willing to take this risk. Is he trying to break the obstacles to becoming a great wizard? I am really grateful. For a moment, William felt that his spirit had been sublimated a lot, and he was really close to the state of the great wizard's breakthrough mentality. As long as he got rid of this bad breath this time and rescued Jin-Hoo, he would definitely try to break through after returning. You are really my lucky star. Wang Yi, get out of here. William stood in the hall and tore off the mask on his face. His face full of vigor and vitality. William, am back again. William's sudden appearance made Murphy, who was receiving several noble butlers, change his face wildly. How could it be? Is this man crazy? But then he saw Weber, who was blocking the door of the hall. This made Murphy's pupils shrink slightly. Of course, he recognized that this was the tailor master. But looking at Master Weber's calm appearance, it seemed that he was still William's backer? Could it be that Master Weber was a hidden person? Before everyone could react, Weber smiled slightly and raised his hand. The magic power around the mage tower surged, and a black curtain directly covered the entire mage tower. A vortex of magic power appeared directly on the black curtain, absorbing the nearby magic elements to maintain it. It seemed to isolate the entire area. This made William laugh even more. See? This method is a real high-level spell. Thank you, Master Weber, for your hard work for me. But at this time, a round of applause came from upstairs. Then Wang Yi came down from upstairs, and behind him was the tall and strong Jin-Hoo. But at this time, Jin-Hoo had completely turned into a corpse puppet, and followed Wang Yi with heavy steps, with only whites in his eyes, no pupils, combined with Jin-Hoo's rough barbarian face. It looked a bit creepy. Jin-Hoo? Bastard. What did you do to him? William was originally in high spirits, but when he saw Jin-Hoo following behind Wang Yi like a guard, he still broke down and his emotions fluctuated violently in an instant. In his mind, he could not help but recall every detail of his relationship with Jin-Hoo. They had known each other since the apprenticeship stage, and had adventures together, teamed up together, went to bars together, and flirted with girls together. They had supported each other all the way until now, and both of them were expected to break through to the hero level. They were definitely the top among the same age group in the Calais Federation. But now, in just one day, Jin-Hoo had become like this. This made William very difficult to accept. Although he could not judge whether Jin-Hoo had become a corpse puppet, but he also knew that something bad must have happened, and he was controlled by the other party. What did you do? As a wizard, you should certainly know what this high-quality material is most convenient for. Corpse puppet. A combination of undead magic and puppet magic. Incredible heat. Perfect quality. Weber looked at Jin-Hoo with a hint of amazement on his face. He himself was a great warlock, and was also good at various sutures. He had also studied puppetry and so on, although he was not as good as a tailor, because of the marginal effect bonus brought by tailors. It was not weak. He actually felt a little threat from this barbarian corpse puppet? No way. According to what William said before, the Golden Tiger itself has only reached the level of a great knight in terms of physical body, and its own breathing method and other aspects are still at the level of a high-level knight. Can this material really make a corpse puppet that can rival the hero level? Reverse optimization? Generally speaking, objects made from corpses should be inferior to those in life. The other party completed this process in such a short time. He is indeed a great wizard. Corpse puppet? William couldn't help but feel sad after hearing what Weber said. I didn't expect that I was so fast. But I was still late. Bastard. Shouldn't you study blood first and leave a living person? You will use the corpse only after killing it in the end. How did it die? Thinking that his friend died because of his decision, and that he had invited strong reinforcements but couldn't wait, made him almost crazy. Then he raised his hand and pointed at Wang Yi and yelled, "Please help me. Senior, I want to extract his soul and make him live a life worse than death." The butlers who were originally giving gifts at the scene hurriedly dodged at this time, their faces full of horror. Why is my luck so bad? When he was standing on the side before, this Congressman William was like a dead dog. But now he is so fierce? What did he do before? Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Congressman William, we still support you. We came here this time only because we had no choice. A housekeeper spoke quickly, and then distanced himself from Murphy, looking like he didn't want to get close to me. Humph. I'll come to deal with you later. William smiled coldly. Weber also took a step forward at this time, and said at the same time, "Okay, I'll extract the soul." As a result, when William sneered, he suddenly felt a pair of invisible hands pressing on his head. In his spiritual perception, an invisible arm stretched out from Weber's hand and grabbed his head directly. Wait, what's going on? Master Weber? I'll help you extract the soul. Weber also had a slightly evil smile on his face. He was a great warlock, not a kind person. William was originally a high-level wizard, so even if he faced a great warlock head-on, he would not be completely powerless if he was prepared. But Weber was the strong reinforcement he invited. But he didn't have any defense at all. We have a blood-melting stone agreement. This kind of interest relationship is the most reliable. The next moment, William's spirit, who didn't make enough defense, was forcibly pulled out of his body by Weber. William, who rolled his eyes, fell to the ground. Only his soul struggled in the invisible hand. Warlocks are also experts in playing with souls. Master E, last time it was just something you customized. This time this little thing is a gift for meeting. Weber bowed slightly to Wang Yi, and then handed William's soul to Wang Yi. William, who was still struggling, couldn't help but look confused. Damn! Do you know each other? You still call him Master E? You know each other but didn't tell me? Weber, don't you want the blood-melting stone? Don't you want to solve the blood conflict? William's spirit kept screaming. Master E is much stronger than the blood-melting stone. How can an ignorant person become a mage? Weber smiled coldly and injected a series of restrictions into William's body, making him unable to commit suicide and only making a whimpering sound. That's thoughtful. Wang Yi took William's spirit and directly squeezed it into a small ball, then threw it back. The soul of the golden tiger quickly fell from the ceiling and caught the ball. He grinned at William. Brother William, we are together again. This made William, who couldn't speak, look horrified and shook his head. The noble butlers, who had just spoken in support of William, wanted to tear their mouths apart. Damn it! Why did you say it so quickly? It's over. William, you will die. You stupid idiot. But before they finished speaking, Weber smiled evilly, and his invisible hand flew out in an instant, harvesting their souls. However, these housekeepers were just ordinary people. Although they were somewhat shrewd, the spirits that were pulled out also looked a little broken and dull. Murphy, who was watching the soul hand passing by, was horrified. What happened? What happened? William suddenly jumped out with reinforcements. The original Weber Taylor Master suddenly became a heroic spellcaster? He raised his hand to cover the sky and shield the entire wizard tower, just when he thought everything was over. Master Weber killed William and gave him to Master E. This kind of constant jumping back and forth stimulation made old Murphy's heart pounding, like a roller coaster. When Weber harvested the souls of those housekeepers and saved his own life, he slowly reacted. Master Weber and Master E know each other? Blood-melting stone? Master Weber is a great warlock? Judging from his attitude, Master E helped him solve the blood conflict? Master E is a great wizard. Shocked. Murphy was slowly shocked. I used to think that I had already looked up to this young Master E, but I didn't expect that I had underestimated him. The magic genius who was accepted as a disciple by a legend in the Calais Federation seemed to have entered the ranks of great wizards at the age of 30. It took him 200 years to reach the peak of the great wizard. There is hope for a legend. After all, being a mage is a profession that requires accumulation. And Murphy, who is stuck at the threshold of becoming a formal mage, has a deep understanding of this. It is true that people will die if they compare themselves to others. But what I saw today should be rotten in my stomach. It's a pity that I can only treat it as some materials. Weber also squeezed these collected souls into small balls and threw them to Jinhu as snacks, and then bowed to Wang Yi and said, Thank you again for your help, Master E. This time, it was the evil warlock who attacked the mage tower and killed several innocent people. Everything has nothing to do with Master E. Weber knew that since Wang Yi could make a puppet like Jinhu and solve his own stubborn illness, he was probably not a weakling even among the great mages. So he must be able to solve the problem himself. But it is obvious that doing it directly by himself can also reduce some unnecessary troubles for the owner of the mage tower. Anyway, his reputation as a magic blood warlock has already been stinking. What does the magic blood warlock have to do with me? Weber Taylor? After saying that, he also glanced at Murphy lightly. This is Master Yi's man, and I believe he can understand the importance of it. Wang Yi also nodded to Weber with a smile. Thank you for your hard work. In addition, if you drip 3 drops of 1-year-old pit viper venom into the wound on your wrist after taking the last potion, the effect of the medicine should be improved. For Wang Yi, these casual instructions were naturally easy to do, but they made Weber feel like he had found a treasure, and was excited. Thank you, Master, for taking the trouble to perfect the potion for me. Well, Count Luke is here. I will take my leave first. Retreat. The next moment, The black curtain outside the wizard tower completely dissipated before a fiery red magic flame invaded. All the black curtains gathered on Weber, and then turned into countless black bats with piercing and sharp sounds, rushing towards the sky. Although some bats were swept away by the fiery red flames, most of them quickly left and disappeared from everyone's sight. Then Luke's figure quickly rushed into the hall. Seeing that Wang Yi was fine over there, he was relieved, and then saw William's body on the ground. Master Yi, I'm glad you're okay. I'm a step late. I didn't expect this guy to find a great warlock. Judging from his ability, he was the magic blood warlock who became famous 200 years ago. He has been missing for a long time. I thought he died because of a blood conflict. I didn't expect him to appear in Dano City. Ah, that was really thrilling. Wang Yi sighed as he walked down the stairs. At this time, Luke also saw the golden tiger corpse puppet with only the white of the eye left, and said in surprise, "Is this puppetry? So strong. The transformation is complete. Yes, the barbarian's body is really a very good material." Wang Yi praised. Master Yi, I'm glad you're happy. They broke into your wizard tower, and it's okay if they are all turned into puppets. After Luke came to his senses, he also took the responsibility. Then he came to the side of several corpses to check. These are all means for warlocks to plunder souls. He brought the magic blood warlock. Why did he attack him instead? Speaking of this, Luke was also a little confused. It seems to be the blood melting stone. William promised the other party, but didn't take it out. Heh. If you seek the skin of a tiger, you will be bitten back. Luke smiled when he said this. It's perfect. He didn't really want to let William, who had the potential to become a great wizard, go back. If he became a great wizard, it would be really troublesome. He didn't want to fight for this probability. If he really achieved a breakthrough, not only in terms of strength, but also in terms of the opponent's voice in the Calais Federation, it would greatly increase, and it would bring a lot of trouble in all aspects. But if he really killed him himself, even if there was an excuse for the previous assassination, he would definitely be at odds with Calais. Although the relationship is definitely not good now. The one who killed people was the magic blood sorcerer, and William came to the door himself. So it has nothing to do with us. I am just a mud-legged knight, and I can't stop the noble great sorcerer. The blood-melting stone is probably real, and they want to use it to win over the blood magician. But they will definitely not put it on William first. The blood magician caused a big disturbance in the OS Empire and played hide-and-seek with their paladin. He is still wanted now. His signature bat transforming technique gives him a strong ability to escape. He has a weird personality and mood swings. Thinking of the great magician who turned into a bat and left before, Luke couldn't help but admire it. No matter how good his character is, his strength is indeed very strong. Then Luke didn't delve into the matter. It's normal that Master Yi blocked the opponent's attack. Judging from his performance at the banquet, Luke wouldn't be too surprised to say that Master Yi is a great magician. Besides, this is his magician tower. Maybe after being brought here by William, he found Master Yi too difficult, and he beat him to death in anger after asking for a reward on the spot without success. Anyway, this is a very favorable result, and Luke won't delve into the process. After all, this is the benefactor who saved his daughter. If he is also a great wizard, then he can only befriend him. Seeing the bodies of the noble butlers again, Luke smiled again. Master Yi, I wonder if it is convenient to borrow these bodies to do something. If it is to deal with those greedy nobles, then please. Wang Yi can naturally understand Luke's thoughts. To put it bluntly, Count Luke is not a traditional noble, nor is he a politician. His thoughts are actually not suitable for politics. His current political wisdom is actually forced by the environment, not his nature. Last time, Wang Yi could also detect a slight change in the other party's state of mind. If he wants to pursue his true heart and pursue the legendary path, then these nobles of Dano will definitely lose a layer of skin. Now, it is actually a pretty good excuse. Colluding with the magic blood warlock and killing Senator William. As for whether others believe it or not, that is none of Count Luke's business. Anyway, this is the reason and excuse he came up with. However, since they have adopted iron-blooded means, they will most likely suffer the most extreme backlash, which will make Dano and even the Principality of Kaduan somewhat unstable. But cutting off the rotten flesh is only for better survival. He has already discussed this with Grand Duke Kaduan. Change starts from the east. Earl Luke is ready to take action against a group of nobles with real knives and guns. It is obvious that these nobles have had enough sense after Luke's statement last time. So those who sent gifts to the Mage Tower were all housekeepers. and they themselves had already used various means to return to their own territories. Baron Dolph led the city guards to conduct a search and seizure operation, which means that their houses, shops, and various assets in Dano were sealed. For a time, the whole Dano was in a state of panic, because the nobles all had their own private soldiers, and it was very likely that civil unrest would break out in the east. However, all this did not matter to Wang Yi. At this time, he was preparing to open a door connecting to the abyss in the Mage Tower, and bring silver to complete the pouring. However, while Wang Yi was still preparing, through the resonance with the Mage Tower of the expedition camp, Wang Yi received a signal from Lin Shurqin. Boss, some bugs on Mars have appeared, and are launching follicles into space. The target direction should be the Earth. Hearing Lin Shurqin's words, Wang Yi couldn't help but frown. It can only be said that they are worthy of being Zerg. The optimal solution to deal with it was found so quickly. While players are exploring the alien world, Umbrella's manufacturing has never stopped. And even factories from various countries are working overtime to manufacture some auxiliary parts. Umbrella itself only needs to continuously produce materials and core parts. Although Umbrella has begun to build factories everywhere, its own Pumlai city is still expanding. And the South Gate of Heaven in the sky, and the Heavenly Palace to be built later are all being built in an orderly manner. Fusion furnaces are also being built. And the power and power generation are constantly increasing. However, this power generation and the factories that can be driven cannot be achieved overnight. Even if there is a fusion furnace, it is not so fast. This is the most basic industry. So there are still many parts that need to be distributed to countries around the world for production and assembly. For example, China's power production capacity accounts for 30% of the world's total, of which residential electricity accounts for about 4% of the world's total electricity consumption. And most of the remaining electricity is used in manufacturing. This is also the biggest confidence of the world's factory itself. And transmission technologies, such as ultra-high voltage, can also use this power in the most efficient way. Pyongyang's electricity production capacity accounts for only 15% of the world's total, and the proportion of electricity used by residents, agriculture, and the tertiary industry is also higher. The electricity that can be used in manufacturing alone has been left behind a lot. These are not something that can be made up in the short term. From the construction of power plants to commissioning, to power transmission, and manufacturing plants, all kinds of problems require time. It is also for this reason that China can produce rare metals such as gallium at a relatively low price, because it is only extracted from the auxiliary scraps of the aluminum industry, which is a large power consumer. The extraction technology itself is not difficult, but for places lacking electricity and related industries, the cost issue will be a headache. There is definitely no problem in meeting military needs, but it will take a long time to meet civilian needs. This is the internal strength that needs to be slowly honed. Perhaps the internal strength is still a little poor, but the strong internal strength can do some things to overwhelm others. Many components of Umbrella were also subcontracted in this way. With the current prestige of Umbrella, plus the fact that it is much more beautiful than Pyongyang, it can also get a lot of support. In the past, Pyongyang was so greedy, but in order to maintain the trade and circulation of the global economy, most countries, including China, are willing to pay part of the taxes. And as long as they don't go too far, they can accept it. Now it's Umbrella for comparison. Wow, this company is really a saint. It really doesn't collect taxes. An environment where only Pyongyang is injured and everyone else can benefit will naturally be supported slowly. Now there are bugs in Abyss, and they really need a leader like Umbrella. If it weren't for the mass projector, the South Gate, and the space elevator, and the bombardment of the Starry Sky spacecraft, I'm afraid the bugs would have landed in force long ago. It is precisely because of the help of the manufacturing power that 3 Starry Sky-class spacecraft have stopped in the orbit of Mars. All of them are manufactured modules, and then transported to space for assembly. Now there are 2 ships on the South Gate that are about to be completed, and 1 is under construction. It can be said that slowly, more and more defensive measures will appear in the orbit of Mars to lock the Zerg tightly. But after all, it is impossible to cover Mars in all directions at present. After discovering the bugs, the warships need to move their positions in the synchronous orbit and then bombard them. After the bugs made several attempts, they finally found an opportunity to launch the follicles. This kind of thing that is directly shot into space and drifts towards the Earth is quite troublesome. The Earth is too big. In fact, there are a lot of fragmented debris falling into the atmosphere every moment, but most of them are vaporized. The ocean on the Earth occupies such a large area. if there are uninterrupted insect eggs falling into the ocean. It will be really troublesome. The ocean represents more species and more resources than the land. TSK, it seems that it can't be delayed. Wang Yi also felt a little headache. Originally, he wanted to wait until the magic experiment cabin components on the orbit of Mars were completed and directly transferred there. At that time, there will be the magic power of the magic experiment cabin to mobilize, and even connect to the abyss magic when necessary, to prevent any special situation. But I didn't expect that the bugs would launch a targeted counterattack first. Okay, I'll come back. Please pay attention to the situation in the game. Wang Yi sighed and began to rub his shoulders. He was going to do something big. He hoped that the world's will would be gentler. Is it okay? Lin Shurqin was also a little worried. It's basically okay, as long as you hurry up when he is not paying attention. It's not a big problem. It's just bullying a fool. While rubbing his shoulders, Wang Yi also found Xiaotia and handed her a bracelet that could summon heroic spirits. If there is something you can't solve, inject magic power into it. I have something to go out for. Xiaotia was stunned when she heard it, but didn't ask more. Okay, be careful. Seeing Xiaotia's reaction, Wang Yi also smiled. The biggest advantage of this cat lady boss is that she knows how to advance and retreat. You deserve the reward. Then Wang Yi disappeared into the void and floated out of the mage tower, and quickly rushed towards the sky. Originally, he should have been slowly outlining the lines in the mage tower, communicating with the abyss in the form of a magic circle, forming a kind of summoning with the abyss. Such impact is naturally minimal. With so many natives in Dano City, there is no need to worry about the reaction of the world will. But now it seems that the Earth cannot be delayed, and we can't wait slowly. There is no way. Just use some force to tear it open directly. Wang Yi's ability accumulation speed is exponential. The time he came to the alien world was enough for him to complete the anchoring of the space beacon, and his control of space ability was enough for him to use any of his magic towers as anchor points to shuttle through space, flying directly to the magic tower of the expedition camp to borrow the space there. The speed is fast because his status is too high and he will be noticed. And following the caravan slowly will delay time. So he might as well just do it directly. Raise your hand. The void with the sky as the background seems to have turned into a curtain directly, which was completely lifted up. And Wang Yi also took the opportunity to quickly drill into it, and did not forget to cover the curtain again when he turned back. And at the moment when Wang Yi tore the curtain and entered, this world suddenly became gloomy, and soon a large number of dark clouds gathered, forming a violent storm. It seems that after searching for several rounds without noticing any abnormality, the attention of the world will gradually faded. But in just such a short moment, the holy lands of the Moon God Court and the Earth Mother God Court both showed some divine light at the same time. This made some of the ascetics, who had been in the Holy Land, excited. Is there a new oracle? However, they soon discovered that there seemed to be no new oracle, and they didn't know what was going on.